initial love when I'm far away in another place. All that I dream of just is your pillow, waiting for your love. You in all the ways, in another place. All I'm thinking of, just can't get enough. You, may not be everywhere I go. But she stay on my mind wherever I go. When I found love, reach for today. Though I'm far away, your fantasy I love, just can't get enough. You may not be everywhere I go. You stay on my mind wherever I go. Initial love when I'm far away in another place. All that I dream of just is your pillow, waiting for your love. You in all the ways, in another place. All I'm thinking of, just can't get enough.
Wow! Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Wow, you are so many people here. I'm very glad to welcome you for the second day of the X Days. We are a wonderful team here. We have a wonderful number of people, of speakers to talk about blockchain, crypto, and Web3. And we are very glad to welcome you here in Paris, Paris, the new capital of Web3. I am Fabien Aufrechter, Vice President of Web3, in charge of Web3 within Vivaldi. You may know Vivaldi, one of the biggest conglomerates in France and even in Europe, about entertainment. We are very glad to be very actually in advance when it comes to blockchain and crypto, working on these matters from already 5 years. 5 years for corporates is pretty long. And we are also very glad to have not only engineers, because we have more than 1,000 engineers in our group, but also strategist consultants and also people doing communication and marketing. This allows us to work with the biggest and the best player of the industry for already 5 years, and not only in France and in Europe, but also worldwide. We are in more than 15 countries in the 5th continent. Today, what I wanted to tell you is 2 things. First, we are very glad to have you on board because actually, Aileron Metaverse X now is actually not just for startups. It's not just a niche. It's something coming for corporates. It's something going global, and you know it because actually you're already working on it. We are working on it. Aside, I have another cap. You know, sometimes you have several caps. I'm not just VP for Vivaldi, I'm also very glad to be mayor in France, mayor of a city named Verneuil-sur-Seine. And I would like to tell you something, to tell you a story. Actually, the first time I met Benjamin Minkou, it was in my city hall. You know why? Because he was interested about something. He was interested about one of my projects. I have a very interesting issue in my city. My city is going to have a new train by probably 2-3 years. And actually, we have an obligation to create a new part, a new, let's say, not a new city, but a new area within the city from scratch. And this is something really new. It's urbanism, but it's even bigger than that. You need to think about mobility, about water, about electricity, about smart city, basically. And he told me something. He told me, wow, I'm interested because actually, urbanism and all these mobilities is something which is not just for elected people, not just for mayors. It's also something that is going to be coming within new worlds, especially in the metaverse. Because in the metaverse, you need to have designing new cities, designing new ecosystems, designing new worlds. And actually, this parallel gave me several ideas in my city for sure, but also for our clients and even for us in Vivaldi. Because we believe in Vivaldi, being the leader in entertainment in Europe, that we are well placed to be tomorrow the motor, the leader of the European metaverse, that Emmanuel Macron, the French government, but also the European institutions are pushing pretty hard. I believe this is very early stage to actually define what will be tomorrow the real metaverse. Will there be just one? Will there be several? I guess you already have an idea since we are already speaking about multiverses. But actually, what I want to conclude with is that today is very early stage, and you are the pioneer. But actually, this is like internet, but 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times faster. And things are going so quickly that you'll be amazed today and tomorrow and sooner, the next week, the next months, is about what's going on, not only in Aileron, in metaverses, but actually also in all our industry. Because actually you are this industry. You are what is going to be tomorrow. But actually, we can't build without support. And this support needs to be not only from industries, but also from the political point of view. And that's why I'm pretty glad to have the 2 caps. And yesterday, you remember, we were very glad to have the French Minister Jean-Noël Barrot on stage, explaining you how he's going to support, especially in Paris and in France. But actually today, we are more than glad more than glad to be able to welcome on stage Sébastien Burdujar, Romanian Minister of Research, Innovation and Digitalization. Please welcome Minister.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all, and thank you, Benny, for making this happen, and the entire amazing Elrond team. I want to share with you that I am incredibly proud. As a minister from Romania, I'm a very blessed man, because every single day I deal with people who are extremely smart, generally good-looking, and certainly changing the world. Romania has a reputation for amazing minds in IT. We have some of the best people in AI, and machine learning, and blockchain, and artificial intelligence, and all the things that are here to stay. And I think there's no wonder that Elrond was born in Romania, and now Multiverse X. And as the Romanian minister, it brings me great joy and pride to see that a little part of Romania is conquering Paris and really the world. I've met Benny a few years ago as we were thinking about how to regulate blockchain to essentially achieve what the Holy Grail is. You get the innovation, but you also want to get security, safety. You want to protect those who are perhaps uninformed, but really leverage that progress. And he immediately struck me as somebody who has both the vision and the will to change the world. And coming here today, I was reminded of another great Romanian, though the French claim he is French. He was born in Romania, and he spent the latter part of his life in France. You may have heard he's possibly the greatest sculptor of all times, Constantin Brâncuș. Now, you may also know that he actually walked from Romania to Paris and accomplished many of his dreams here. And one thing that he did say, one of his most famous quotes, is that it's one thing to see far, it's another thing to walk far. And he actually walked far. But Benny and many of you are both visionaries. You dream big, but you're also willing to put in the hard work and do the things that are needed to change the world. And I think that's what sets this amazing company apart. It's not just having a vision for how to change the world, it's putting in the hard work and the responsibility that comes with it. I'm proud to say that the Romanian government is extremely supportive of new technologies. I did an event just yesterday with the Prime Minister. He came out and he said, the digital transformation of this country is priority zero. And it is, and it should be for every nation in the world that wants to be competitive, that wants to lead, and that is lucky enough to have Benny and his team and Elrond and now Multiverse X. And hopefully all of you, because if you haven't come to Romania, you need to come. I promise you a very good time. I think the future is about a few things. One of them is freedom. I'm an economist by training. I'm guessing the applause was not about me being an economist. But I do think the future is about freedom. And centuries of economic thought lead to one conclusion, that if you want to have growth, then you need to enable people to have the freedom to do the things that few other people in the world know how to do. Maybe nobody else. It's called innovation. And so I think the new technologies and companies like this, companies like the ones that you're all building, I'm sure, enable people to have freedom. Freedom of thought, freedom of action, to have the freedom to have control over their data. All those things, I think, are needed in the new world. But there's one more thing that comes with freedom. It also comes with great power, which is responsibility. I think you all have been blessed to be at the forefront of amazing changes in the world. And we all know this, the pace of change in the world is absolutely astonishing. It's never been faster. If you just look back to the 80s, when this place came out and digitized the French stock market, and it was a huge thing. Well, think about what else has happened since the 80s. It's a different world. It's an absolutely different world. But the changes you bring also come with a huge deal of responsibility. Because they say, to whom much is given, much will be required. And so you've been given the gifts of a vision, the gifts of knowledge, the gifts of having skills, the gift of bringing people together, such as at this wonderful event. But all that won't mean much at the end of the day until you live with a sense of responsibility. Sorry to get personal, but life has put me in a few very tough situations. And in that great despair, I realized by reading a book called Man's Search for Meaning, and if you haven't read it, I do recommend it. It's written by a survivor of the Holocaust, went through 4 concentration camps, lost everything, his entire family, his entire fortune, and somehow he still made it. And the big realization that Viktor Frankl had was that essentially life is not about what happens to you, but about what you do and how you live with purpose. That is the responsibility that I think you all have, more than anybody else, because you understand the new world. You're the ones building it. Where will you take it? What are the ethical boundaries of what you do? How are you going to ensure that we have both freedom and security? These are the questions of our times. I think they're the toughest questions of our times. And certainly, based on your work, the world of our children, I have 3 at home, so, I care about how their world will look like. Almost all of them are better at technology than I am, though they're 4, 2, and 0. And truly, what you do will matter. What you do will matter. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for putting in the work, the vision, and this sense of responsibility that I keep coming back to. At the end of the day, we all have one life, at least in this universe. Maybe in the Metaverse, I don't know. But on that last day of our lives, we will all probably look back. That's what they say you do. On that last moment, you put your head on the pillow for the last time. And the question, the toughest question for each of us is, did we leave behind a better world? Did our life matter? Well, I think what you've done already, many of you, suggests that it has mattered and that it will matter. But please, keep changing the world. Keep leading with responsibility, with a sense of purpose, and build this world of tomorrow. You have in me and the government of Romania the full support you need. And I am pleased to know that throughout this event you've had many supporters of your vision, of your ideas, of your dreams. Please carry on. And one last thing. but it's important. Please do not shy away from the mission to educate decision makers. Many of my peers in politics are, afraid or ashamed to admit that they don't understand these new technologies. And it has to come from you. Pull us aside and say, hey, man, we live in a different world. What are you talking about? How come you don't know this? Here's how it works. This is what you got to do. Because a lot of the support that you need and that the world needs to become a better place ultimately has to come from some of these decision makers. Yes, we're decentralizing power, that's a good thing, but still government has a role to play. So please own this mission to educate us, to inform us, and gradually we will all join in this wonderful revolution of progress. Thank you all, and good luck.
Well, good morning, guys. I hope you're having the best possible morning. My name is Victor. I'm a product manager at the Ledger blockchain team. And today, I have some amazing subjects to share with you. First, we'll deep dive into what Ledger exactly is and what we do at Ledger. Then, I'll introduce you to what's our strategy when it comes to integrating new blockchains and new features to our software. I'll also talk about, of course, our great partnership with the Elrond team and what were the outcomes of such a partnership. And finally, the part I'm most excited about is telling you what's coming to Ledger Live very soon for the Elrond protocol. So let's jump right into this and start with the big question of what is Ledger? Well, the easy answer would be to just quote this beautiful slide and tell you that Ledger is today considered the #1 platform when it comes to securing any digital assets. In practice, what it means is that at Ledger, we build both a software solution and a hardware solution that works hand in hand to provide users with the best possible experience in the crypto space, but also the highest standard in terms of security. So first, the hardware part. Our Ledger hardware wallets, the Nanos. I guess a lot of you guys already own Nanos, but let me give you a bit of a reminder of what it does and what it is. At Ledger, we have a motto that states, "It's your money. Own it." Well, with the Nanos, you can do just that. It allows you to safely and securely store your keys fully offline on your Nano, and they are fully secured by our homemade certified chip, the best security on the market. On Nanos, you can store the keys of more than 150 protocols, which makes for the most extensive support of any hardware wallets. We are very proud to say that today, Nanos secured around 20% of the whole world market cap, and that we recently passed the 5 millionth Nano owners, which makes literally the biggest hardware community in the world. Now, you would agree with me that storing your keys safely is definitely crucial, but we believe at Ledger that being able to use your crypto and to make good use in a safe and easy-to-use environment is also super important. And that's why we have also Ledger Live. Ledger Live, it's our software solution. It's designed to work magically with the Nano to unlock its full set of features. We today have 1.7 million active users of Ledger Live, and it's designed to be a real one-stop shop everything for cryptos. What it means is that on Ledger Live, you are able to manage your whole portfolio and interact with a huge amount of blockchains and a huge amount of features. On Ledger Live, you can buy, you can swap, you can even stake, and sometimes, when available, you can interact with dApps directly embedded into the software for maximum convenience. And all of that, it's available on both mobile and desktop, so you can be in control anywhere at any time. Today, on Ledger Live, we support more than 50 protocols and thousands of tokens. Now that you got the fact that Ledger is both a hardware company but has also a software solution, well, as a wallet, we face one main challenge, which is to cope with the pace of the market. The market is changing really fast, and it's in our duty to provide users with new protocols, new coins, and new features to Ledger Live, our wallet. So the question is, then, what's our strategy? How do we integrate new coins to Ledger Live? And this needs a bit of a history lesson. So let me take you back 1 year. At the time, we were all doing in-house, basically. We had our team of engineers working really hard to understand the specificities of every single protocol that we wanted to integrate, and just dive under the hood and see what was the technology. And this took a lot of time. Pablo would probably be able to tell you that, but it took a lot of time. It wasn't really efficient, and we didn't have the pace. And the real problem is that we didn't have the expertise on every single blockchain. That's just not possible. So we had a problem, and the question was, then if we don't have the expertise, then who has? And the answer is pretty straightforward. It's all of you guys. It's the community, it's the foundation, it's the developers. You guys have the expertise that we don't, so why don't we just provide you with the best possible tools to build on top of Ledger? So you can integrate your coins by yourself. And that was the start of Ledger as a platform. Ledger as a platform is three main things. It's first, a fully open source code base. Yeah, that's right, our code is fully open source. That's funny for a security company. Second is the developer portal. Developer portal, it hosts our documentation, which are the recipes, basically the cooking recipes of having the best possible and flawless integration with Ledger Live. Because sometimes some question remains after the documentation, we have a Discord server where a dedicated team of both engineers but also product owners and product managers are here to answer the remaining questions. We had this strategy for a bit over a year now. We've been doing this for over a year now. So the question is, did it work? Was it a good idea to switch to a platform model? Well, of course, yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about this on stage today. And these were the results. In 2022, we managed to integrate more than 10 new protocols and even more features than this. We had some great successes, but our one biggest success that remains our first big success is the Aron integration. The Aron integration, it happened a bit over a year ago, I think. They were the first guys to manage to integrate with this new model, platform model. And at the time, we were completely blown away by the expertise of the guys. They managed to integrate all by themselves and literally within weeks, like 3 weeks. So that was really impressive, and what they brought to Ledger Live was this. They achieved and they brought to users, to Ledger Live users, the send and receive feature as well as the buy and swap feature that were for the first time available directly within one single account page on Ledger Live, very convenient way. But of course, as always with Ledger and with Ledger Live integrations, it was also coming with high standards in terms of security. At Ledger, we think that the best security is for you guys to be able to see what you sign and not just sign transactions blindly. That's why we are giving you the tools to basically, we are displaying every single critical info before you sign it, so you can review it. And we call that clear signing. It's very important to us, and it was, of course, already present in the first Aron integration. Now, you hear me talking about the first Aron integration. That must mean that there's something else to it. And yes, we kept working with the Aron team, with Lucian, with Alexandru, with the whole team. And I am very lucky to be on stage today and very honored to get to announce what's coming next for the Aron protocol on Ledger Live before the end of the year. And the first feature that is coming very soon to Ledger Live is full native staking support. Full native staking support will be available directly from your account page. But that's not all. Because we think that Elrond is truly a great protocol, we want to participate in both decentralization, but also securing the network. And that's why we're coming with our own ledger validator in partnership with Figment. The validator will be also available in this release. But that wouldn't be enough. The guys from Aron, they did such an amazing job that they managed to bring to you guys 2 features. So it is not only the staking feature, But in the same release, we are coming with ESDT support. The team from Elrond, they are bringing you 3 new ESDTs directly available to manage from your account page. 3 of the most used ESDTs by the community, which are USDC, MyoDex, and Holoride, with more tokens to come in the months following the release. Now, what does it mean? Why is it such a big deal to have those 2 new features coming to Ledger Live? Well, first, it means a lot of ease of use. The Elrond team, they created a space, a dedicated space within Ledger Live, within the vast amount of features in Ledger Live, dedicated to Elrond and to e-gold owners. From one single page, it's now possible to interact with pretty much any feature of the Elrond blockchain, and this in a very convenient way. But of course, that's not all. You guessed it by now, security is of course really important for us, so this integration is also coming with the highest standards in terms of security. Clear signing that I introduced just 2 slides before, it's of course available also with the 2 new features. So you can both store your keys, your Elrond keys, in a very safe way and make good use of those eagles. And we're taking all of that and we are bringing that to the whole Ledger community. That means that those features are coming to more than 2 million users right now that might already use and know Elrond, but might also completely discover the immense power of this blockchain with this integration. With this, we are very proud to say that Ledger Live is becoming, with MyoDex, one of the one-stop shop crypto everything for Elrond, and we are very proud of this. We keep working with the Elrond team to bring you guys even more features, so stay tuned for that. I'd like to thank the whole Elrond team for their amazing work. They are truly the most knowledgeable on our tech stack today, and they have become, over the last year, one of our most trusted partners. So thank you so much, guys, for this. Thank you for the amazing conference, and thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. Thanks to the amazing Elrond team for making that happen. My name is Julien Maldonato. I'm partner at Deloitte, in charge of innovation, especially Web3. And I'm going to share with you my vision of the Metaverse, the next decade in front of us. And I will try to convince you that it is inevitable. First, my definition of the Metaverse. I love this one because it says it's not a place, it's a moment in the humanity time. the moment in time where our digital life is worth more to us than our physical life. Could sound afraid, but it's not. In fact, it's talking about value. And as a physician, I would define value as a decrease of entropy, meaning a produce of information, of intelligence, to brings us well-being, because we are living things, and we need to decrease our internal entropy to feel better. I will come back to this definition later, but it's not something new. In fact, it's already happening for more than 20 years. As you can see in our work, the way we socialize, the way we entertain, the way we use our identity, we are still very much in the digital world, and it will continue with new tools like Metaverse. So, as I said, I will use physics, and in particular, I will use thermodynamics, the third law, the third rule principle, to prove that it is inevitable. On the left, you have these third rules. It says that in the universe, in our universe, every single structure is self-organizing to maximize the energy dissipation. All of you, each one of you, are a dissipative structure. And all together, we are forming a much complex dissipative structure. Life appears because of that evolution. Because in order to self-organize, to maximize the energy dissipation, we have to decrease our internal entropy. Meaning we have to produce and to store information. In simple words, to be smarter, intelligent. And that's why when life appeared, DNA appeared to store information. And because it was too slow to evolve, it appears also after the genetic, the memetic, the use of brain to store more information more quickly. After that, we need new tools like writing, after that printing, after that computing, and so on. And in this curve, exponential curve, will appear what we call Web3, meaning decreasing entropy into block of blockchain by transforming energy. Transforming energy is not bad. Proof of work is not bad. It's just the way the universe works and the law of physics. So, to me, there are four main components interesting in the world we are building. It's time to build because we have no kind of maturity around these four components. First one is the new kind of networks called distributed networks, like Elrond networks. These kind of networks are bringing us security with tokens, tokenomics to ensure security, and brings us transparency, ownerships with keys. We just saw a ledger, not your keys, not your asset, not your informations. So it brings us what we call self-sovereignty. And last interesting thing is all kind of protocol, self-executed contract, what we can call it DApp, decentralized application. And that DApp could bring us a lot of token, at least an infinite natures of tokens. Everything could be tokenized. Every information, every concept, every object, physical or digital, could be tokenized to bring us sense, to bring more information sense like semantic, to bring us the origin of information, who is the producer, who is the creator, who is the user, the consumer information. So it will bring us a more intelligent internet. And last things is the convergence between the physical world and the digital world. In fact, there are not two different worlds. It's all about information. It's all about waves and signals, like the light, and my eyes are transforming this signal into information into my brain. So it's the same word, in fact, a word of physics. And to bring is more easy in an easy way this physical world, we will need more sensors. We all have sensors in our pockets, in our phones. We will have more and more accurate, more precise sensors to have a kind of model of the physical world and being a virtual model. And in the other way, what we call for now virtual will more and more feel to us like real, meaning that in a few years, we won't be able to feel the difference between what we used to call virtual and the physical one. Our brain will be tricked, will be fooled, and it's amazing. We are just at the beginning. As you can see, you can a bit recognize me, but in the future, you will think about as a photo behind me. I was talking about identity. As you know, to access to Metaverse, we will need keys and identity. For now, in the current web, we are not owner of our identity. We are more renter of identity. We rent it to big techs. In the future, we will hold our keys and our identity with different kind of tools like wallets. Once we access to the Metaverse, we will have all the identity attributes, names, births, assets, everything. Everything will be represented by tokens, non-fungibles or fungible tokens, and virtualized also, not only tokenized, but virtuals, meaning that we will have a representation easy to understand for our brain, more natural, I would say. For instance, I tried to do a kind of art, to illustrate the way it's easy to tokenize my property, because I'm a creator, so I needed to encapsulate the property right, the ownership right, into a token. So I made a non-fungible token for this right management tool. And then I also virtualized this art into Metaverse, a 3D representation of this painting. And once I did that, it's easy for me to exchange it. Much more easy than the financial system, the current financial system we have. Because in the financial system we have, we need a lot of intermediaries, from banking to securities managers and so on. In a way that in the future, we will maybe come back to bartering. Easy way to exchange things, information, creation, value creation, because by painting, I'm reducing entropy, so I'm creating a value. So I need to store it and to exchange it easily in 3D space. So by doing that, we will facilitate the emergence of a new kind of finance called the decentralized finance. It will be easier to exchange value with tokens. Some of them could refer to old money like fiat with stablecoin, but maybe we will not have in a long future need anymore kind of old currencies. Everything will be tokenized, so it will be barter. So the payments will evolve a lot. We will have a decentralized application like Maya Exchanger to facilitate the lending, the borrowing, the insurance to cover some kind of new risk with token, and also to invest. Everything will be done in easy ways, 3D ways, new kind of experience. So what we have in the previous version of internet, the e-commerce, will be tomorrow a meta-commerce. We will also have new kind of use cases around governance, citizen governance or private organization governance. It will be more easy to engage final users in policy making with token incentives mechanisms and with immersivity. So it's interesting to see how from the public sector to the private sector, every governance will be easier with Metaverse and Web3. The slide, sorry, it was not the slide I was looking for. So governance, as I mentioned, will be revolutionized. Like training and learning, we will use immersivity and again learn to earn mechanisms, incentives with token to engage more learners around training and so on. New way of working. Again, same mechanism, will engage more collaborators around work, will catch more attention when we will all have headsets, VR headset and devices. You will be more focused on the work and the collaboration. For instance, in order to work on some new concept, in order to modelize, to do modeling around new concept, it will be easy to make it appear in front of us and to talk about a car, a house, new kind of risk around all of that. Everything will be easier to understand. Again, the idea is to decrease entropy, is to bring us intelligence, more readable things, more understandable things. And with pleasure. We will use kind of entertainment, pleasure, comfort to be better at work. And so on. In fact, there is no limit in terms of use cases. There is no limit in terms of potential. We are, as I said, at the beginning of a long journey that will bring humanity to new kind of intelligence. It will be spectacular. It will be a lot of wow effect. And why it's now and why it's time to build again, it's because we have a lot of maturity and a lot of choices in terms of building zone. There is in this schema 10 types of innovation around the Web3. Oh, sorry, there is no the full picture, but from the way you will operate in terms of business to the way you will distribute your offering and engage customer through your products, you will have 10 different types of possible innovation with Web3. as I mentioned, the way you will work with immersivity and tokens and incentives mechanism, new kinds of security around the information, the traceability, the trust, the way you're offering your product in every industry, you will present your products with new kind of services, autonomous services with self-executed contracts, decentralized application. You will have the ability to create adjacent services around core product. Because of the composability of Web3, interoperability in the future, it will be easier to connect between businesses, between industries, between sectors. So easy to make new kind of adjacent services. And obviously, the experience will be much more efficient. We have 2 eyes, and with this screen, we are not able to use the full potential of our 2 eyes. We are not seeing a stereoscopic the future here. But sooner, in a very few moments, we'll to access this 3rd dimension, the depths, the volume. So it will bring us like a power 3, a cubic information more. So in terms of engagement, a lot of business will use act to earn mechanism to engage more their customer. Act to earn, meaning that with tokens, the interaction will be engaging. It's better. I don't know if it's written here, and you will have the slide. So that's in short the full potential of the Web3 and the Metaverse. And as we said, yeah, it's time to build all together. And yeah, if you have questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Are you ready?
100%. Let's do it.
You get like a rock star clap when you come in. I need that. I need to get that.
Benjamin effect.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
Benjamin, you announced a lot of things yesterday, and in this panel we will focus on Metaverse. You are not alone. Herman, thank you for your time. Thanks for joining. And for start this panel, I propose you to talk a bit more about your activity, your enterprise, but also your past. Can you give us a bit more detail?
Sure. I mean, Improbable today, a little bit of background. We're the world-leading provider by the numbers of multiplayer expertise into about 60 different publishers. So we work on every major shooter franchise. We built Fall Guys, the multiplayer mode, if you guys played that. Recently, Gotham Knights, Modern Warfare 2. You can see us in the credits, kind of buried in there. And we spent the last 10 years learning everything we could about how to build difficult-to-create, complex virtual worlds. And if you look right now at the Metaverse space, it's all hype and no substance. You know, there's very little credible, tangible, good experiences people want to be part of. And so our focus has been, how do we break that? How do we create really valuable experiences? And one of the things we've been able to do, which hopefully you saw in the trailer yesterday, is allow environments which can support 20,000 people, all in the same space, all speaking at the same time, all interacting with presenters and performers. And just like in the blockchain space, you think about transactions a second, we've been focusing on operations per second. And today, Improbable can do like 10 billion operations a second, I think is the latest thing, which is nice.
Not bad, not bad.
But our big focus, and this is what Benjamin and me kind of fell in love on a little bit, is how do we go beyond technology to something that unlocks the massive creative potential of the space? And so we're building this network which will connect together many different worlds, including X worlds, including Yuga Labs' other side, and I know Nicole is here later today as well. And our vision is to go further, right? It's to build this ecosystem. And I think what you guys are doing here is going to be such a vital component in making that happen.
I had already heard about Improbable. You was working with Yuga Labs. Can you also give a bit more detail about it?
Well, Nicole will be here later, who's the CEO, so she'll speak a bit herself. But yeah, we are the developer of Other Side. So we are creating all of the gameplay and technology that supports the world. We did an event earlier this year, First Trip, which was the largest number of people ever inside a single experience for now. I know we're planning to do a little bit more in the next few weeks. And it's been an incredible experience. We've been able to bring the community together in one environment. It was incredible to see their reactions, their emotions, to have actors and other people there. We're now beginning to work even beyond that with sports leagues and fashion brands. I think a lot of quite poor quality metaverse projects over the years have led to a very skeptical outlook from consumers. So for us, it's just about the experience. How do we build something stunning? We've now solved rendering at scale. We've solved bandwidth compression issues. And I think the partnership we're now striking with Multiverse really excites me, because bringing together our expertise in building complex worlds with the incredible technical expertise in blockchain and Web3 that this community represents, that's fire.
Fire.
And I'll just finish by saying, man, we met because one of our partners is Andreessen Horowitz, so we met every crypto blockchain company, and 15 minutes with the formerly Elrond and now Multiverse team, I was like, shit, these people know what they're talking about, There's so much bullshit, people raising hundreds of millions of dollars to promise a proof-of-stake blockchain 15 years from now. And these guys did it, years ago. And it's very easy to see where the real capability lies.
Thank you. We can stop this conversation right there.
That was your last announcement yesterday, X Worlds. How did you get this idea of collaboration together?
The curious and fascinating part is that we've been working on the path and what would be needed to unlock this type of breakthrough, this type of different value experience and so forth for the metaverse. We've been in discussion with all the relevant metaverse companies almost in the world, and it's basically the flip side story. After going and having all the conversations and so forth, right at the end, we discovered this curious company called Improbable. And each thing we've discovered after that was even more surprising, because it looked like someone was copying or has been spying on whatever we were writing and preparing and so forth. Then we started the conversation, and the conversation was, of course, crazy, like a conversation that starts, then 5 hours, time stops, really deep dive and so forth, and then the next day, and so forth, and that one step led to another, and then we saw that there's, as Herman said, an incredible opportunity here to unlock for the people, but it requires several different components. It definitely requires a component where someone understands rendering, understands multiplayer environments, understands a lot of aspects that are not obvious if you've not created games for a very long time. And then at the same time, this is not enough. if you do not pair this with a blockchain that can really scale, with a super app that can enable anyone from wherever they may be in the world to join, and then with some worlds which are, on the one hand, very, let's say, philosophically fascinating for the different communities, but then also simple worlds that are just stunning or incredibly beautiful, where people can interact, connect, and so forth. So this has been a long conversation, but as we've progressed, it was very scary a bit to discover how close the visions were and then how they were converging to the same point.
From the new name of Facebook, a lot of people are starting to talk about Metaverse. But for me, we have
the wrong version, maybe?
Oh,
a wrong version.
We'll come to that.
That's why. Yeah.
No. You can't even.
And that's why you took the time tomorrow to take your definition of the metaverse, because I think if we are asking 10 or 20 people in this room the definition of the metaverse, we will not have the same definition.
Look, I took the trouble of getting Benjamin's permission to give all of you a copy of a book, which we literally wrote to answer this question. So hopefully you'll all get a copy. But I think if you, and we aligned on this very well, if you think of the metaverse as just an extension of the internet or just an opportunity to screw around in virtual worlds and games, you completely miss the value proposition, right? That's not what it is at all, you know. For me, and I think Benjamin and me aligned on this, this was one of the first things we aligned on. For us, the metaverse is a network of value, a network connecting different socially constructed realities together. And what matters in that network are that the events, identities, the things that happen in that world have meaning, because they don't only exist in one context. They can move from one context to another. And the other crucial ingredient is that the experiences enabled by the metaverse have to be differentiated. They have to provide fulfillment for people, even if they didn't know that crypto was involved or new technology was involved. And so I think we've both talked about this, but you know, whether it is opportunities for massive gatherings in sport and in music, whether it's governments being able to engage differently with their populations, whether it's people who are creatives getting the chance to actually earn income and value in ways they never could otherwise, those are the things you have to enable. Those are the things you have to make possible. And to make that a reality, you need all the ingredients Benjamin is talking about. You know, you can't just do one piece or another. So to bring it back a little bit to Facebook, they have none of those ingredients. You know, it isn't even just a case of spending $10 billion a year. If you're spending it on the wrong damn thing, you know, they're going to be like the Yahoo of the metaverse. You know, we're going to hear about them, and then they're going to be, you know, we don't talk about them again. That's the truth. That's the reality.
But, and
you know, and I know their office is like across the street, but you know,
maybe,
so please don't go tell them that. But
yeah, don't quote him on this one.
No. Although I've said it publicly like 9 times, so you know.
But what I would say is there's almost 2 points that you could look at this from. And one of the points is that the very essence of the idea is not only recognizing what we have in this physical world, the universe, but then finding a way to recognizing what we have in this new world or potential network of worlds, and then defining or finding a word that creates this space for both worlds to evolve to their maximum potential.
Exactly.
This is what Multiverse X means. And it's multiverse to the power of X. So it's almost like it embedded in the concept is the idea of taking both worlds to their maximum potential and then still harmonizing them, still permitting worlds, both of them, to influence the other. This is one way of looking at it, and then maybe a much crazier way that we'll definitely discuss about in the next months.
I have thousands of questions.
Is just this idea of trying to capture what it would mean to have the ultimate type of experience, meaning, fulfillment, learning, and all of that in one word, and how we could create that. And that's sort of the idea of the eternal city. So I was not planning to give this type of idea right now, but just
Spilling all the secrets now.
the idea of creating an eternal city to push the boundaries of what we've built, what we've experimented with, both in, let's say, learning, entertainment, meaning, fulfillment, and so forth, is probably one of the most fascinating ideas, because it's not only like building a new city where you do have to have the architecture, urbanism, and so forth, but here you need to also think about the deepest questions. What does actually mean to be human? What does it mean to interact with fellow human beings, with friends, and so forth? How can we build something that we've only dreamed about, and some people have dreamt about thousands of years before, and then now, for the first time, we can take this to a point where this has never been done before?
And one of the things I most admire about our collaboration and this community is the recognition and the lack of hubris in understanding that it can't be done alone. You know, you all have phones in your pockets, and you think of those microchips, and what we don't all realize is Carl Zeiss in Germany makes the optics. You know, ASML makes the machines. TSMC does the fabrication. Then they get designed by ARM, and then they get produced. And these 4 or 5 companies, they work together in this deeply collaborative way to unlock this modern miracle. And the hubris of a company like Facebook or anybody else in thinking that one business, one community, one piece is enough is completely wrong. You know, without the ability to have incredible experiences, nobody will come. But without the ability for those experiences to be connected to a system of value, to a great underlying chain, to a great ability to move value from one place to the other, you can't build businesses. So all
And
those pieces are so important.
The strongest point that fundamentally amplifies the value of everything we've discussed is when this becomes an interoperable, open network.
Exactly. And
With this, this becomes unstoppable. Not improbable, but unstoppable.
and this is, you know, just to finish on that, I don't know, the bravery of you, and I know Yuga Labs is coming later, but the bravery of companies that would normally think of themselves as competitors, to say, actually, how do we share value? How do we create something bigger than ourselves? That is what big tech is never going to do. They only think in terms of acquisition and ownership, and that is not how Web3 works, and that is not how value is created.
100%.
I'm okay with the possibilities. And I think we can do a lot of things. Because, yes, every solution, every tool will amplify what we can do with this technology. But you will have to start by a concrete and simple use case. Do you have already in mind some simple, concrete use case that respond to an actual needs? And you will start by this point of view, because with X money, fiat and cryptocurrency, with Metaverse interaction, why not VR in the future? Do you have already, with some of these tools, something that you want to propose? And if you want to make a small leak, you can too.
You want me to throw one in?
Yeah, sure.
Throw an example. I'll give you a very concrete example, which nobody ever does in this space that we've talked about. Now, suppose you're a fan of Manchester United, you live in Southeast Asia, right? You never get to come to a game. You never get to really buy merchandise beyond basic
You should
things.
choose a team from France.
Okay. PSG. I love PSG. PSG has a huge fan base. I went to a game recently, and it was like watching the A team beat the B team. It was pretty sad, to be honest. But, you know, you take PSG. They have an international fan base of how many people? Hundreds of millions, right? How much revenue do they make per person? Not much, because only so many people can buy tickets and come to the match. Only so many people can meet the top players. Now, imagine using the X app. You can be sitting in India or in Southeast Asia on a 3G connection with our collaboration with Improbable.
I'm not sure if you've intentionally alluded to Elon Musk's app or our
Your
X
app.
portal.
Your app. His app is still TBD, right? It's coming soon after the self-driving cars. But the point is, you know, the app we're talking about here with Portal, now imagine you could click a link or a button on that app, instantly jump into a crowd of tens of thousands of people speaking with their own voices, which we can do, right? All loving the game, meeting players, interacting together, being able to make micropayments easily, being able to earn money, remove money out. Maybe you're a moderator inside that experience. We know that that will be transformative for these industries because we're working with them now and they're already talking about where that value can go. And the pieces you need to do that are you need the experience, which our collaboration is building. You need the infrastructure to bring value in and out, which I think Elrond is the Multiverse X is the absolutely best platform to do that in. And then you're able to create real value. And this isn't something that we're speculating on. Customers and companies are coming to us right now asking for these things.
And what I will add is that the entire conversation of what will unfold in what we are doing is that we're taking this idea and making it a reality today.
Now. Yeah.
Not in 10 years, not when VR will be ready, not when AR will be ready, which is cool. Like, these technologies will be extremely valuable at some point. When they're ready, even with them, we'll want to integrate, interoperate, if they want to abide by some clear open principles that will be available. But the key question is, indeed, thinking for 1 second that you could access from anywhere in the world, a type of experience that would be just simple learning differently with super important or relevant people. Imagine that you could attend, for instance, a lecture by a Nobel laureate, and you can interact there. He's in that place with you, you can see something, you can learn something in a completely new way. Now, the fact that on top of the interaction, whether it's with friends, whether it's with people in a classroom, whether it's for businesses, the fact that you can do that and on top of that have payments or other sophisticated interactions as a rail embedded in it, that's absolutely incredible.
And you want to propose more than an experience. You want to propose a tool for the community to build this kind of experience, right?
Exactly, right? I mean, and I don't know how much, you stop me if we reveal too much here, right? So you got
No, let's go.
But you know,
people will definitely discover a lot more today than they should have.
Well, you stop me, but you know, it's important to talk about the gulf in capability between our collaboration and everybody else. So I want to come back to that number again, right? The best experience you can commercially buy today handles only 10,000 messages on the back end. This is the most important metric.
That's why you want 10,000 people at the same time connected.
No, if you want 10,000 people, you need 1 billion messages a second on the back end, right?
Okay.
Which we're able to do.
Changes the
Not the same
conversation a
challenge,
bit.
right?
We're able to do. And if you want those 10,000 people to all buy something or interact with permanent, persistent data at the same time, you're not going to achieve that on some shitty blockchain that does like five transactions a second. Okay. You may as well mail in your order, dial up the phone, and do it, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work. And better yet, you know, this is the point. There are talkers and there are builders. And the talkers get all the attention, and the builders build, right? And so the practical problems in realizing these experiences, and we've been doing this now for years, and we're going to do more together. You heard yesterday on the trailer what you're going to see on the 10th. You're going to get to actually experience this, right? But each piece, each subtle piece has to be solved in order to build something of actual value. And that's what I think this collaboration is really going to unlock.
As we've touched on this, the entire point was that we could essentially each build different paths that at some point would converge and would work to some extent. But the key point is that the opportunity for a collaboration is so large when you have multiple breakthroughs, not only the social interaction, massive multiplayer interaction, but then the simplicity of an app that can enable that.
Everything.
And then the blockchain underpinning, the fabric underpinning this entire experience. This essentially enables us for the first time to come to a simple or clear use case where I could say that everything that we're doing with education can be completely rethought, from like opening a website on the internet.
Education is the target for you? Education is the main word, right?
Education is one thing that we'll definitely begin with, but what I'm saying is, compared to even the best versions that we've had on the internet, when you can create an experience with presence, not immersiveness. You could also touch on immersiveness later, but with presence.
That will be my next question. You want in the near future to propose something with more virtuality?
Yeah, so to be really clear on this technically, we actually can do VR now. One of the biggest VR games in the world launched based on our old tech. The technology required to support very realistic interactions in VR has a lot of similarities to the technical problems you need to solve in supporting very dense virtual environments. Nobody wants it. You know, what customers want right now is mass accessibility. If Macron is going to do a talk in the metaverse, he doesn't need only to talk to people in VR headsets, you know? He wants to talk to everybody on their phones, wherever they are.
And the problem with that is that there are 5 people with headsets.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the entire market. It's not like we would not love to use the headset today.
Yeah.
It's awesome to use the headset, but bring some more people in. This is why X-Portal is critical to the entire discussion, because just as with the internet, if you have a network, but only the smartest people in the world, like 5 people, the army, the universities, and so forth, can use that network, you won't have a market. With the browser, something else emerged. This is what X-Portal should do for the metaverse, in a way that everything we're building, every experience has 1,000 times more value once you can onboard the people and offer them these opportunities.
There's an interesting, I think, dovetail angle on that, which is one of the things I've been most impressed by in our conversations is most blockchain providers that I've spoken to, they are desperately embedded with the delusion that the average consumer cares about crypto. They want to expose the dynamics of the blockchain to the underlying consumer. They want them to care if they're on this chain or that chain. And I think one of the most powerful things about the app, about thinking at a higher level, about focusing on the user experience, is we recognize that the chain is a tool, right? And that the average person, the football fan or the person jumping into that world, they just want a great experience. And I think having a portal, having a browser, I mean, it's almost like asking consumers to, like, you know, use Telnet to, you know, do websites. Right?
There was a time for that.
There was a time, right? You know, and I think there's a lot of hubris in the crypto space, and that hubris is going away. And relationships like this one make sense. I also encourage, if you guys are wanting to talk more about VR, I know later today we have, of course, Phil, who started Second Life. Very interesting views on VR and on its applicability and lack of applicability to a lot of these things.
10 December. It is a scalability test. It is a glimpse of what you're able to technically push. That's not like that. million transaction for 10,000 people. Benjamin, can you push 1 million transaction on it?
The key point here is this. So we want to emphasize 2 points here. One, that the frontier of what can be built and what this idea means is absolutely extraordinary.
It is a publical, technical test.
But the first steps need to be very anchored in reality. You cannot jump in the eternal city tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Rome cannot be built from one day to another. You want to make progress, and then this is why it's called a first glimpse. You get to experience, you get to warm up, you get to share feedback, you get some ideas.
Anyway, you can't do it in intern because you need 10,000 people.
Yes.
Well, hopefully you guys can bring some friends, right? We need, you know, but I think it's more than a test because it's an experience. And I think what it should do for all of you, if you're part of it, is it'll give you a very, very important experience that we've had that's been transformative for us. When you feel what it's like to be in a crowd, a large crowd, and we hope we can, you know, hit 10,000 or more if you guys attend, it's magical. You know, you're in a group of people who are present, who are all there. And all of this talk of the metaverse being about a Zoom meeting with 4 people, I mean, come on, like, who the hell needs that, right? That's not magical. That's not wondrous. You know, I think if I had, you know, one criticism for some of the other stuff happening, it's just boring. And I know we're going to have Nicole here later from Yuga. The possibilities also when you go beyond one experience, the connecting them together, so exciting, and something that takes a very forward-looking mindset to achieve, which I'm really happy to be collaborating with you guys because you guys have it.
In your target, in this first glimpse, users will be able to communicate or only just be connected 10,000 at the same time?
100% communicate.
You can also
Really?
Yeah.
we built.
We should not give too much because
Too much. We shouldn't give too much, but there's some stuff that's
Yes.
already public. This is not a smoke and mirrors test. This is a system handling billions of messages a second. You'll be able to speak, you'll be able to talk. I'm not going to tell you anything else you'll be able to do, but those two things we can say. Don't swear though, because we'll kick you out. We have an automated. No, it's fine.
And one last point that maybe I'll make to all the conversations that I think the Minister of Romania was very, very crisply pointing out, is that with all this power comes great responsibility.
Hugely.
Making sure that there is something that looks simple, but it's so fundamental and changes the entire conversation, such as direct and full ownership embedded in it. That there is this type of freedom embedded in the creation of a new world means that there's a distinct direction where you can create communism, a world for communism, and this would be metaverses that do not have blockchain embedded in it. And then a world where you really have what we've discovered to be extraordinarily useful, and then can now encode in a digital form and put it at the base of such a world. So having this type of responsibility toward what we are trying to create is fundamental and will immediately, as this becomes available, change the perspective of what it would mean, just as the first country having freedom, a declaration of independence and so forth, changed the perspective of what communism meant and why it could not work. Because once you have a benchmark of something that can take off, then you're starting to wonder, why are we doing this other thing? Because it doesn't work, obviously.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Technically, and I'm talking about blockchain point of view, actually the multiverse network, the capacities of the network is already operational for this experience, or you will need more shard, you will need to deploy new things for that?
This is the beauty of Elrond and now Multiverse X, that we've built a network that is dynamically adaptive.
Yeah.
Now, this part is very little understood. Most people that have built blockchains that they say are sharded have one shard. They've never solved the problem of sharding.
How many for 10,000 people and for this million transaction? How many new shards you will have to open?
The really good
We'll see.
the really good thing also is
But this is a nice problem to have, right?
Yeah. Yes.
This is the steps that are adding value to the conversation. And when something like this appears, again, it contrasts everything that exists out there, where you, for instance, see that 5 transactions, 7 transactions, 15 transactions, or even 100, they will not solve nothing for you to be able to build on.
But what's also quite fascinating about this collaboration is the pragmatism of understanding what information should be on a blockchain and what information should be on caches and other kinds of services. Like, there are too many maximalists who want to use a tool for a purpose it wasn't intended.
One and only one tool.
Exactly. For everything, which doesn't make sense. And so one of the things that we are heavily leaning on the expertise of the Multiverse X team on is actually the close collaboration as we build out the network of metaverses on how to think about what problems are best put on a blockchain, what problems are best put on other kinds of services, what problems should be concealed from the customer and made easy using the app. So this kind of approach, like, pragmatism beats idealism in this space. And there are just too many companies that are maximalist on one thing or another thing. I also really admire the fact, I think in our conversations, despite being so focused on building the best chain you can, there's also recognition that there are multiple chains out there. Interoperability between them is important. Operating in a way that allows for people to have a pragmatic answer is important. And that's why we chose to work together.
The key point that sort of recenters the gravity of the conversation on what matters, is how can we onboard the next billion people? Like, I, at the end of the day, incidentally care about building the blockchain, building the app, building the worlds, and so forth, because this enables us to make that breakthrough. If we have that wave, then everyone will be able to build cooler applications, better opportunities being accessible, and so forth. If we have 1 million users, 1,000 users, as there are with VR and so forth, that's not an opportunity you can work with. So this is why it's not as much about what we're building, because what we're building is awesome, and we're putting our lives in this. This is extremely important, but it's important because it unlocks this opportunity, and this is why it will always be a guiding principle for us to look much broader. We've solved this problem. Now, what's really needed? Why is it not happening? Yeah. This is why the portal is needed. This is why the worlds are needed. And this is why a collaboration like this sets a different kind of premise for the vision to unfold.
And there's pragmatism also to the way in which we think about the community and the network. Like, we're not building this in a way that's adversarial with other projects. You're going to hear today from from Yuga and from the scale of what they're doing, and everything is interoperable. X worlds, you'll be able to take assets, bring users, take users in. That creates a much more compelling opportunity for investment into the network for everybody. And I also am really encouraged.
I think this thing, people have not yet at all internalized.
Yeah, it's like so powerful.
What interoperability means when you have other extremely fascinating potential partners.
Yeah,
that's
it adds.
Because when we are talking about interoperability in the blockchain field, is basically communicating between different blockchain.
No. Yeah. We're talking even bigger than that. We're talking interoperability of experience. So you can take your avatar from an X world.
Yeah.
You click a button, and you can move to another X world.
Yeah.
Or you could move into, say, Paris Saint-Germain's Metaverse. And you bring your avatar with you. We have this working now.
Just
right?
the fact to have the same balance in the real life.
Exactly.
That you can spend your money, but also have this same balance in another video game, another experience. Yes. And that's why I really think we can bring, the goal is not to propose one experience with few tools, but it's to propose a sandbox with the different ingredients that every people will be able to create its own world, with its own experience, and take some tools, some bricks of payment, communication, interaction.
You get it, but it's also about maximizing the value of every asset sold in every X world. If you buy a piece,
stop sharing all the information.
Oh, I want it too much. I want it too much. If you get involved with X worlds in whatever way that might be, without revealing, and you stop me if I go too far. I'm here to leak. That's my job. If you believe and commit, then you don't only have to believe and commit in the delivery of one developer or one partnership. You are supported by every partnership, by every developer, right? And this concept of a union is very new in this space, and it's something that I think embracing is going to make this community even more valuable. The clapping, so that's something, you know.
What can I say?
You guys really like this guy. Shit, he's convinced me too. Damn, like, you know.
That's the end. We have no more time. Thank you. Thanks for all of this answer. And see you later. And we are waiting you at the 10th December, right?
Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Please. Je m'assois où?
Là où tu veux, mon grand.
Ok. Ok.
Hello, everybody.
Sir Moderator.
Good. Anywhere. Please sit down. Good morning. Good morning. Bonjour. All right, everybody. My name is Danilo. I'm from the Morningstar Ventures team. And today we have an amazing panel. 3 very French and very strong entrepreneurs on the panel here. Very excited to have them here and to learn with them how Web3 and the Metaverse is going to impact the French ecosystem. On my left here, we have Owen Simonin, Monsieur Asher. I believe everybody knows him by now, of course. We have Monsieur David Princet, the managing director of Binance France. And then on the end, we have Monsieur Fabrice Dautria from Ledger. He's the head of platform and developer ecosystem. So, very good. Amazing. All right, we're going to get started actually with David. I believe your office is just across the street, right?
Yeah.
How was the walk this morning? Good?
It was a lot of traffic.
Oh, really? All right. Great. All right, so Binance, of course, huge name in the ecosystem, always since the history of Elrond. So that's really amazing to have you here. We had the conversation yesterday on the stage. We had Jean-Noël Barrot, the French Minister of Digital Transformation for the French government. And he talked about how much he and the government are pushing the crypto ecosystem here in this country, right? You guys have done the same with Binance. I think it's really amazing to see what you have done in the short time of space since you've bet on France. So my question to you, on behalf of everybody here, is what do you think are the implications both on a short term and long term for this push in the French ecosystem for crypto?
I think we reach a critical first phase where we can say that first phase is activated and second phase is now in process and in progress. And the success of the second phase will be key. On the first phase, it was about attracting good company, competitive ecosystem inside France. But now we need to arise and we need to create the app, the element, having the companies that implement themselves beautifully. And I would say that first phase was more about those big protocol and big ecosystem like us, but also competitors. Second phase is going to be about the vivacity and the economical growth potential of the startup in France that need now to prove something to those ecosystem. So it's going to change the game, and it's also a challenge. We don't need to say, like, you can succeed in one phase and lose the other one, and at the end of the day, you're going to lose the game. So now it's critical to have like the next phase that implements itself beautifully.
Amazing. What is phase 3? That's quite intriguing here.
Maybe a movie.
Okay, I guess we will not get to know this today, but thank you so much. All right, the next question is for Fabrice. Where are we today with this process, with this stage, right? So David told us what the plan is for Binance, but where do you think the French ecosystem stands as of now?
Well, the French ecosystem as a whole has a lot of champions in Web3 today already. And just look at the guys here, okay, you all know them. But the fact that Binance is actually investing so much in France right now is actually a proof that Paris is a place to be right now. We have already a lot of dApps that are French-based. Some of them are DeFi-oriented, other ones are more NFT-oriented. And I think there is a deeply rooted philosophy in France about freedom and self-ownership. So all of these values that we always talk about when we talk about Web3 and the Metaverse, we can actually feel them very profoundly anchored in the French spirit. The implications, as you asked just before, I think are really, really important for the decades to come. If we screw this up, we will lose again, like we lost with the internet, a few decades ago. So it's really important that we play this right, and this means that we should not, restrict innovation. And everyone I heard talking is actually saying the same thing. Okay, everyone is like, yes, we are still experimenting. There is not a single product right now that is fully, ready for mass adoption. So it's still an experiment, and I believe it will remain an experiment for maybe the next 5 or 10 years still. What's important is that we do not restrict experimentation. And so right now it's all about letting people try and maybe fail, but at least let them try.
Understood. Interesting. May I actually follow up on this question, still with you, Fabrice? What do you think could be better at the moment with the French ecosystem? What's missing? Like, what improvements could there be that could speed up this growth here in the French ecosystem?
So, first of all, I think we need to think more widely. Maybe not just France. Maybe Europe is a better, playing field. At least that's the way I see it. Maybe some people will disagree. And it's all about education. I think it's the Romanian minister that said it just earlier. The people actually making the decisions, they usually don't understand what they're talking about. And the first reflex of people don't understanding something is actually to say, no, it's dangerous. And when you hear about people talking about crypto, it's always the same. It's absolutely scammy, it's just to rob people, and it's all the Ponzi scheme. Obviously, we know it's not the case, and it's our role to educate. So what we could do better in France is actually accelerate on this effort to teach our political representatives, to talk to them, to let them know that this is the way we see things. And when we actually talk about the values and not really the projects, I don't think any reasonable people could actually be opposed to these values in a democratic world. So everyone should agree to that. And the problem is really, how do we make them understand that the technology is not inherently bad? It's actually not the case. It's just technology. Look at what happened with Tornado Cash and all these topics. We are having right now a very important, we are at a cornerstone, I would say, where it's important that we explain to the political leaders that the world of tomorrow needs to be better than the world of yesterday. And if we don't make this right now, well, we will not only lose in France and Europe, but we might actually be creating the world that we don't want, the exact opposite of the world we want.
Very interesting. I think I would love to get Owen's take on this as well, because I believe you have founded 2, 3, or even 4 blockchain startups in France.
Yeah.
Below 25, by the way, just a small anecdote here. So what were the challenges and what could be better? What's the infrastructure like? What would be your wishes for founders?
Do you know why it's the most important platform an enterprise wants to set up an office in France?
I do not.
Because France is a passport for the whole European Union. That's why France is so important, and that's why, yes, we are leader in a lot of subjects that went free. We have to understand that it's a good thing to be a passport, because when you are regulated in France, you can operate in the whole European Union, yes, but we can do a lot of things better. For example, fiscality. Actually, in France, fiscality is not attractive. I'm not talking about putting a better fiscality for this year's only, or for 2 or 5 years, just for the beginning of this technology. We have to be attractive because people have to build something here and start here in France. But actually, if we would need to focus on something very important, that will be the European regulation. That's why I'm also okay for saying that we have to educate the regulator. Because we are not talking about regulate cryptocurrencies, blockchain, Web3, or Metaverse. No, that's bullshit. We are talking about regulate interaction between European users to the blockchain. Because if tomorrow we ban Bitcoin, proof of work, Web3, or I don't know, we will not regulate and put an interdiction on this field. We will just regulate and put a ban between European Union and this technology. The blockchain, it's impossible to stop. People will continue to use it to create solutions, to create interaction, and with or without European users, we will develop this technology. And later, when we will realize that we are losing a lot of time, we will say, okay, as internet, we have to change our position. We lost a lot of time, and time is money today, but also in this evolution and in this different technology. That's why we have to be more attractive. We have to continue to educate. It's a good thing to see our government say, yes, now we are talking about cryptocurrencies. Now we are understanding that blockchain is the future, and we have to take an important part on it. But we also have to propose a real legal frame to enable entrepreneurs to take some risk. We need to take some risk. We need people to take this risk, to create solution on this technology and to try something. That's why we need a better legal frame, I think.
Wow, amazing. So if you would say, please a round of applause. The next question was going to be for you, Owen, and I wanted to ask you whether you think France is ready, yes or no, in terms of adopting these new technologies. I believe you've covered, to a certain extent, your answer already, and I believe no country in the world is yet ready to embrace all this new technology and this new creativity that can come from these products, right? How do you feel that the actual builders are able to tap into the ecosystem and what resources do they have and what is missing in France that can foster and improve the speed of this adoption?
So it's funny because I will just go back to my last question, because the most famous and genius French builder on blockchain field leaves the country.
He left the country.
He left the country, sorry. Yeah,
Maybe you know his name?
No, but it's more a list of names than a name. But I think they can come back here because we also have a lot of tools. But yes, that is a problem. In France, we need just more. We just need the right to take some risk. We need the right to try, to fail, and to try it again. We are, in a position that we have to, but we have no visibility. We need a lot of legal interpretation, and sometimes we are doing something and we don't know if we have the right or not. I will give you an example, just mining. Today, the same entrepreneur as me 5 years ago, I can create this company. And we can create 100 new posts in France in this technology. That's why we need more visibility, not only to have the right or not to do something. It's the regulation, that's not the question today, but we just need to know what is possible and where we can go today to build and what will be out of access tomorrow. Actually, we have a lot of questions about DeFi, for example, NFTs, that for the moment, it's impossible to say if it's risky or not to create a business, to make a fundraising. It's a lot of engagement. When you are raising money, you have to deliver something. You have to, especially in the blockchain field, everything is around trust. You will ask to your community a funding, some money, and you will build a solution for that. If you are building something, but you can't have this guarantee that tomorrow you will be able legally to distribute it, you can take this risk, and you prefer, because entrepreneurs have to take the risk on the market, not only on the regulation. That's why just a bit more visibility, and for the moment we are starting to go in this way. So everything is not to change, everything don't need to change today, but yes, I think we have to accelerate this way with the government, and we have to continue to propose a more clear legal frame and to go in this way.
I will have some reserve on that because we are all French around this table, and you got to just see a very French display of the risk appetite that we have. Let's imagine that the legal framework of NFT is unclear, which is unclear a little bit everywhere in the world, actually. Some entrepreneur can raise funds and say, but the risk is that the legal framework is unclear. Yes. And the venture capitalist that's going to invest on that knows it. The better they're going to average the time to market to this kind of legal risk. Here, we want visibility before stepping in. We have a big risk aversion, and we want to know the 2 or 3 or 4 steps forward. We need also to a little bit get rid of that. It's good as well that strong French entrepreneur leaves the country after a certain scale. It shows that we are a good incubator. Maybe to maintain big corporation or big system, we are less, but the context and just seeing champion rising and then leaving will make us to make them come back. Life is about adjustment. So right now, I would say that the challenge, and it has always been, and it has been the example with Ledger, but with Sorare as well, with you and as well, is to be able to create the next champion. So you were the first generation, and we all know that there's going to be a second and a third and a fourth generation. And we need to create those kind of generation. But for this, there is two things that, that French is missing, in a way. The first one is that since 30 years, French was not the leader of a lot of international companies that came and implant in France. It was French actors that were leader of their market, big banks, big actors, etc. Meaning that basically French systems, only French know how it works. Only French know how to make it operative. Employment, tax, all those kind of systems are very unreadable for foreign companies that come and set up. It looks AV. It's still not a plug-and-play nation in the sense where you can create a company in UK more simply. You have administrative facility everywhere. So those kind of elements need to be fixed as well if we want France to stay the leader, to attract and then gather. The second element is we need the French people that develop on blockchain, etc., to become global. So we didn't do how to do it in Web 2, so please don't apply the same methodology to Web 3. Admit that the way we try to do it the next 5 years, or the last 5 years, were the wrong way. Be humble, travel, go see the different parts of the world and their different vision of the blockchain. How could you be an actor of blockchain if you are not just a French actor? You need to be aware. And the next element is also be active inside the community of blockchain. And the community of blockchain, so we spoke a lot about community, etc. But community interact in different kind of channel. You know, the people that have developed a layer on top of Uniswap were on the community of Uniswap. So if you are aware, if you discuss a lot without any barrier, if you travel, etc., you're going to find the next trend emerge, you're going to be on the top of the wave. If you stay in France trying to solve French problem about a French point of view, I'm sorry, we are going to be the leader of the French, maybe.
Very interesting also that you mentioned Web 2. That's the field that I originally come from. And I think we've seen tremendous success for Web 2 startups from France. Algolia, Dailymotion, companies that have grown in France and then moved to the Valley and been adopted worldwide. So I guess you guys at Ledger have actually already paved the path forward with being a very international product that obviously services anybody in the world, right? So I believe that's exactly what we should do. If I may add the fact that all of you are French, I'm Italian and I can say I wish in Italy we had any ecosystem at all, right? So I believe France is definitely, amongst a few others in Europe, at the forefront of adopting this blockchain technology, which is really awesome. And I think the main also topic of today that we wanted to cover is the metaverse, right? Because it's this notion that sometimes gets misinterpreted or misunderstood. It's still very fresh. So I was curious to understand, how do you guys believe an ecosystem, a government actually, could benefit from a concept like the metaverse? Owen, do you want to go first?
That's very complex because it's very large. It's like internet or blockchain. Answers are multiple to this question. I really appreciate the way that Benjamin saw the first application of Elrond on that, because I think education is an important subject, because I like this subject personally, but that will be in different way. As we know, blockchain as just a technological layer that will change the world of sports, music, finance, communication, everything. So it's impossible to answer exactly to your question. But I think we need to understand two things. The first thing is, it's not possible. We have some material and technical unlock, so VR headset, but also phones, internet. We can easily access to this world everywhere in the world. And the second thing is, the second technical unlock, virtual uniqueness, digital uniqueness. Because of blockchain, we can create something virtual and add value on it. That's why virtual worlds are not traditional video game world because we can take part and we can hold a small part of this virtual world. This both technical unlock enable us to have the all ingredient to build the perfect experience. Metaverse, Web3, etc. Same thing on the Web 1, 2, and 3. Web 1, interaction, and we can read something. Web 2, we can read and write something. And Web 3, read, write, and own something virtual. But now we will need a lot of different use cases. And we have, I think, to start by a simple case. Because we always want to bring everything in the single time, and we will have to try something. We will have to fail, to keep a lesson in mind to this fail, and to propose a solution. Some very obvious applications for me are around vote, around digital identity. I'm pretty sure the DID will change a lot of things. Compliance process, also a problem of the regulation, holding its own identity on my ledger. That's what I wish to do. But also authentication, I think that will be one of the most obvious and near accessible use case that we can do in this world.
Very interesting. I actually would like to go with Fabrice next, because you mentioned ownership, then you mentioned data. We have a very important product in the Elrond ecosystem, Ethereum, who actually works with identity in the metaverse. When it comes to ownership, Fabrice, how do you think, how is Ledger thinking about this? How can users own a piece of the metaverse in a secure way?
So the first answer is to say that we look at it from a very agnostic perspective, because no one knows exactly what the metaverse will be next. We all have ideas. I heard a lot of people talking about virtual worlds. Maybe it's not even that. I don't know. Maybe it's more around e-commerce and a change of e-commerce. Maybe it will be something completely new that we never thought about. Just keep in mind that 15 years ago, no one would have imagined, or maybe some people, but everybody thought they were crazy, that you would be spending your Saturday night chilling around, looking at Netflix. That was not possible 15 years ago. No one could imagine it. So I don't know what the future will bring. I think no one knows. So that's why we must not restrict innovation. We need to let people try, fail, try again, and maybe succeed. But one thing is clear, and it's again around the values. What Owen said is actually right. The main difference between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3 is that now you can own a piece of digital asset, something scarce. And it could be your identity, definitely. That's something Ledger is looking into. But it could be, NFTs or art. It could be swords in video games. It could be anything that you can think of. It could be just tokens to access specific, events, or even promo code on some websites. So all of this, we look at it from one angle and one angle only, which is if it's not decentralized and if it's not secure, it will not change Web 2. So if you have exactly the same experience, but it's decentralized and now you really own your data, now we can call it Web 3 in some way. If it's just around, having virtual world, I was already playing World of Warcraft, 10 years ago, and it was great, and it still works great. So why change? If there is not this added value of self-ownership and decentralization, and also governance, maybe that's the next big thing, well, what's the point? And really, Ledger is looking at it from this angle, okay? We are very humble in the way we look at it. We don't know what the metaverse is or will be. We just say, let's look at it and let's not make the same mistake. One thing around regulation, I don't know if you know, but Apple is changing its developer guidelines, specifically around NFTs. It's causing Ledger a lot of problem because we do support NFT on our products, and we have to take a close look at what is now available on iOS. If we don't move fast enough by making clear what the new rules are, what the new principles are, the big Web 2 actors will define them for us. And that's the big issue now. I mean, the Google and Amazon and Apple of this world, they will define what is allowed on Web 3, and that's not the world I want to be in.
The social network as well.
And social network, exactly, absolutely. Totally right.
All I can think of by looking at you is how can I own these amazing Binance sneakers in a secure way in the metaverse on Ledger, right?
Handmade one.
Nice.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, well, okay, so we talked a lot about, though, how this impacts users, right? How important is the metaverse for Binance specifically? I think everybody's curious.
It's very important, but for now, we are like everyone. We are observing what happened and what are the progress inside Metaverse. For now, sadly to say, no one really know what Metaverse is. Everybody use the term without even really understanding what it means. I'm very glad that you spoke about World of Warcraft and all this kind of thing, because my theory is that Metaverse exists since a long time. Metaverse is just a virtual space where people spend time. After, with a headset, with a keyboard, with a screen, etc., we don't care. It's where a community meet and act, interact, etc. So all the MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, etc., could be considered as a metaverse. And as you said, since 10, 15 years, we didn't own any data and it was okay. So we need now to understand, and we need not the community to define what is the thing that they want to own, what is the kind of experience that have value for them, etc., to be able to go to the next step. Right now, everyone is very exploratory, and everyone is making his theory, meta included. We need now to define, to confirm the theory, and we need also the community to take a stance, in a way. But for this, we need the good experience. You know, iPhone gave the right device for internet to grow and for Web 2. You didn't order a Uber from your desktop. You order a Uber from your iPhone, from your smartphone. We need the tool of the metaverse. What will it be? Will it be a headset? Will it be another one? I'm not here to define it. Will it be a ledger? Connected to a headset? Connected to... I don't know yet. But we need those kind of elements to be implemented, to be able to then explore, grow, and put the metaverse into the spotlight.
Yeah, very interesting. My next question is for you, Asher. I believe there's a commonality that everybody says the metaverse is coming, but at the same time, everybody doesn't want to commit or describe it too accurately. So nobody really knows how it will actually look. There's actually a movie called Ready Player One, which maybe showcases in the best form how the metaverse will look like. So my question for you is, how do you think it will look like, and what sort of application do you think will enable us to actually experience the metaverse firsthand?
I just changed my mind to the last panel, because I realized that if we need an headset and if we need a complete immersion, we will not propose the metaverse to everyone. But my first definition of the metaverse is, yes, it's a new world, but it's not only a question of story, like World of Warcraft, of League of Legends world. It's more than this. It's also an interaction. The first time when I played to Oculus, I was playing with my IT officer, and I was trying for the first time my headset, I take the control of my character, and I remember we are playing in a zombie video game. We have to kill some zombie. So I remember the first moment where I understood that virtual reality, not metaverse, virtual reality is powerful. That was a moment I just opening a bomb and I make a fail. You know, it's not a bomb in France, in Grenade.
It's a
grenade.
A grenade.
Yeah.
Easy. Yes. So, and I just want to open it and I make a fail.
Yeah.
So the grenade just fall between my leg and I saw my friend. In the headset, I just moved my head and I saw my friend, and the character of my friend said, just that. I feel more than a word, more than a sound. That was the context, the situation. That was very funny. Not only because we are playing to the video game and I failed with my bomb, no. Because I feel that my friend saw me as a noob in a new video game and just realized that, oh God, this noob. This situation, this context changed everything. I think for me, metaverse will be also a question of inclusion, yes, but also of immersion. It's not just a video game. We have World of Warcraft and we have a lot of very good video games that you can spend your time with a community. But we need to go a bit further. We need to interact. We need to feel other people more than a hangout call, or we need really to interact with non-language talk, it's called the non-verbal things. That will be the different, and I think we can communicate with the different technology today, but also with value that's now able by blockchain thing and tokenization, etc.
So you mentioned different technology. That's my next question for the panel here. So Fabrice and David, you jump in, whoever wants to add here. We talk about tools, right? And we have a lot of builders here in the room, a lot of founders aspiring to build great companies on Elrond, on Multiverse X. So what are the tools available, either by Binance or by Ledger or by the ecosystem, that can help developers, try to build something in the metaverse?
Yeah. Do you go first?
No, go ahead.
So on our end, what we provide, and one of my colleagues just earlier said it, it's really we're trying to give any developers, whether it is on Elrond or in any blockchain, the capacity to leverage ledger technology to build whatever they want. That's really the guiding principle. We're not here to restrict or to judge which project is valid or is not. And so it might be a video game or something VR related where at some point ledger technology will be involved. I'd love that, but there are use cases that are not really linked to video games, like you talked about social networks. Yeah. A decentralized social network where you can actually own your data, maybe not all your tweets, but maybe just, we already know about profile pictures, but it could be much more, like my list of friends. Secured by Ledger would be something interesting. So what we do is we provide a set of tools through a dev portal and a lot of different APIs that you can use to actually try stuff and build something. Now, what will you build? Honestly, it's not up to me to say. It's really to the builders to actually try something. Yeah. And we'll see what results. But to me, what I get from these discussions around the metaverse is a branch of people are really into this virtual reality thing, which honestly I'd love to see, just because I'm a fan of the movie. But I also think that Ready Player One is just one way to look at it. A decentralized social network with a flat screen on your mobile phone, like you're doing today, is just as much a metaverse as a virtual world would be, as long as it's interconnected with other services. So I want to be able to have my identity on a decentralized Twitter and then reuse it in a virtual World of Warcraft-like video game. And the fact that it's all interoperable is really what makes it powerful. Ledger is not here to, needs to be here at every corner to be securing every single potential dApps, basically.
Understood. I believe you would like to expand?
There is a multiple frame where Binance operates. The first one is the most evident one on the exchange. Most of the biggest metaverse inside Binance are represented inside Binance. Decentralized, Elrond, and all those elements are tokens that you can acquire. And you can play the game of liquidity on this. We have one of the biggest liquidity. It helps the project to expand. This is the first panel. The second panel is more derivative. It's about the technologies that we put on top. Trust Wallet, BNB Chain, all those kind of ecosystems that we help and that we also own. And Trust Wallet is open source technology. So they are reusable. And they are compatible with not only BNB Chain, but a whole mainframe of Explorer. And after, there is the accompaniment to the startup, which is, for me, a little bit the problem of French people. French people will try to go always on the third axis, where basically you're going to have it if you complete the first two missions in a way. You cannot come and say, I have an idea I want to discuss with you. No. You have to have an ID. You have to have a good execution. You have to have a good team. You have to have a good community. You have to have a whole round set of parameters that on the checklist shows that actually it's the right people with the right ID, with the right mind, at the right moment that are in front of us. And this is something that is key. To make that happen, you cannot just come with an ID. You have to come, compare, listen to your community, be an actor of community, etc., to be there. So, for me, we, as an actor of the ecosystem, also gave an impact. When we came to France, a lot of VC, a lot of elements looked at company in France, not only us, but a lot of other VCs, Switzerland VCs that didn't use to invest into Parisian startup, decided to go there and decided to implement themselves. We saw some case in Station F. So we have this indirect and direct approach to it.
Amazing. I believe that there's actually a number of projects within the Elrond Multiverse X ecosystem who are either in the first stages of building a metaverse and are making land sales and are really trying to build something important and creative. And yeah, hopefully one day these will be able to integrate with Ledger and have their users' assets in a secure way. One day maybe they will join one of your incubators, or they will come say hi. Maybe one day be listed on Binance, we never know. And obviously, Asher, if you could educate people about these projects and what goes on in the metaverse here in France, I believe the whole community will appreciate. So, Fabrice, thank you so much. David, amazing, great stuff. Owen, great. All right, guys, that's it. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Right, good stuff. Nice. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you.
Every single bit of life, everything we've ever known, and everyone we've ever met, all started from a single point. A speck, a flicker, a single cell of life. But what is life, if but a brief, stubborn wonder? A dim light, a spark at times, pointing to an ever larger scope and scale, about to expand to a new world, one founded and sustained by the bursting force of imagination. This world we now call the Metaverse. Could we at once capture the essence of a universe encompassing the entire observable cosmos, but also the metaverse encompassing myriad digital realms, rearranging them with one word, not as opposites or replacements, but as a harmonious, expanding, complementary whole? We believe we can and must. This we call the multiverse. It is said, in the beginning, there was a word of such strength and vigor that it could sharply set a rare creation moment in motion. The beginning of a vast world of worlds. The opening of a portal between worlds and the forging of the very fabric securing it all. This is our new challenge, our new vision, our expansion and transformation. This new dawn we call Multiverse X.
When I found love, reach for today. Though I'm far away, your fantasy I love, just can't get enough. May not be everywhere I go. miss your love when I'm far away in another place. Hearted out to move, but just as your pillow, waiting for your love. You in all the ways, in another place. All I'm thinking of, just can't get enough.
This is Haven Colony. I repeat, this is Haven Colony. Do you copy? We're dangerously low on supplies. Enough to last a week, but if the power's gone, we're dead. I repeat, we are dead. The sentries are coming in waves now, and they're killing our defenses. We only got one. Okay. This is Skyjack. Super fast, super powerful, and ready to fight the sentries. I've built a whole fleet of them, but we need pilots. I repeat, we need pilots. I'm calling all cloud breakers. Report to Haven at once.
unnecessary death, lying down for it, I am steady. The water's upside down, where did it go? Gravity, I am steady. I used to fall in your arms, they're closed now. I used to ask you what's next, I know you don't know now. I used to scream at the sky, begging you to calm down. I was reaching in the wrong direction. Setting sun, you can't run from it. Shooting gun, you can't outrun it. Turn around, now you're facing it now. Unnecessary death, I am down for it, I am steady. The water's upside down, where did it go? Gravity, I am steady. The sky is black and the cold grasses holding all the ones I love, they're gone now. So I walk alone and I thank you all for the space you gave. The light is in my hands. Setting sun, you can't run from it. Shooting gun, you can't outrun it. Turn around, now you're facing the no. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. Where did it go? Gravity, I am steady.
Y'all should have called me to work on the album earlier, man. We could have been making some crazy. Channel trace.
Let's go. When the bass slide and that city lights up. Low, high, and that shit lights up like when the bass slide and that city lights up. Low, high, and that shit lights up like boom, da-doom, boom, boom, da-doom, boom. Put your hands up. Boom, 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 boom. I'm a MC, BYOB. Bring your own bottles. VIP, MYOB. I run my own models. Lay back, move with the flow. So smooth when I step on the floor. Look back, Cadillac. Used to pull up in a red Volvo.
Let's make moves outside this club. Let's get out of here. About to make moves, get back to the hub. I gotta go back home.
Let's go. Try to catch the bass, and I slide on you. Try to catch your fade, but the slide won't know you. We up in the club, boats up in my cup. Got the whole city going up. Got the whole city going up. Out here acting up, no, we don't give a fuck. Got the whole city going up. Got the whole city going up.
Let's make moves outside this club. Let's get out of here. About to make moves, get back to the hub. I gotta go back home.
Got the whole city going up. 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 Let's go. trunk sound like the club. Old head walking by nine, yeah, he know what's up. That head got me thinking way ahead. Picket fences, family man, dental plans. With the fam now, we at the Dodger game. First base trying to bring you home again. What you think about? You and me and you and me and you and me. You and me, 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 you and me and you and me, you and me, you and me, you and me. All I know, ain't no me without you. All I know, ain't myself when you're not around. You feed my soul, my body's numb without you. No, I don't know. No, don't know. What it is. Only you and me and you and me and you and me. You and me, 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 you
Hi. Bonjour, friends. I'm Susie Batt, and I am lead crypto ecosystems at Opera Browser. I'm so overwhelmed because I think this is like the best dressed crypto conference I've ever been to. And and I don't know if that's because we're in Paris or because it's Elrond, but yeah, okay. But I'm so happy to be here. I got a little dressed up. I actually put a jacket on top of my hoodie. I just would first like to know how many of you here are devs building on Elrond. Great. So just to let you know how lucky you are, I just got back from DevCon in Bogota, and the hacking area for devs was actually in the parking garage of the facility. So this is as upmarket as I think I've ever seen, and you're being treated really well and nicely as I am too. So I'm so overwhelmed. I want to say thank you to Alex and Benjamin for having us and being such great partners. So today, this is a question I want you to kind of ask yourself, and then we'll answer it at the end. I want to talk about three things in this short time that I have with you. The first is this concept of Web 2.5. We hear a lot about Web 3, but why I don't think we're quite there yet, or why I think we're at this 2.5 point in our journey, and why I think Elrond and Opera is kind of pushing the needle, is that we haven't fully upended Web 2 infrastructure. So Web 2.5 really means we're sort of at this midway point, or an inflection point, where we're still using Web 2 infrastructure to access Web 3 assets. And we're doing that with the knowledge of both the infrastructure, the back end, like as our browser, and we've been around for 25 years, as well as the assets of DeFi, NFTs, social graphs, and soon digitized NFTs and music. I'd like to also talk a little bit about how Opera has moved this piece from 2.0 to Web 3. And we've just launched in January the Opera crypto browser. Now, many of you might remember from years ago the Red flagship browser, which is the Opera Red browser. We now have 4 products that are the Opera Mini browser, which is very popular in Africa because of its fast throughput and infrastructure in areas that don't have a lot of capacity for data throughput. We also have the Opera GX browser, which is a gaming browser, dedicated gaming browser. And we sandbox the Opera crypto browser to allow for this testing and ecosystem that will enable everything from natively resolved domains, IPFS, ENS, FIO, Unstoppable, and Handshake, and YATS included. We're thrilled to be a multi-wallet, to have a multi-wallet within the browser, as well as multi-chain. So regardless of what you prefer, you'll be able to come to the Opera crypto browser and toggle between different wallets, different domains that are natively resolved within the product. I have a little video for you to kind of explain that. And if you would push play. really excited. Thank you. Thank you. We're excited for this product because we think it is so well aligned with Elrond and Elrond's future. So the next announcement is our partnership with Elrond. Yeah. So thanks to Alex and his team and all of you devs here, you can now access eGLD within the Opera browser for Android today. Today it launched. So. I cannot forget to thank Sebastian, my colleague in Linköping, who heads up the team that really built this out in time for this fabulous celebration and conference today. So I have to say thanks. Always thank your devs. So Opera and Elrond, which we showcase today, you will need as devs to take the Opera, to take the toolkit and make sure that you finish the last mile and hook up the back end to that. So Opera is ready. Elrond will just update the toolkit, and you'll be set to go to have your dApps connected to our browser. The last thing I want to celebrate is the massive onboarding opportunity. And that is over our 4 platforms at Opera, we have over 350 million users around the world. This is an opportunity for all of you devs and entrepreneurs and problem solvers to connect to every part of the world where Opera operates. And we look forward to having more dApps connected and for Opera to grow incredibly in every corner of the earth, whether it's Africa or Asia or South America, to move together, Elrond and Opera, to realize this huge onboarding opportunity. Great, thank you so much. Thank you. Great.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? Good? Yeah? All right. So I'm super excited to be here. I don't know where to start. It was a long journey, 4 years, and ups and downs. Very exciting. So my name is Danilo. I'm from Morningstar Ventures. And luckily, I've had the opportunity to be involved and work, support the Elrond team. Today, as you know, they're called differently. So that was just one of the many ups and downs and changes and developments that I've had the pleasure to experience. So I will tell you a little bit today more about the story, how we met, how we launched things, how we work together. And so this is how we're going to start. Then later on, I will tell you a bit more about Morningstar Ventures, what we do, who we are, what our aims are, and how we want to support this community. After that, we have 6 announcements. So this is the announcement of the announcement. Very crypto. All right. And after that, we will try to finish the talk to talk about you guys, the builders, the founders, the developers. And I'd love to take this opportunity to share some advice, some pros and cons, and guidance on what we've seen in the market and how we've experienced the last few years investing in the Elrond Multiverse X ecosystem. All right, so this short timeline here pretty much describes and encompasses the last 4 years, or I would say of my life, because to a certain extent, this was a big part of my life. I met Benjamin in 2018, started working with the team about 6 months later. I'll go into more details in a second. Started staking my e-gold on just mining 2020, and then had the pleasure to meet the team and found Morningstar Ventures 2021, and then launched a bunch of products and started building as a builder on Elrond Multiverse X in 2022. This is where it all started. It was 2018. It was autumn, and I went to DEF CON in Prague. And usual networking, I go to this old building, similar setting like this, much smaller but quite intimate. And I happened to be at the Algorand meetup. Algorand is another layer 1 blockchain. And as I'm meeting all these people, all these builders, there is Benjamin that I had the pleasure to meet at the Algorand meetup. We had a chat. He was wearing a similar leather jacket to what he was wearing today. Might have even be the same one. We'll have to ask him. But it was instant something. It was instant admiration for his communication skills, for his personality, for his intelligence and humbleness. And we had a moment, as you would say. And we exchanged numbers, and we said we'll be in touch. I quickly told him what I do. At the time, I was primarily angel investing and then supporting and consulting blockchain projects. So he told me he was working with his brother on something paramountly special and disruptive. And that was it. I did my thing. I moved on. And then after a while, on February 8, 2019, so about 5 months later, I got this pitch from Benjamin. He wrote, "Dear Danilo, first of all, I wish you a Happy New Year, although it's February." That was quite interesting. But it caught my attention. And he said, "Elrond is a high-performance, user-friendly blockchain platform for deploying programmable money and unstoppable applications." We hopped on a call. We talked about the project. It was the middle of the bear market. You have to understand, this was all after the rally in 2017, huge correction in 2018. People were worried. They lost money. They were not so convinced about all these new projects coming up. But Benny had a drive that was very special. And so that kind of intrigued me to know more. I had already worked with other layer 1 blockchains, but there was something about this Elrond vision back then that really caught me. And so this is how I felt pretty much for 3 months, right? So I was a big Lord of the Rings fan, and we started going back and forth with Benjamin about what our relationship would look like. Benny wanted me to support in some areas. Primarily, it was fundraising, supposed to help him to catch the right investors and, amplify the message that he was spreading and bringing on strategic people on board of this journey. And I can tell you something, which is that back then already, he had this, these eyes, and I knew this was something different. And just yesterday, somebody asked me, what made you so bullish on the project, 4 years ago? There were a lot of things, but there was one thing which was pretty special for me, which was that Elrond felt more like a family. Benjamin was doing this with his brothers actually, and a very short, amount of other people. I had previously built the business with my brother, and I learned that the only people willing to go through crazy stuff in this experience might be brothers or people that you feel so close to that they feel like family, although they might not be family. So I really didn't want to miss this opportunity to work with the team. But Benny and the team, they were really a lean startup. And throughout this back and forth, Benjamin basically made me an offer to work with them, but I rejected it. So February 21st, 2019, I told Benny, thanks for your message. Unfortunately, I have to share that my proposal will not be possible as it deviates too much from my usual compensation. I was a businessman, so I had to. This was not a bluff, by the way. I thought that, you know. And then, luckily, things changed, and Benny, you know, told me that he was keen to work together. And long story short, we found a way to work together. And so I became an external consultant to the team on the fundraising side and supporting on the marketing and go-to-market strategy. Of course, you cannot take over the whole world from the beginning. You have to pick your countries, languages, and so forth. So my first task with the team was actually really to give feedback on the pitch deck. And then we moved on. I still remember the day where we had the software we were using where we were checking who had read the pitch deck of Elrond and who had spent a minute versus who had spent 20 minutes on it. And then I can tell you, most people actually passed through the deal. So until this day, I have friends who now have other ventures, and they still regret having said no to the Elrond deck back in the days. And that kind of led me to a new journey where I was, you know, very happy and excited to work with the team alongside. This is what we call the marketing squad group that we have. I still remember when I met Danny. And yeah, then the other Dan also joined the group. So this was 19 March 2019. It feels like it was very, 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 you know, far away. So that was a very interesting time. And then slowly but surely, we started getting some interest into the project. So I still remember the first conversation with Spark Digital Capital, NGC. There were a few investors who were keen to participate in the project. And then the time came that I think you heard about yesterday. That was when Owen Simonin, Asher, also started being involved in the project. I was very excited to make that introduction. And that was pretty straightforward in the beginning and quite early in the process. And then slowly but surely, there was another thing that I supported the team with, which was a very instrumental thing to do, which was the you know, conversations with Binance that I will tell you a bit more about. Because there's actually two other people that I should thank for that original intro and conversation with the Binance team. That was two Binance angels, Lucas and Batu, and then also Leon from Spark Digital Capital, who was instrumental to putting Elrond, you know, into the eyes of the right people at Binance. Benny then did the rest, right? And so that was really amazing to see. So these are some photos of us in New York at Consensus. And yeah, it was a really good time. This was our first investor dinner. These are the guys from Spark Digital Capital, someone from NGC, the two brothers and the core devs. So really amazing times, and it feels like a lot happened since then. These are some other photos. These are content creators, educators, influencers. Martini Gang, Crypto Zombies still are holders of Elrond, believe it or not. 3.5 years later, they were the early advocates alongside Asher, which you can see on the right. So yeah, that was my Elrond story. It was a very exciting time. And then we moved on. You know, a lot of other milestones happened. Since then, my aim has been to just be there for the team when they need me. And my role has, of course, changed throughout these times. At some point, I have just been a value-add investor and trying to do my best I can for the project. As the token got listed, I almost sold all my Bitcoin into Elrond and started this journey of being a part and basically trying to help where I can. There were a lot of rallies and market downtrends, and I can assure you it was, you know, what the team did is very, very incredible. So I'm very proud of what they have achieved and feel blessed that I was able to be with them and learn from them and support them where I could. That then led me to Morningstar Ventures, which is our investment fund, which I will tell you about next. I ended up transitioning from consulting into investing and moving to Dubai, which was an instrumental move in my life, not just business-wise, but also personally. And I also met my partner, Arutyon, there during that time in a very interesting coincidence, and that's how sometimes life works. You are looking for something, but you're receiving something else. And feel blessed that this happened. And then, of course, we started building, investing, making stuff happen. So this is some of our early team members. Not all of them are here, unfortunately, but yeah, we did our best to squeeze them in. We have the Crypto Atlas OGs. This is how we call them. We essentially started the growth of our team by building. So there was one project that we built, which is a software as a service, multi-tenancy social networking solution that Adam and Patrick on the dev side and Ruben on the design side helped me ship and build the first iterations for. And then the team just expanded and expanded, and so I was super excited. We are very diverse. We focus on building. I think this is the one difference versus all other VCs, not just within this ecosystem, but in general. I'm yet to meet a VC in the crypto space who has 80% of team members focused on building. Our investment team is very small. Everybody makes their hands dirty, builds, ships, repeats, and this is what I'm most proud of. This is our growth in a chart. As you can see, the steepest growth was actually this year. So as everybody is firing, we're hiring. As everybody is being careful, we're being aggressive. And this has been something very exciting because we were able to meet amazing people over this last year, and it has been very exciting to see that we have moved into 15 countries, 16 languages. We work fully distributed mode, and we have a very creative, kind, but business-oriented culture in the team, and that's just something pretty special. And these are some of our first investments that we've made after Arut and I created the fund. Some of them have become very big. I may maybe talk about Hashflow. You may have seen is the current Binance Launch Pool project. Was just announced last week. We invested in Hashflow in 2020. Morales is a really exciting product that recently raised money from Axel Partners, a traditional Web2 big fund. We were the first investors there. We gave them money without looking at the pitch deck. We liked the founders so much. We knew they were hungry, and we were the first investors. Eternity is also a really interesting project in the NFT space. Check it out. Just Mining, of course, amazing. Engrave is also very interesting. It's a hardware wallet integrating also Elrond, and they have some big announcements coming soon in a few weeks. There's also Roy Kombucha, our only non-Web3 investments. My brother is a founder there, and one thing I could see, cheers guys, amazing, is how hard it is to build a company in Web2. Because in Web3, sometimes we are spoiled, sometimes the topic is too financial, it's too much about money, and so we are very picky who we go to bed with. And these are some of the projects we were able to go to bed with within the Elrond ecosystem, and we're very proud to have been able to work with them, invest with them, and work with them. First one was Holoride, and then our first incubation project, Ethereum. We met in Dubai, similar situation to how we met Benjamin. Two brothers, crazy stuff, immigrants, went to Australia, had a passion, and built something amazing. So I'm very proud that we discovered Ethereum and we brought it to the Elrond community. And yeah, that's very cool. And then there's Cantina Royale, Elrond Apes, which we have recently acquired, Age of Sun Moxes, which is an early stage game, and then there's AshSwap, which also everybody knows is the current Elrond Launchpad project. And then these are some other projects which you probably have heard of, which we are particularly excited about, that we've invested recently. Everybody knows Stepan, I believe. Jumbo is very exciting. Think of it as the Coinbase for Africa. It's a new market we tapped into. Billions of people live there. They need crypto. And we are part of an unbelievable set of investors there. Very, very proud to be there. We have UNXD and YOLO YOLO, which are working in Metaverse fashion-related areas that we're very excited about. And then below you have 3 games that we are, I would say, most bullish on our side. Cross the Ages is a team from Marseille, not far from here. Sami is an amazing founder. And then we have a Payron NFT, it's an Asian project, and Gonzilla, which is based in Germany, but it's originally a Polish team. So really cool projects if you want to actually, follow a game that is building before, pumping their token. These are 3 very good projects to follow, and they've all raised a lot of money and are focused on building. Hopefully, they will move to this chain one day. We also did 2 acquisitions. Condor FYI, very cool portfolio tracker, simple UI. We're turning that more into a content-based project. Highly consider you to check it out. And then Elrond Apes, which was our first original investment in an NFT project. We started liking the team, felt like there was a lot of synergy, and then that developed into a stronger relationship until we decided to onboard the project internally. So that's really exciting. I mentioned we are builders, and this is where my talk is going to head a bit next. In November 2021, we announced a $15 million entrance into the Elrond ecosystem officially via our incubator in Dubai. That's for the first box on this slide that you can see. And then I would say our proudest product, which is Eagle Community. This is where a big part of the Elrond community lives. And this is a social network that we've built for the ecosystem, built on the Crypto Atlas technology software service platform. We have about 22,000 users. These are real people that signed up. And we have about 70% of them who actually then connected their Maya wallet with the application. And we're always working on new features and making sure that there is more engagement between projects and users and really try to make something interesting happen. We also launched Eagle GG. Someone front-runned us on this domain. It was a very expensive domain. And Eagle GG is a very cool, not only gaming guild, but it's a group of people that get together to support projects early on. And it's been really good to see what we did there. Then we have Eagle Podcast and MSV Podcast. Both of them you can go check out. We interview founders. We try to educate the community. Super cool. With this, we're also launching a YouTube channel very soon. I used to work at YouTube. Jasmine and Mark on our team also used to work at YouTube. We're going to have the best YouTube channel in the crypto space eventually, I hope. At least we have to. And then there's something that I would call is a bit of our grail project that we're working on, something that happened over dinner again with a special team member on our side, where we're building something in the art space in Dubai. Cannot share too much, but it's going to be very, very special. And that's coming in about 6 months, and we're sharing more about this in 2 weeks. I thought this quote describes who we are and how we try to be and how we aspire to shape our surroundings, because Morningstar Ventures is a set of people with same beliefs, same culture, and we always hire for people, not for roles. And by having more and more cool people on board, we come up with ideas, we come up with challenges, we come up with solutions to problems that exist within the crypto space. And so like this, we try to aspire to build really useful stuff. And I think that's one advice that I have for any startup founder in the room. Don't go and hire for roles. Hire for a person, a culture, a set of unique properties that you want to have within your team. Because people can never change their personality, right? But they can improve their skills, they can learn, they can grow. And so that's what you should try to do. Hire people, not roles. I think people are excited about this, our announcements. We have a lot of stuff going on. We're quite secretive about what we do, but we ship a lot. We have a cool collaboration with Elrond that I'll announce in the next slide, which we started talking about with Benny about 7-8 months ago, and then took a while to, convince us to work with, and we think we're building something pretty exciting that the community will be, willing to play with and have fun with. We're building an in-house NFT project. This is purely from scratch. I would say something very creative, also targeted to a younger audience, and something very exciting. And then we are very interested in education in various ways, both on an academic level and on the engagement level. So there's something we'll announce there. I believe the fourth item doesn't need any explanation. And then there's 2 teasers for things we're doing in 2023, 2024. there's a lot of technology being built on Multiverse X, and there's only one launchpad that is officially, launched by the team. Luckily, we've seen other teams building launchpads, and I believe the L1 team mentioned this is something they're happy with, and there's something that they're encouraging to do. And so we're also following that path, and we're working with the team to have more opportunities for solid founders to work with us and the team to launch projects, to grow together. And of course, every project that will go through our launchpad will receive our funding, our support, and our strategic advice. So that's something we're very excited about. And shout out to the team. They've been working for a long time on this. Great stuff. Manekineko.gg. Very cool creative project we're working on. We cannot share more, but what you see in the background is a bit of a teaser to something very, very cool and exciting that we're working on. It's in a field that we haven't tapped into earlier, so we're actually learning as we are doing. And you can already sign up. We put the website live this morning, and yeah, it's going to be cool. So don't forget, be the first to teleport, please. I hope you realize the word brain in this word. We're working on a very cool project called Brainiacs that Arut on our team is leading with his part of team, and they're doing something very exciting in the educational quiz space. We feel that learning is boring in crypto, and we want to make things differently. So what you see here behind me is a quick teaser Brainiacs application. A quiz game that will enable people to learn and have fun, to answer questions and develop their knowledge, not only about crypto, but about anything. Imagine waking up in the morning, being late for work, going into a bus, not knowing what to do. Why not learn and earn? Why not answer a bunch of questions, have fun, get to know new stuff? We're doing quizzes about all sorts of different topics. Of course, learning about crypto is very important, so this will be part of our focus, but we're really working on something very exciting. We're going to have player-to-player modes where people can actually put their brain into action, which is what we call big brain battles. Not only can they put their brain into action, but also their funds into action. So that should be interesting, and we'll see how that goes. And with that go guild wars. So people will be able to make teams work together and then challenge other users of the platform to build exciting stuff and to learn and to share and to challenge each other. So very much looking forward to what we're doing there. As you can see, there's a really cool avatar there, which represents the brain of a human. And as you go through the application, as you learn, your backpack, your NFT backpack gets bigger. So in order to learn and play with other players, you need to put the books on your back and get to work. So very much looking forward to this. Website is live. Please sign up on brainiacs.app. I will not give you a timeline on when this is done or finished or launching, but what I can say is that the team is super excited and they're working on very interesting technology. This is a lot of work. An exchange is something complicated, and it touches all sorts of different areas that I personally don't know much about. Luckily, my partner Arut is leading this operation in the team, and building something very exciting, I believe. We're building a so-called hybrid exchange. So it's both a centralized exchange as well as a decentralized exchange. You can keep your assets on our exchange, which are obviously secured, insured, and so forth, or you can connect your Maya wallet and have the DeFi experience. This has been in the making for a long time, and we will not only need the help from the community, but also the help from other investors, also the help from other people who, will guide us to make the right things happen. And this is how crypto should be. It should be collaborative. So we will be fundraising for this project, actually. potentially with some external money as well. Running an exchange is extremely challenging and expensive, but we do hope that we are building something that will be powerful for Multiverse X and will allow a new gateway for projects with a different type of listing process and support and from what's out there from other exchanges. We're doing a lot with this project, and there's a lot of facets that come into play. This is pretty much our roadmap and the stuff that we're doing. And as you can see, some of the trends and some of the areas we're tapping into will require a lot of tech, a lot of users, and also a lot of support by the community. We will be helping users to buy e-gold very easily. We will be having margin trading on the platform. We will have a very exciting earn project within the exchange that will allow users to provide liquidity and also earn and support the ecosystem that we're building. We're going to have a native exchange token, of course, built on Multiverse X, and we are going to have an integrated NFT marketplace, an academy to teach people about the ecosystem, to get them engaged with what we're doing. But last but not least, we're also looking to really have gamification within the exchange, allow people to have a different experience, be rewarded when they understand how to work with the exchange, and really have some sort of a journey throughout the exchange. Product is in beta stage. It is not perfect, but this is how you should launch startups. Build, ship, repeat. There was Reid Hoffman from LinkedIn, which one day said, if you're not ashamed of your product when you're launching, you've launched too late. And so I'm not ashamed of what we're doing. We should have probably launched 6 months ago, but we're doing something very exciting. So give me an applause for this one. There is 2 other projects which I'm very excited about. One is in AI, and that was a project that, again, came through a relationship which was very important to me, and I was instantly fond of this idea. And that goes into the topic of big data, machine learning, AI, in a way that the users don't even realize. So you're going to give something into people's hands that actually has a strong business case for B2B companies, but at the same time, you're making people have fun, learn, and do cool stuff. We cannot announce the name of this project yet, but we've provided them with seed funding 6 months ago. Soon, we're going to give them a bit more money, and they have already an MVP, and this is the type of founders that we love, people who build, and they're awesome. And then there's another project which I think goes into the history books internally for us because it was made by 2 people. I can tell you one of them almost looks like Benjamin, so if you spot him, you'll know what project I'm talking about. But that project is in the academic space. I just had a baby, so I feel I want to be involved in the education space, and academia is super important. And this project, I think, has the chance to really bring new people outside of Web3 into Web2 and do something very exciting with us. Both of these projects also have a connection to Dubai, which is where we're based. Ethereum had a connection to Dubai, which is why they were the first project to be picked and be part of the Elrond incubator that we launched. And it's great to see these projects keep building, regardless of what the market conditions look. What we are looking to do is meet people. We're very approachable. We have newsletters, Twitter, a stand with 25 people upstairs. So please come say hi, meet us, and subscribe to our newsletter where we're doing a great job to inform the community about everything we're doing. I know we're over time, but I want another 5 minutes. And basically, there's a few important things I'd like to say to founders, because Morningstar Ventures is a VC fund, but actually it's a startup. We've built technology, we've grown, we've made mistakes, we nearly ran out of money, where we got almost wrecked a few times throughout the ups and downs. And we've built great stuff, but it always looks much easier from the outside. I failed 3 companies before I started Morningstar Ventures, and I had 10 years of very tough times. So what I would like to say to the founders here, the people who are building a project, is to really be, serious, cautious, careful, hungry, and a little bit mental, because you need to be a bit mental to be a successful builder. And so my first suggestion is start slowly, but build fast, right? Before you start, really understand the market you're penetrating. Learn. There's always people out there willing to share advice with you, and we've received so much advice. We were not born with the knowledge we have today. So really be proactive, ask people for advice, don't be afraid to fail, and really always be proactive. You will never be able to build something on your own. You always need a team. I think there's only one successful founder, Mark Zuckerberg, who pretty much built a company on his own. But you could argue he had 2 co-founders in the beginning. So really get yourself a great team, be humble, and empower others to build on your behalf, to fall in love with your vision, and build something different. With that, I'd like to add a few more things in terms of value prop and how to also catch the interest of investors and the interest of others looking at your project from the outside. Be different and try to be a storyteller. The best projects can be explained in 10 slides. The Airbnb pitch deck was 10 slides, and half of them was an introduction slide, and the other was the follow us here and subscribe to email. So really try to tell a story, be different, and have a new approach to whatever you're trying to build. And then another thing is to launch step by step. We have seen a lot of projects in this ecosystem raising money too fast. They wanted to raise money before they even knew what they're doing. They wanted to raise money before they built lines of codes. So that's something I really encourage to you. If you're wanting to approach an investor, wait for the right time and make sure you have something to show. Because you only have one chance and one impression to give. And so be careful when you approach who and launch in different stages. Of course, the community is the most important thing there is, not just in Web 3, also in Web 2. So really focus on your users, ask for feedback, and be approachable, be proactive, grow your community before you even think about money. This is where the gold, lays. And then last but not least, if you are in this ecosystem, make sure to use the tools that exist here. There's a great Telegram group for the multiverse ecosystem for all the devs, for example. It only has 3,500 developers in there. It doesn't sound like a little number, but we are 1,000 here, right? So why are there not more people in that group wanting to learn, wanting to build, and be excited? So make use of that. Make use of our Eagle community, which is the one place to meet others, hang out, and start fundraising at the right time. Of course, always be a hodler. Have fun. And that's it. Thanks so much, guys.
Hello, good afternoon, guys. How are you today? Come on, you can do better than that. So, before I kick this off, I want to deeply thank Benjamin and the Multiverse X team for pulling this off, because I think this is a fantastic conference. I was already thrilled after the first day. I don't know, how about you? And personally, I couldn't be more happy that they renamed to Multiverse X, because that perfectly fits what we are building. So today I will take you on a little journey, how we add thrill to every ride. And I know many of you have been waiting for this, yeah, I'll need a little bit of patience because I need to give you a little bit more context. When we started Holoride, we had a very, very clear purpose in mind, making transit time count. And over the last few years, we have been building the world's first motion and location-aware platform for moving vehicles. So displaying content on personal devices that is perfectly in sync with the motion and the location of the car. And just 2 days ago, you maybe followed our Gather Day, we have introduced our Pioneers Pack. So the first tangible product that we bring to the market. And we launched in Germany, so customers of Holoride-ready Audi cars in Germany can order the Pioneers Pack. It includes a VR headset, the HTC Vive Flow, a super lightweight glass, a controller, a safety strap, because safety first, and a 1-year access pass to our platform. Everything very conveniently packaged, so it will be sent to your home, you pair it with your car, and you're good to go. And it's probably the easiest way to enter the Metaverse, so we put it on the package as well. And we couldn't be more excited that the first customers will have it at their hands and definitely in their cars in the next few weeks in Germany. We'll be launching to other markets early next year. US comes first, and then other European markets. So the Metaverse is a perfect playground for storytellers. And some of you might be familiar that we have a stellar advisory circle that helped us over the last few years. And I can just reference what Danilo said. Advice is, at the beginning, probably the most important thing a young startup can get from people that have a lot of experience. And we are very fortunate that Joe Russo, together with his brother Anthony, they're the directors of the last 2 Marvel Avengers movies and also Netflix The Gray Man, you might have seen this, are helping us as creative advisors. And Joe stated very nicely when we showed him a first version of our prototype that Holoride offers incredible opportunities to storytellers to take audiences in different directions and take them on experiences they've never been on before. So today, since we launched our product, our core product, like 2 days ago, I'd like to share with you a little bit how we tie this all together with our Ride token. Because I know many of you have been asking questions, how is this all going together? So you might have seen a little teaser trailer that we have dropped last Friday. In case you missed it, have a look.
Mayday, Haven Colony. I repeat, this is Haven Colony. Do you copy? We're dangerously low on supplies. Enough to last a week, but if the power's gone, we're dead. I repeat, we are dead. The sentries are coming in waves now, and they're killing our defenses. We only got one. This is Skyjack. Super fast, super powerful, and ready to fight the sentries. I've built a whole fleet of them, but we need pilots. I repeat, we need pilots. I'm calling all cloud breakers. Report to Haven at once.
So welcome to Cloudbreakers. Cloudbreakers will be our first Holoride original franchise for the Metaverse. And we were very, very fortunate to work with some of the most creative geniuses in Hollywood to make this happen. So we've worked with a company founded by the Russo brothers called Superconductor, and 2 writers that have worked on major movies and game franchises to come up with the universe behind our first game that will launch on the Holoride platform. You need to experience it, but I take you on a little bit of a journey how the whole universe is going to unfold. So first of all, it's a cautionary tale. It's about climate change. And mankind, it's set on Earth like 100 years in the future. And mankind was about to lose the fight against climate change. But just before taking off to Mars, they discovered an alien technology that was supposed to solve the climate change. And they deployed this technology. And of course, as you can imagine, in every good story, things horribly wrong. It was a Trojan horse. And basically, most of mankind didn't survive. And the whole Earth is covered under dark, smart clouds. So only a small community survived. And there is a bunch of pilots, brave pilots, called the Cloud Breakers, to punch through the clouds and collect valuable items, scrap, and power cores that are important for the community on Earth to survive. And of course, on their mission, they have to fight sentries, enemies, that protect them from collecting the cores. So, and I'd like to show you a little bit of the gameplay footage of the game. So, hope it starts playing. Yes. So, you're joining our hero Dev and his robot Skyjack to collect items in a craft, so your car becomes the craft, and you're also joined by an AI called Ione. So, the three of you, plus the other cloud breakers, you're fighting the sentries and collecting the items. And Skyjack is one of our main characters in this universe. And if you watch closely the teaser trailer we have dropped last week, you could already see a hint, a little Easter egg in the video. It's very quick, but it's worth looking at everything we drop if you find like little hints. So today I'd like to announce the launch of the Skyjack NFT collection for Holoride. So there will be 4 prototypes that our hero Dev has built before eventually coming up with a final version of the Skyjack that helps him fight and collect the items above the clouds. And they are made of different materials. Materials they collect over the cloud, at the clouds, at the locations on Earth. So they use recycled materials to come up with the different versions of the cloud breakers. There will be another Easter egg. There will be 5,225 of those prototypes. The first item you get with the NFT is a full-body animated Skyjack character, your personal one. Come on. Then there will be a profile picture on top of this. But one of the coolest features, and showing really the tie-in with our platform, is that it can be synced up with your Holoride profile, your wallet, you sync it, and then your character appears in the game. But most importantly, there will be a lot of exclusive community features. First of all, you can only get a Skyjack with RIDE tokens. RIDE is the only token we'll accept in the Metaverse, so that counts also for Skyjack NFTs. Secondly, and that's also pretty cool, Skyjack will help you to grab items in the real world you would not get otherwise. And we come up with a Holoride NFT marketplace where every time a Skyjack is being traded or sold or exchanged, the fees in RIDE will be burned. I know some people have been waiting for this, so. So the funds we are collecting from selling and also the royalties will be used to expand the Cloudbreakers universe, and the whole story is about community. We'll also circle back to our RIDE community for additional rewards. I know I just have 15 minutes today. I could talk for hours about this, but the good thing is there is a website we have set up, cloudbreakers.holoride.com. There you'll get more of the backdrop story behind the NFTs. You'll learn about the roadmap, you'll learn about the utilities, you'll learn about the timelines, you'll learn about the different materials and form factors that give your Skyjack different capabilities. But however, it's not a pay-to-win mechanism. So in the game, they all have the same functionality, but it's your personal NFT. And yeah, we'll also in our social channels and on the website announce our timeline. So today was the reveal, and I'm pretty happy. I couldn't thought of a better stage to do this than here. So the next 4 weeks will be super intense. Next week, look out for our Discord server going live, and you need to be a right token holder to access certain areas of our Discord server to get first-hand information. Then the week after that, you can create your Holoride ID and pair it with your wallet. The week after that, we'll go for the sale, and it will be a very fair lottery system, so everybody has the same opportunity to get his or her hands on a Skyjack NFT. And then early December, first week of December, we'll have like the claim date, so you can claim your NFT, or if you're not one of the winners, then you can claim back your unused RIDE tokens. So let's ride into the Metaverse together. Make sure you follow our social channels if you don't yet, to not miss out on the information in the next 4 weeks. And as I said, the Skyjack NFT will help you to grab things in the real world as well as early as January next year. And if some of you, thank you guys. And if some of you are interested in trying our product to actually go on a Holoride, you are more than welcome to, because we don't have a physical booth out there. We don't need a physical booth. Our booth is dynamic, so sign up for a Holoride. We have 3 cars outside, and even in Paris traffic, it's a lot of fun, because if your car slows down, there will be more enemies coming you have to fight, so you'll be busy on your ride. Don't miss out on this, because you get a first-hand experience of the Metaverse yourself. Thank you very much. It was such a pleasure being here, and yeah, ride on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's great to be here. I'm super excited. My name is Mark. I'm from the Ethereum team. The last 2 days have been fascinating, right? Talking about the open metaverse, the multiverse. This is something the Ethereum team has been thinking about for a very long time. So we're so thrilled that Elron has taken this amazing rebrand pivot, because this is an extraordinary time to do this. Today we're going to build on this. We're going to talk about what it means to own and trade your data in the metaverse. Or maybe I should say multiverse now, right? So let's just jump into this. So before we start in the Web3 metaverse, let's begin this journey in the Web2 world, which is a scary place. Over 7 billion data records have been stolen in recent times, and around 30% of this will lead to identity theft. Now, this happens because your data and your identity are stored in centralized data silos. And philosophically, this is the problem that Ethereum is aiming to solve. So let's explore this a bit more. So that's you on the left, and you're using all these free apps and services, and your data is being taken from you by the app providers, who are usually tech giants. They then use it to serve you highly targeted ads. So effectively, your data is payment for free apps and services. Now, these tech giants, who are also called first-party data brokers, sometimes they need to know more about you. Maybe they have your social media data. Now they need your health data, your financial data. And to get this data, they engage another type of data broker. And they are called third-party data brokers. And together, they trade your data in a shadow data market. This industry is known as the data brokerage industry. And it exists because of their large appetite to know everything about you. It's estimated they have over 2,000 data points on each one of you. And this industry is huge, right? There's over 4,000 data brokers operating in the world, and this industry is valued at over $200 billion. And they have complete monopoly. There is no alternate system to this. Now, today, most of us are not too concerned about this, and it's probably because we have other more important things to worry about. But as our world becomes more digital and we move to the Metaverse era, we're going to be generating petabytes of data every day. And at this point, we should be concerned because we don't want somebody else to hold all of this valuable data. Because if they do, it's going to get stolen because that's what's happening today. And it's only going to get worse, right? Now, regulators obviously know this, and they're trying to reboot the system thanks to laws like GDPR and CCPA. But up to now, there is no alternate solution to this. Well, I'm here to tell you that Ethereum is that alternate. We are the world's first decentralized data brokerage platform, a regulation-friendly Web3 system where your data becomes a new asset class, where every human can participate and every industry can benefit. And it's the ideal foundation for the open multiverse, where you can own, control, and trade your data. Yes, it's a very ambitious idea. We get this all the time. People telling us it's extremely ambitious. But we're taking a pragmatic approach to solving this problem. Ethereum is a modular platform. It's made up of smaller components, and you can choose to use one or all of these components if you need be. Now, when we designed these modules, or these smaller components, we actually modeled it after how real data brokers operate, because they are really good at what they do. They have access to all your data, and yet you don't know they exist. So their tech is really good. It's just that we need to build open and decentralized versions of what they're doing, which would be more suited to an open metaverse. So let's explore these things one by one, and we'll introduce you to some core Ethereum products that we're actually launching today. So the first thing data brokers do is they trade your data. They trade data with each other in private data markets. Obviously, in an open ecosystem, this can't happen, right? So what we do at Ethereum is we have the data DEX, which is a open data marketplace where you can discover data sets, trade them peer-to-peer, or trade them in different mechanisms. Completely open, not closed off. The next thing data brokers do is they seek to get you to agree to obscure terms of use documents. We have all experienced this, right? You get an app, and you're presented with a 200-page document. You just scroll all the way to the bottom because all you really want to do is use that app. But what you have done is you have given them a full license to use your data. In Ethereum, we have a very unique piece of technology. This is called data NFT, and it's an NFT-based licensing mechanism. There are two types of data NFTs. One is a perpetual, fully transferable license. We call this data NFT FT, and it's ideal for the trade of data between humans and machines, or machines and machines. And the next is a subscription-based license called data NFT lease. This is ideal for regulation-compliant trading of personal data, your individual data. Right, so fully transferable data NFTs have some amazing use cases. As an example, if you own a Tesla car that generates valuable data on each drive, you can mint these datasets as data NFTs. In theory, the car can then trade and retrade these data NFTs with other smart machines, like charging stations or other EVs on the road. Sharing access to data and rewarding the original owner of the data with royalties. As it's built on the NFT standard and the data marketplace smart contracts, it could operate fully autonomously, and this is amazing to think about. And today, we are pleased to announce that Ethereum's data NFT technology is now available in the Elrond blockchain. In fact, we've been testing this for months with a super cool real-world use case. So we sponsor a car in the Eco GP, and our car is raced in 3 24-hour races. And the race data from each one of these races has been minted as a data NFT. These datasets can now be purchased by anyone looking at deriving race insights direct from the race team. In fact, our car just won the German Grand Prix, so I just had to mention that. Now, head over to our booth if you want to learn and have a demo of this amazing technology. So I'd like to say this is the first time NFTs are used with such utility, and it's the first time data NFTs are now available on the Elrond ecosystem. All right, let's move on to our next item, which relates to data governance. Now, once we sign those terms of use documents that I spoke about, data brokers then control all aspects of your governance as well. You really have no say in what they can do with your data. In Ethereum, we believe that there needs to be shared governance when it comes to the trading of personal data. So we have a module called Data Coalition DAOs, and they enable a shared governance system for the decentralized trading of bulk datasets. Again, this type of DAO scheme is the first of its kind. No one uses DAOs in such a way that we do. And once again, I'd like to say that we actually have launched our first Data Coalition DAO already. And this is called the Gamer Passport Data Coalition DAO. Now, the Gamer Passport is an app that runs on Ethereum, and it empowers gamers to own their data across multiple blockchains, games, and guilds. It's one of the fastest growing products built on top of Ethereum. And the Gamer Passport DAO is the first data coalition that's brokering the trade of data from over 100 gamers. So it's really fascinating, it's really exciting, and we're really serious about this. So again, we're super pleased to announce the next stage of our bootstrapping of this product. And we are going to announce a 1 million Ethereum token grant pool is now live, and we'd love for you to participate in this. So this grant pool is initially focused in the Gamer Passport ecosystem. So if you're a game, if you're a guild, if you're building game infrastructure, or if you're an active Web3 gamer, right? Just come to our booth and talk to us, and we'll tell you more about this. And finally, let's discuss a very important topic that brings it all together, and that's identity. In the Web2 world, data brokers, they issue you your identities, and therefore they control your identity and all the data that comes out of it. As an example, your email is a form of identity. It's issued by a centralized broker and then used to identify and link your data across multiple services. In Ethereum, we try to reimagine what a Web3 identity platform should look like. We first recognize that decentralized identity systems have two major issues. Firstly, they're very low adoption, and second, they can be very easily gamed. We then set forward to design a Web3 identity platform that we hope will address both of these issues. We call our identity system NFMeID. It's a soul-bound 3D NFT-based identity solution that's the first of its kind. Its main objective is to make Web3 identity fun and exciting, and to solve the low adoption rates you see with other blockchain-based identity platforms. Think of this as the mirror version of you in the multiverse, but backed by your real data. Now, the NFT front end, which looks great, is a 3D model. It's an NFT, and it's aimed at attracting you. But at the back of it is a really complex smart contract-based identity system. We call it the identity subsystem. And its main objective is to seamlessly bring reputation to the pseudonymous nature of Web3. In other words, you have wallets in Web3. These pseudonymous wallets are the reason apps can't differentiate between bots and real humans. With our identity platform, an app will be able to differentiate very quickly whether the address logging in is a human with reputation or a bot. And this opens up amazing use cases. You can personalize your apps for the first time. And I've got one more big announcement. And this Web3 identity system that we're talking about, this journey begins today. Because we are pleased to announce the launch of NFMe Genesis. These are limited edition NFTs that are ancestors to every soul-bound NFMe ID that's going to come in future. And it's packed with protocol utility. So NFTs packed with utility, not just good-looking NFTs, but they're tied to the protocol, right? If you hold one of these NFTs, you get a discounted data trading fee across the Ethereum ecosystem. Why is this important? Well, because these NFTs will be in super high demand for high-volume data traders. The NFMe Genesis also unlocks real cool utilities around community. You'll be in an exclusive cult-like community, which we all love. But one thing really cool that NFMe Genesis is going to do is going to bring in personalization to our avatars. Now, with every human on Earth potentially minting an NFMe ID identity system, or with a generic-looking avatar, they would probably want to personalize this to express themselves. NFMe Genesis unlocks this personalization layer through further follow-up mints that are tied to the NFMe Genesis design and traits. This unique design will make NFMe Genesis the first NFT collection launched to have a link to a high-utility soul-bound NFT drop. This is really exciting for us. We really hope that you love it too. So NFMe Genesis will be launched in 3 phases. The whitelist pass phase mint begins very soon, followed by a pre-mint phase. And the final reveal phase is aimed at around Q1 2023. Following that, we launch our NFMe ID soulbound NFTs, and the whole ecosystem of avatars will be bootstrapped. What's even more exciting about this is that these avatars could potentially enter X world as avatars that represent you and your identity and your data, and that's really cool to think about. And one more thing, right? We're super excited to announce that 25 whitelist passes have been reserved exclusively for you guys. And we're gonna, if you're interested in this, just head over to our booth. We're gonna have a registration form, and you go into a lottery, and you could win one of these very early 25 whitelist passes. Right, so Ethereum is a modular platform. It's made up of all these components. Now, when you put all these components together, you get what's called the Web3 passport framework. You don't have to use all the components. You can choose to use one or all of them as you choose. And we've been working very hard with multiple partners to actually bootstrap this passport framework. This is our health passport, working with some really good partners. And this is our very fast-growing gamer passport, again, unlocking gaming data direct from the gamer. Now, Ethereum also thinks about what's coming up. So one of the things that's very exciting is our our Ethereum SDK. This basically moves Ethereum from being a product to infrastructure, where you can use pretty much all these components from within your apps. We'll continue working on the Green Room protocol, which is how we gamify identity and data ownership. And finally, a feature that I'm personally excited about and I work very heavily on with the tech guys, it's our data fabric, not to be confused with the fabric was announced yesterday. This is our own distributed node network that offers decentralized compute services, which would really take Ethereum to the next level. All of these features are powered by the Ethereum utility token. So everyone, thank you for your attention. If you're an individual who's concerned about how your data is being used and how it's going to be used in the metaverse, if you're an organization or a project who's thinking about plugging into the Web3 data ecosystem, come and talk to us. We'd love to work with you guys. I'll leave you with a short video. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eyal. I'm a CMO of Cantina Royale, and I'm here to talk about the future of gaming. Before we start, I have two big thank yous I would like to give. One is to Elrond for having this great event and for having us in this event. So thank you very much, Elrond team. The second one is for part of our team that is operating and working from Kiev, from Ukraine. They were working day and night during some challenging times, let's say, in order to make sure the game is live on time, released on time, and that was at some point even without electricity. So, guys, I know you're watching the live stream, and thank you very much for your hard work. So, for the next billion gamers, what does it mean? What Cantina Royale vision is? What are we trying to get? In order to explain it, I will go through two slides with a little bit of data that should explain the thing. First one is about the play-to-earn game industry as it stands right now. So we do have quite a few games out there, but in terms of player volume, it's very small. We're talking about a couple of millions, maybe slightly more than that. The volume of players, the volume of customers is very small, and definitely if we're looking for the next billion players, we are not going to find it there. But if we look at overall gaming industry, overall gamers market, it's huge, right? Only on mobile games, we got 1.75 billion players playing in 2022, and this number is growing year over year, and it doesn't going to end up anytime soon. So going back to our vision, what we would like to do is to take the Web3 concept and bring it to the masses. Bring it to the casual gamers, bring it to the mobile gamers, and make sure that they are engaged with NFT games. But why this wasn't done until now? What are the challenges? What is so difficult in order to bring them in and make them play an NFT game, a play-to-earn game? So there are quite a few challenges. I'm going to go through them one by one. First of all, play-to-earn is too complicated. When a casual gamer is coming to play a new game, they click a few clicks and the game is on. They start playing immediately. They don't need to go through any difficult process. But when it comes to P2E games, NFT games, the process is quite long, right? You need to open a blockchain wallet. You have a KYC process to go through. Invest funds in the account. Associate the wallet to the game. Confirm transactions. Remembering the seed phrase. It's quite a big, complicated process. And I know for you guys, it looks easy and straightforward. You guys are the expert. But to be honest, you are not our audience. You are our community, but you're not the audience. The audience doesn't know how to do that. The audience is used to 2 clicks and play. And that's what we need to solve. So that's one issue we have. Another issue is that NFT, as great as they are, quite limited in terms of moving from one project to another. So when you have an NFT on one game and you want to move to the next game, you can't take your NFT with you. The NFT is stuck, your progression is stuck, and the next game you start with a brand new NFT, a brand new character. Everything starts from scratch. One more big blocker we have with reaching to the mass audience is that at the moment, play-to-earn games are not really multi-platform games. Some of them are just web, some of them do have other options, but really the casual gamer, the mobile gamer, they used to play on mobile apps. This is the main and the most massive amount of players. The more hardcore gamers like to play on desktop. And limiting it just to web, just to browser games is quite niche, and again, doesn't let us get to those next billion players that we are trying to reach. Next slide is actually probably the most important in terms of the challenges, and it's not necessarily related to the players themselves, but actually to the whole game economy. Game economy is probably the most important part in the game's success. Without a good economy, the game will fail. Current play-to-earn games out there are all using a closed-loop economy. What I mean by that, you have players who are coming in, they want to make money, they want to earn tokens. The game developer needs to provide that. There is no real revenue coming in from anywhere. Also, usually there is no burn mechanism of the tokens by the players. That means that the game developer needs to release more and more tokens to the client, to the customers, to the players, in order to keep the game going. This created inflation, and I think all of us experienced inflation in the last few months around the world. It's not a great thing. You print money, inflation comes up, and then what usually happens, currency, or in our case, the token value drops. And when it drops, the regular play-to-earn gamer leaves you and moves to the next project in order to play there and make more money out of their time. And this is a massive, massive challenge that all the play-to-earn games are facing and trying to solve. And this is something that we thought a lot when we developed Cantina Royale. how can we crack this thing? How can we solve and create a sustainable economy? So when you think of P2E, play-to-earn games, what usually comes to mind? It's all about the earning, right? People are coming to make money. It's not about the engagement. It's not about the fun. It's not about the game quality. I don't know how many of you guys tried to play with the play-to-earn games. They're not that great anymore. They're not that great as casual games or AAA games. They're quite sometimes simple and boring. And that's something that won't attract a regular player, right? A casual player. Casual player doesn't care about earning, doesn't care about making money out of the game. They're looking for escapism. They're looking for fun. They're looking for entertainment. And if we won't provide that, they will go and play 1 million other games that are out there. So how are we going to solve this? What is the Cantina Royale solution to all those problems? We have a few solutions. First one, we offer a really simple and straightforward sign-up process. Through a few very simple steps, the player can open an account and start playing. Behind the scenes, in the background, we do open a wallet to the player. The wallet is available to the player. They can go and log in later if they want to, transfer tokens in and out. But at that point, at the first user experience they do with the game, they don't need to care about it. They register, open a player account, and start playing. The second thing we did was to combine free-to-play funnel and play-to-earn. And by that I mean that you can come in as a free-to-play player and start playing for free. You don't need to invest any funds. You don't need to hold any NFT. You can play our game like you can play Brawl Stars or any other game out there. Start for free, level up, progress through the game. Nothing to do with NFT, nothing to do with blockchain. To be honest, you don't even need to know about it. You can just play it regularly like any other game. Our lending platform allows free-to-play players to borrow NFTs. It takes 2 clicks to borrow an NFT. And once they do, they can play with that NFT character, a customized character. They don't borrow it forever. It's them for a temporary time. But they can play with it and enjoy the game with that character. By the way, on the other hand of that, the other end of it, it's you guys, the NFT holders, who can lend your NFT, fully automatically, by the way. We take care of all the process, and basically start generating passive income from your NFT by letting other players play with it and tokens for you. We also created a really complex and interesting economy where players can earn and trade in-game items that can later on be traded or sold in marketplaces, SFTs. Cantina Royale is available on multiple platforms. So actually, we have on our stand upstairs, we have the mobile version, mobile app available. I'm inviting everyone here to come later and try to play on mobile devices in our stand. It's really, really nice. And we actually have a small raffle where we give out 5 NFTs at the end of the conference to anyone who come in and play and register to the raffle. So please feel free to come over. Accept the raffle. Really cool game. Really nice to play it on mobile. And going back to the economy, the most important part, how do we make the commercial side, the financial side, successful? When we let free-to-play players to come in, we actually let them play the game like any other free or mobile game out there. And that means that they can make in-app purchases inside the game with real money, with fiat money. And when they do, they actually create a revenue stream for the game. And we use part of this revenue stream to buy back the tokens from the community. So basically, we use the money to buy the tokens back and prevent inflation. And that's a very important part. That's a very different element that we have from other games, because this is how we sponsor the economy. Another part related to that is that we created quite sophisticated economy for the play-to-earn gamers, where they can invest tokens in order to upgrade their character so it can make more money for them in the future. So that's a type of a burn mechanism we use in-game in order to make players spend tokens. Another way for us to prevent inflation. And a really, really good example for it was the first 24 hours of the game launch, which was the 31st of October, where we saw players spending up to 5 times more than what they were actually earning. And for us, it was a very good signal that the game is actually working the way it should be, the economy is healthy and sustainable. And last, regarding that NFT challenge, moving NFT from one project to another. So with Cantina Royale, we allow integration of other NFT collections into Cantina Royale and vice versa in the future. So we already integrated Elon Ape collection. This is available right now in the game. And the next integration will be with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And when that will be released, anyone who holds an NFT can play with it within Cantina Royale, can land it through our landing platform, and enjoy the game while using their own NFT that they have from the Bored Ape collection. And that will solve the issue I was talking about before when it came to how to move your character around. And this is really a game changer for the whole gaming industry, because it's not available outside Web3 as well. So guys, this is happening now, right? This is not the future. This is not theory. I'm not pitching here for investors. The game is out. It's live. You can go upstairs and play with the game right now. And I would like to show you a glimpse into the game in the shape of a video in a second. But before I do that, I'd like to go back 8 months to the moment Cantina Royale decided to partner up with Elrond, and to say that that was probably one of the best decisions we made in order to get to this success. We are really, really happy to be part of the Elrond community and be part of you guys. And I'd like to thank you all for the journey and the effort and the support we got from you during this time. And now, I'm going to play the video so you can see how the future of gaming looks like. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye.
So my presentation is outdated. So I'm sorry if I still refer to the blockchain that we're building on as Elrond. So the truth is, building DeFi on Elrond is hard. With all these NFT, gaming, and Metaverse projects thriving, with whatever we do, even with all these funny logo and stickers, we still feel like we are incredibly boring. Hi, my name is Neil, I'm from AshSwap, and today to start, I want to tell you two stories about my first time in Europe. So when I first came to Europe, I was amazed by the epic scenery here, with the peaceful southern French countryside and the stunning Alps. But what I found most extraordinary was the exchange rates. And that was a life-changing experience. So the first thing I did after landing in Europe was to try to exchange some US dollars for euros. And it was stupid enough to not do it at home, just to realize how crazy the rates the currency exchange counters here offered. Now it seems like euros and US dollars are pegged to each other, acting just like stablecoins. And maybe we can even list them on AshSwap as a pair. But at the time, $1 US was 0.92 euros. But the rates I got from the good-looking and indifferent guy at the exchange counter was 700 euros. And that was $250 fee. And right before I decided to walk away, he called me up and he gave me a better offer of 720 euros. And trust me, I used Ethereum long enough to know that this is more expensive than Ethereum. And I didn't even know that the rates were actually negotiable. This is money, right? It's not like a T-shirt in Vietnamese market. So I figure if with all my haggling experience, if I hang around long enough, I might be able to bring it up to like 1,400 or something. So after the trip, coming back from Europe, you know how it works, I was expected by my family to bring home some Swiss watches. So being a tourist, I was able to claim back some tax at the airport. And so happy to have that like 5% discount. I went to the tax-free office just to realize how crazy it was. So €1 normally equals 25,000 or 24,000 Vietnamese dong. Yeah, you did not hear it wrong. It's 1 and 25,000. That's a lot of zeros, right? And if denominated in Vietnamese dong, no need for crypto, we are all millionaires. And for a lot of you, billionaires. So back at the airport, the woman in the office told me that she couldn't give me euros for the rebate, only Vietnamese dong. And the rate that she gave me is 18,000, was 18,000. So that's a 30% cut again. And this time, I didn't have any choice. It's take it or leave it. So I told myself in the first story that the counter was a business, so they have their reasons, their own prices. And I was a tourist, so that might be the tourist rate. But this is a tax-free office. Doesn't it mean it's something official? And it should have the rates close to the official rate, right? Not really. So the question is, do we need all these intermediaries and bureaucracy with unbelievable fees for those simple transactions? So to give you a comparison, a simple swap transaction like this on a decentralized exchange like my exchange costs 0.3%. That's 100 times cheaper. My second story is about permission. We registered AshSwap in Europe, as most Elrond users are here, and that's why we are here. And it was able to open a corporate bank account for AshSwap in Switzerland. But when it comes to my personal account, I was denied. Okay, so as a bank, they have their reasons. I respect that. It had nothing to do with me, but with the country that I come from. Apparently, Vietnam is not on the bank's trusted list. However, Vietnam is the 36th economy, ranked by GDP, with an even higher ranking by growth rate. And we are one of the most promising economies in Asia at the moment. We're still small, but how about smaller countries? Like how many people are being denied access just simply because of their nationality? So what's the solution for my bank account and my salary? I have two ways. The first way, I can go through multiple banks, multiple intermediaries, multiple countries, and that would incur a lot of fee and very expensive. But I have the second way, which is via blockchain in cryptocurrencies. And even if I do it on Ethereum, it's still far cheaper. So these experiences and stories really reinforced my belief in crypto and blockchain in general, and DeFi in particular. So today, 2 billion people have no access to formal financial services. That's no access at all. And if you count the stories of people like me, the number can be unimaginably higher. So we need a better system, where transactions are open, free, and transparent. Free doesn't mean it's like free transaction, no fee, right? It's that you're free to access whoever you are, wherever you are. And people would not be denied access simply because of where they were born. So buying into that vision of a free, permissionless, and decentralized economy, we at AshSwap set out to build a DeFi product. Then the question arose, where to build it? So to turn that vision into reality, we need infrastructure that is scalable, secure, and easy. And when choosing a blockchain on which to build AshSwap, we looked for those exact criteria. And I'm sorry again, but the Elrond network appears to meet all of them. Now it's Multiverse X. But these are the prerequisites. We need more. Right now, one of the biggest challenges in DeFi, in my opinion, is adoption. This means that DeFi is still a very small and closed space with little impact on the day-to-day life of people. We have the same amount of money going back and forth between DeFi applications, but we need to bring more users onto the blockchain space, and we need to bring the DeFi use cases to the real world. And to achieve that goal of mass adoption, we cannot expect normal users, someone like my mother, to know all the things about how crypto and blockchain work, just to get a simple loan. Internet banking is already hard enough for her, let alone these big brand cryptography backend infrastructure. So a breakthrough in user experience is inevitably needed. At AshSwap, we care a lot about user experience, and we aim to become one of the most user-friendly DeFi platforms out there. Fortunately, Aaron has this vision of the next billion users, and they seem really care about user experience. So for that, we chose Aaron to be the home court of AshSwap. AshSwap is the second decentralized exchange, or DEX, on Aaron. So why would you need another DEX when the Maya exchange already exists? It's because we serve a different need, and we complement Maya. So AshSwap brings a stable swap model onto the Aaron network where people can trade assets that have similar prices with a low slippage, small fees, and we do so with significantly less locked liquidity. So our simulations show that we can achieve the same price for stable assets with 10% of the liquidity compared to a normal DEX, a popular DEX like the Maya exchange. And this means that AshSwap is a much more suitable place for people to trade similarly priced assets. We started AshSwap a year ago, and last month we were very honored to become the 4th project launched on the Maya Launchpad. And we are very happy to be the very first DeFi application among the 4 projects on the Maya Launchpad. And the results were staggering, even during this tough time of the bear market. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our private investors and the community for such incredible support. Okay, but now it's done. It's time to get back to build, right? AshSwap at the moment is fully functional and live on DevNet, and with all the core features including swap, liquidity provision, liquidity staking, yield boosting, and governance staking. You can try it on our devnet.ashswap.io right now. And to test the app, we have held 2 Battle of Years events, one in May and one in October, attracting tens of thousands of registrations. And we have received very, very positive feedback from the community. So it's just a matter of time until more stablecoins and stable assets flowing into the Elrond ecosystem and opening a whole new era for DeFi and Elrond. But wait, there's more. AshSwap is not a simple exchange. I got asked this question a lot. Why would you need to trade stablecoins? And what do you do to really impact the whole ecosystem? So AshSwap is a DeFi primitive that can enable a lot more products to be built in the Elrond DeFi ecosystem. It allows applications to issue assets that are packed to each other. I'm sorry if it's too technical. And we create decentralized and effective markets for those tokens. Right now on Elrond mainnet, there's the Maya exchange. But you need all the pieces to complete the DeFi puzzle. Stablecoins are undoubtedly an essential element. Right now we have USDC, which is an asset-backed stablecoin, similar to USDT, but there are a lot more types of stablecoins that can be developed. You have crypto-backed stablecoins like DAI, Frax, MIM, or you have algorithmic stablecoins like UST or DJET. I'm not saying that we're going to build another Luna, but algorithmic stablecoins are a very interesting topic. We also need lending and borrowing applications. Like on Ethereum, we have Aave and Compound. And on Elrond, there comes Hatom protocol. These applications oftentimes issue assets that are pegged to the underlying assets in the lending pool. And those assets are ideal to list on, to list on this stable swap like AshSwap. And the same holds true for liquid staking applications and derivative products, such as synthetics or options. Those are the needed parts in the Elrond DeFi ecosystem, but it's very hard to start these initiatives without effective markets. And by effective, I mean it doesn't put huge stress on projects to bootstrap the initial liquidity. But with AshSwap, this changes completely. And the Elrond ecosystem is now prepared for the next wave of development. So let's bring in that 1 billion users. We're here to serve them. And I want to end this with a story about the team behind AshSwap. We are a bunch of young guys, highly motivated to build a DeFi application. But we didn't have any prior connections within the space or any excessive funding to start with. But outside of blockchain and crypto, there's no way we can have the chance to do the things that we are doing right now. Legal requirements, and bureaucracy would have shut down our ambition in this script. But blockchain and Web3 have removed the high entry barriers so that everyone can practice ownership over their finance and their decisions. So I wouldn't dare to say that we are trying to change the world. That's taboo. But we want to join forces, open discourse, and build meaningful products to help steer the wheel of the industry toward the direction that we believe is better for everybody. So the internet has decentralized knowledge and information. Now, blockchain and Web3 are decentralizing talents. So we, together, can build that future. Thank you all very much.
Okay. So as some of you guessed already, Hatom protocol is next Maya Launchpad project. So yeah. So yeah, hi everyone. It's a pleasure for us to be here. As you know, we're present at a day what will mark a breakthrough when it comes to the Ethereum blockchain, and it will elevate us, the community, to a new height. So yeah, DeFi has come a long way, right? Since its inception, it became a buzzword, then a synonym of innovation in the financial industry. And you can tell because banks, private and public institutions are now tilting towards integrating this technology and adopting it just to keep up with the speed of the space. But we can't have any serious discussion regarding DeFi if we don't talk about its three main pillars. So I'm pretty sure we all know USDC. Some of us, at least, should know the Maya text. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to Hatom, the first lending and borrowing protocol on the Ethereum blockchain that will open the floodgates to DeFi investments. So Hatom will open the floodgates to DeFi investments, and it will lay the groundwork for the future generation of blockchain applications that will build on top of Hatom. Now, it's been a while, but building the lending protocol wasn't easy. It took us a team of 20 people, some of them are here now, and some of them are watching us. And this was just to reach our initial goals. We worked day and night for almost a year. And as some of you know, our protocol was inspired by Compound's finance logic, a protocol on Ethereum that withstood the test of time. And as Ethereum is not EVM compatible yet, we had to pretty much rebuild it from scratch. And while doing so, we faced a lot of challenges. So for example, we had to build our own infrastructure to serve the data that you, the users, will see on the application. And another challenge, for example, was that in order to have a pretty secure protocol, we needed reliable price feeds and price oracles. So for that reason, we collaborated with a team of Ethereum that assisted us deploying sort of a Chainlink-like price oracle into the blockchain for us to use. So I appreciate that as well. Thanks. So Ethereum is a blockchain technology that is perfect for blockchain applications and enterprise level use cases. And these are some of the advantages that Ethereum has that ultimately led us to love Ethereum for our protocol. So it has low transaction fees, high scalability, a powerful programming language, native implementation of both tokens and NFTs that makes it more intuitive and secure to use. It has a native implementation of smart contract upgrades, and last but not least is carbon neutral. But what is Hatom protocol? So as I said, Hatom protocol is the first and complete lending protocol on the Ethereum blockchain. Essentially, this means that users will be able to supply their assets to the lending protocol and earn interest on them. And they can use those assets as collateral in order to take a loan, essentially. And they do so in an over-collateralized manner, which means that the value of the assets they supply will always be more than the assets of the value they borrow. But our vision goes beyond being a lending app. We've been working like hell for building other projects and encompassing other applications in order to reach our ultimate vision of becoming a DeFi hub. And yeah, I'm glad to announce a couple of things, a couple of confirmed products that we'll be launching with or after the launch of the lending app. So the first one is the staking model. And I should move forward. So the staking model will allow Hatom token stakers to earn a portion of the rewards generated by the protocol from the borrower's interest or from the profit generated by the liquidation of the borrower's or the unhealthy borrower's position. Essentially, the amount of rewards that the stakers will receive will depend on the total pool of deposit Hatom and the portion of the assets that they deposit. This model will be ready and complete and will be launched with the lending application. Thanks. Governance. So the Hatom token holders will also take part on the governance process. They will be able to participate on voting proposals and essentially be part of the ecosystem evolution and its progress. But it's worth mentioning that in order to vote on a voting proposal, for example, you won't need to unstake your tokens, your Hatom tokens, from the staking model. So you'll be able to take part on governance process while earning a yield on your Hatom tokens, which is pretty cool. Now, in order to increase our protocol security, we'd like to introduce another crucial part of infrastructure in our ecosystem that will provide an insurance layer in the event of any major incident. And that is the safety model. So for the safety model, we devised novel methods of managing liquidity of the safety model to maximize the liquidity on the money markets and also to create incentives that will deliver higher APYs on all the money markets. So essentially, in the Hatom, on the safety model, users will be able to deposit their USDC, RIDE, HTM even, their Eagle, and a portion of this assets deposited on the safety model will go to the money markets to increase its liquidity, and the revenue generated by this deposit will also bootstrap even more the liquidity. Now, we'll provide HTM tokens as a reward to the users depositing the safety model, and some of the users, a portion of these tokens, in the event of any major incident, shall be used to cover any losses induced by the protocol. Now, to follow our commitment of developing the most crucial pieces of infrastructure for the whole space, we'd like to introduce another product, another application that we think will carry mass appeal on this community. That is liquid stacking. So liquid stacking is a product designed to provide access to the users to the value of their staked EGLD. So, for example, users will be able to stake their EGLD through our app, earning a competitive APY, and they'll receive SEGLD, which stands for Stake EGLD. And they'll be able to use that Stake EGLD, for example, in our money markets in order to get even more returns from their initial EGLD. So, sorry, another protocol that we think is crucial for the Hatom ecosystem is the Hatom USD. So, Hatom USD will provide the Aaron blockchain with its first native and decentralized stablecoin. which we believe this will massively increase liquidity on all DEXs. So essentially, the Hatom USD, as I mentioned, is an over-collateralized, decentralized stablecoin, meaning that the value of the Hatom USD that you can mint depends on the amount of collateral that you deposit. And there are a couple of mechanisms to keep the Hatom USD always on peg. So for example, if you find an exchange, a DEX, in which the Hatom USD is exchanging above the peg, it's profitable to mint the Hatom USD using a stablecoin as collateral and short this token on such money market. Sorry, on such DEX. And if you find a DEX in which Hatom is trading under the peg, it's profitable to purchase Hatom USD and pay back debt. So you will earning a plus from these actions, which is a good thing, and it's a good way of letting the community earn money while protecting the ecosystem. Now, last but not least, I want to introduce you to Hatom Mash. So on Hatom Mash, we'll launch the concept of isolated lending protocols. Essentially, we will whitelist a series of projects, and we'll provide them with a dashboard that will allow them to customize their own separated and isolated lending protocol and customize, which money markets they open, the utilization ratio, liquidation factor, and so on, from their isolated lending protocol. And yeah, we believe this will bootstrap liquidity on the launches of such projects and will enable these projects and their communities endless possibilities. Thanks. Now, we have a little demo, as that some of you may seen already in our booth, but let's see if I can make it. There it is. So this is our application, and first you connect your wallet. You choose over your million wallets you may have. You choose an asset, and you can supply such asset. Now you can choose how much of that asset you use as collateral. And then you can take a borrow. Now, after you finish using your Maya tokens, you can go and maybe repay some of the debt. By the way, happy to meet you at our booth and explain the whole process even more. Okay. I'm not done yet. So our lending protocol, the governance model, and the staking model have already undergone 2 audits by Random Verification and PegShield, 2 of the most prestigious firms. And we're heading towards performing multiple other assessments with Halborn, Hacken, and Certic. And we're glad to announce that with this audit, we'll be the most audited project on the Ethereum blockchain. Now, I will leave you with our co-CEO and CDO that have a message for you, and probably watching now. Thanks.
Bonsoir Paris. First of all, I would like to thank the whole community for their support and the Ethereum team for their constant efforts toward our project. We are glad to bring this missing pillar to an amazing blockchain like Aeron. This is the beginning of a unique journey as Aeron is entering a new era. As Franco said, Hatom protocol is the initial product that constitutes a strong building block for what is coming next. Aeron has so much potential, a potential that only the builders can unlock. I'm sure that there are multiple builders here today that have projects that rely on a lending protocol to be built. So please, don't hesitate to reach out to us. We will be glad to incubate you and assist you during your development. Our main goal is to promote Aeron to the top 5 Layer 1 blockchains, as we truly believe that it deserves it. Thank you.
I saw Maximize all the pleasure, even with all this weather. Nothing can make it better. Maximize all the pleasure, maximize all the pleasure, even with all this weather. Nothing can make it better. Maximize all the pleasure. Does sex even sell anymore? I feel like I've seen it all. Or maybe I'm just old. Or maybe I'm just bored. Maximize all the pleasure, even with all this weather. Nothing can make it better. Maximize all the pleasure, maximize all the pleasure, even with all this weather. Nothing can make it better. Maximize all the pleasures. Maximize all the pleasure, even with all this weather. Nothing can make it better. Maximize all the pleasure, maximize all the pleasure, even with all this weather. Nothing can make it better. Maximize all the pleasure. He's pouring gasoline, 2 steps ahead of me. I told him, baby, please, come set it all alight. You know to set the scene, maybe it's meant to be. 'Cause I don't usually, but I want you tonight. Now you set the tone, I can't let it go. Craving kerosene. Let's do cardio, take a video, make a story. He's pouring gasoline, 2 steps ahead of me. I told him, baby, please, come set it all alight. You know to set the scene, maybe it's meant to be. 'Cause I don't usually, but I want my earthquake.
Yo, this channel trace.
What you gonna do with all that? Tell your homeboy to fall back. Tell your girlfriend to fall back. Come on and just bounce. I'll take that. What you gonna do with all that? Tell your homeboy to fall back. Tell your girlfriend to fall back. Come on and just
look. I need that. Took one look. I need that. The way you shaking got me feeling kinda savage, girl. You know what I'm into. I'm a geek and a freak in the sheets. hands in the air. Then she play me like it's only gets near, ain't fair. Yeah, she put the work in on me, had to disappear. I'm a real freak, nigga, I don't like the shit. Said fine, I'll take that. What you gonna do with all that?
Hello, everyone. All right, this is going to be a very interesting discussion. Super excited to be here with the three of you. I'm humbled and inspired by your work. I believe the three gentlemen here don't need much of an introduction. They have accomplished great things. On my left here, we have Benjamin. I think he's the most famous face in the room. We have Mr. Philip Rosedale here from Second Life. Unbelievable work. And I think Herman Arula doesn't need any introduction anymore today. He had a great panel before.
And I just wanted to give apologies on behalf of Nicole, who is in Paris, but unfortunately incredibly ill, so could not make it to the panel. I've been waiting to see if she could come, but I'm going to represent her here as well.
Next time. Next time.
She came all the way here just to get sick, which is, I feel really bad about that.
Well, hopefully she will feel better soon.
Hope so.
Great. All right, guys. So, let's get started. The first question is a pretty interesting one. The four of us are parents, fathers. So one question that I'm also very curious about is, how do you guys believe that the metaverse is going to both impact education as a whole, as well as our children?
I mean, I guess if I jump in, I would say that the purpose of experiences we have in the metaverse or in virtual worlds is fulfillment. And that's not a casual idea. That's a formal scientific idea from self-determination theory. Everybody in this room needs fulfilling experiences. You need to feel like you're getting better at something. You need to feel like you're making meaningful choices in your life, autonomy. You need to matter to other people. And if you don't have those experiences, then your life suffers, your psychology suffers in pretty profound, pretty terrible ways. And we see this in the world when we see people disenfranchised with society, angry with their role in it, and all kinds of geopolitical and human problems come from that. And conversely, the more fulfillment you get, the richer your life becomes. Like if you guys have ever heard of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, you know, the kids that went to Narnia. It's a pretty good metaphor. Those kids went to Narnia, they came back, and they came back smarter and wiser and better. So if a diet of healthy experiences is the basis of growth for a human being, then providing kids with more examples of healthy, fulfilling experiences is key. And I would say that the normal diet kids get is a bit like McDonald's, you know? They're just passively watching things or playing basic games. The metaverse can go so much further. It can give them an opportunity to earn their first income, make meaningful lifelong friends, learn new skills, have agency, which often kids, especially in other parts of the world, don't get. So it's vital for how children's lives can improve.
You know, there's 20 years of Second Life now to kind of study as we look at what happens next. And in fact, education in a number of different forms, you know, continuing education, you know, education with younger people, a lot of university education is one of the big things that goes on every day in Second Life. So I definitely, you know, get it from that perspective. I think that as we look toward the future, I also think that education is one of the categories where the technology, the problems we have with the technology today will kind of come together to build a working solution first. I think that's because when you're learning, you're willing to deal with frustrations and, you know, struggle with the interface, if you will, a little bit more than if you are, say, hanging out in a club or something like that. So I think there's going to be, I agree, I agree with the question. I think there's going to be a big impact from education. Of course, there's all kinds of risks with kids and the metaverse, and I talk about that all the time, but I do think that education is one that we're likely to see create meaningful change in the next couple of years as people start to do it.
What I would add is that it seems to me that at its very best, life sort of becomes a game of education if throughout the experience you can have a bit of self-awareness, a bit of introspection, a bit of detachment. And it seems like education, as opposed to what we've looked at, let's say, in the past, will very, very much have to do with a kind of synthesis that the closer you are to seeing the world as it is and being able to open to interface with the world, as you have these experiences, the funny and interesting and fascinating thing is that we all have experiences, and then those experiences can become valuable, very meaningful lessons if we can detach a bit from them and look at them in a new light. So I do believe that the metaverse is a unique tool that can facilitate this type of, let's say, reflection, experience, and then interaction that is definitely more meaningful, more fulfilling, and then opens more bridges for interaction with other social setups and so forth. But it seems like to the degree that we can make education this type of continuous synthesis that you have to deal with as you interact with new ideas or just new elements of reality, to that extent, it becomes something absolutely exciting, fascinating, and so forth that you want to deal with each day. And it also seems like this is what the current system fundamentally not do, because it's too much rooted on systems that have been built 100 years ago and all of that. So ideally, with these tools, we are in a position to open new worlds of meaning, experience, and we can definitely do that with fresh eyes now.
I would say meaning, experience, and opportunity. And that's maybe what my next question is about. The metaverse is a destination, right? It's a place. Do you guys believe there is something specific that maybe we can learn and adopt better in the metaverse than in the real world?
I mean, I'd say that, and I talk a bit about this in my book, but I think to think of the metaverse as just about virtual worlds really breaks one's perception of the wider opportunity. If you think of the metaverse instead as a continuation of a massive and fundamental pillar of our existing culture, you know, we already live in other worlds. We already live in other realities. Our existence is already about sport, fashion, culture. These are all made-up things. The stock market, kind of a made-up thing in some ways. So understanding how all of these worlds can become better connected, better transfer value, better create and facilitate new opportunities, that's kind of the place that is the metaverse, you know, to relate this back to your question. It's the confluence of all of these other worlds. And most of the failed efforts to build metaverses have failed because they failed to recognize that that value transfer is like so vitally important. That's what brings it value. That's what makes it not a video game.
I think as humans, there's a danger that if we construct, if we imagine initially and then we build a metaverses, whatever, as a destination where we consume things, right? There's a terrible dystopian danger in that. We are at our best when we are forced in conflict with each other sometimes to co-create the world around us. That's what our great cities are, like Paris. You know, it's a place where a whole bunch of people had, in many cases, very different intentions, and you ended up with Paris. So we have to enable the metaverse to have the same fundamental structure, that people are coming there to bring something of themselves to the place and to build things. And you know, this is literally something that's distinctive about Second Life, but it's just a general, very important thing, that we have to enable each other to build, and actually to build together, not to build alone, to build, you know, as I said, in conflict with each other. That's what's gonna, that's the opportunity to let us be at our best. And with the metaverse stuff, there are also opportunities to absolutely make us at our worst.
And I would also add that perhaps distinctly, we are in a position to completely rethink what have been some of the most important breakthroughs throughout history when it comes to, let's say, something like what the city really meant. And there's a very vivid metaphor that usually evokes something that cannot easily fade away when you say the idea of the eternal city. That in a new, let's say, fortress that would be open-ended, that you could start and build things from scratch, you could both have the most fundamentally remarkable ideas built, whether it's architecture, whether it's beautiful aesthetics, whether it's new experiments in social interaction or economic opportunities that you can open up. What enabled Rome at some point to literally dominate the world was how from nothing some people with a determination that still makes great legends went and built something that after 2,000 years, we can still look back and say there are many distinct things that we've throughout the time discovered. But it's absolutely fascinating what these guys at that period have discovered, have experimented with. And I do believe that unlike some of the physical spaces that we have, that precisely because they are maybe very crowded, very regulated, very closed at this point, we have ways to demonstrate and envision new type of, for instance, cities that then can bring feedback loops to the real world back. And it is in this type of interaction that we can not only build and be part of the building process, but then also think about this type of fundamentally impressive spaces for distinct purposes, whether it's governance, as I said, whether it's social experience, whether it's learning experience, whether it's fulfillment, entertainment, and so forth. For each of them, you could easily think of something that goes a bit beyond the frontier, has not been tried, has always looked absolutely fascinating. And then taking education, for instance, if you imagine being able to travel to Rome or to Athens or wherever else, and then having a conversation not only with Einstein, but then with Aristotle and some of the other guys, there's absolutely no better way to interface and learn than having this type of conversations with any character that that would bring the best in you, would convey the information and probably reveal something that you've not seen up until that point.
Very interesting answers here. One word that comes into my mind when listening to you guys is also inspiration. I do hope the metaverse will inspire a new generation of builders. You've all built companies, the three of you. I'm sure you've had people or destinations or experiences that have inspired you and impacted the way you've built your companies. I was wondering, was there something specific throughout your founder journeys that you thought, you know, could have been helpful to you in your journeys if the metaverse already existed?
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the most poisonous, destructive, nasty aspects of founding a company, particularly in the last 20 years, is this winner-takes-all mentality. You know, this, we all admire like Steve Jobs and Apple, but it created a kind of culture of mega corporations for whom everything must be owned. You know, it's the Google branded login with the Google branded world, with the Google branded application. I think one of the most inspirational things for me personally is encountering other companies, other partners, and stopping seeing everybody as a competitor or a zero-sum, enemy, and starting to appreciate the power of collaboration. I think when I learned more about the stories of, businesses outside of tech, you see how interdependent people become. And I think meeting great founders like Phil, meeting people like Benjamin, it's very, very eye-opening. And even Nicole, who couldn't be here, but these are relationships that kind of transcend customers or partners. They start to become, co-visionaries in creating something bigger together. I also think this lesson has a lot to say for us in the Web3 space, because our sort of opponents, if there are any, are not, it's not the tech world at large, but it's the people that are seeking to own everything. That mindset is so destructive. Moving past it takes quite a lot. But I don't know, Phil, you must have a lot of experience on this.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten to. It's been a while, so I've gotten to go through an experience several times with different groups of people. I would agree about what you said, Herman. That one thing is, when you start a company, you've got to realize whether your company is in a sort of an entirely new space that is accretive for everybody that's in that space, which is, as Herman said, is very often actually the case. I mean, a lot of startups do actually go that way, and yet their investors and their boards will often counsel them to kind of, imagine that there's but one small pie and there can be only one winner, and you've got to be the one and not sleep and whatnot. I think that it's true. If you step at what I would have liked to have realized, at the time, when Second Life, say, was taking off, would be to have somebody reiterate to me that it was that first unusual kind of thing where we were just building an entirely new ecosystem and world, and there was plenty of room for everybody. I got it, but not in all my moments and all my board meetings did I get it. I'd be afraid sometimes and think like I've got to win at all costs. So it was.
Benjamin, can you expand as well?
Yeah, so I would say that it's, again, very interesting how throughout history, reality has been very, very different. And through most of history, the world was very much a zero-sum game to some extent. And it's through ingenuity, learning, continuous discoveries that we've always discovered somehow that the resources were not as fixed as we thought them, but rather more like a function of our mental limitations rather than what resources really meant and what resources really were in the world. And then also the idea of conquering, the metaphors and all of that were a function of the games you could play and were available throughout history. And then technology, as we have it today, has distinctly opened up non-zero-sum games that we can play, that instead of us fighting together and trying to take the other's pie, we can essentially gather large groups of people, offer them platforms, and then some of them create even larger products, visions, and so forth. And in fact, everything we're discussing today, we would probably not discuss without the internet, without writing different versions of language and so forth. So it's absolutely fascinating how technology, at its best, opens this up, this type of non-zero-sum or positive-sum games where people can really get other allies to open up even larger opportunities. This is always remarkable and instructive.
It's why, when people talk about why should the metaverse exist now? Why not 5 years ago? Why not 10 years ago? It's not graphics. It's not, it can be technology and capability, but it's the ability to share value so that companies can co-create, can collaborate. That's why I think Web3 and blockchain are just so much more important to that future than VR headsets.
And this is just translating this is just reinventing the free market
Exactly.
in a digital way.
Exactly.
So we've had sort of digital communism of some sort, or feudalism, and now having this new type of expression all of a sudden gives birth to a lot of ideas, a lot of explorations that can take shape. And in this, I suspect and very strongly believe that the blockchain will contribute tremendously.
And maybe not in its entirely current form. There's a lot to improve. I know, Phil, you're a skeptic on some of this stuff, but we need tools to share value, because culture is created by the powerless, not the powerful. And a living, breathing, exciting space, not like the soulless, legless, dead avatars in another product that we might not talk about here. You know, it requires risk. You know, I mean, Phil, I think that's something you taught me quite a lot as well. I mean, Second Life is a place of risk, right? It's a place where you don't know what's going to happen.
It's also the case, it's interesting to note that the metaverse and the blockchain is in the same place that, say, Second Life was around 2006, which is everybody in the world is talking about it. Nobody has any idea what it's actually going to be used for yet. And that was absolutely true of Second Life. You had the same thing. You had everybody in the whole world saying, oh my God, am I going to have to move to the virtual world? And everybody wanted to talk about it and write about it. But we still hadn't, and in some sense we still haven't found what widely used experience or pattern of behavior we're actually all going to get into. And the same is true here, which is another argument for work together. It's an exciting moment, but we still have to find what the thing is we're going to do every day with this stuff.
And if I were to even boil everything down to one thing that the blockchain sort of undoubtedly brings as a huge contribution, is this idea of full ownership.
Yeah, absolutely.
That if you have even only this thing, you're already in the process of enabling a new type of world. Just as this idea being present in a country enabled thousands, hundreds of thousands, and then millions of people to reorganize and build something completely different.
And to extend your metaphor of a country, you look at democracies and dictatorships and communist countries, and you ask, which country would you rather invest in? Well, you're going to want to invest in the country where you have ownership, where you can make choices, where maybe you can protect your money. That's the real battle here.
And make it even more fundamental. In which country would you live?
Exactly.
Would you bring your family? Would you bring
Exactly.
your children and so forth?
An interesting philosophical side note to that of ownership, though, is to notice that the universe does not have any concept of ownership. If you look at atoms, if you look at the atoms in my hand, and you get the microscope and you close in on it, it doesn't have any metadata on it.
No.
Does it? Are we sure about that?
Pretty sure, right? That's the hidden
Let's
data.
zoom in a bit more, but
My background's physics. That's you're right. That's a good, even more fun conversation.
it definitely doesn't run on Solana.
But-
But crash every 2 hours. Never mind. I knew that would be a cheap laugh. So anyway, continue.
But what's interesting is that so in that sense, so first of all, the universe doesn't give us ownership. Ownership is a social contract. It's an agreement that we make. So for example, you don't own art that was posted on the blockchain. The blockchain in that case is, or the early versions of it, is kind of suggesting an idea, which is the first person who uploads something owns it, right? That idea is probably not the right one in the long term, but what we see with the blockchain is essentially a suggestion for a different social contract, and that's really what we're all negotiating. And again, it's going to be contingent on finding use cases for it that reiterate that make sense to us, right? And perhaps NFTs are an example of that thus far.
I'm curious, what's a social contract? Like, I totally agree that most of the tools are essentially suggestions that we choose to believe in, and then we extend and expand. What is democracy? What is this very idea of ownership? What do we actually own?
You know what I think of that with? It would be like common law marriage. If you live with someone for a long time, we all kind of agree mutually, in most places across the world, that you owe each other something, right? So you have this concept there that is larger than the legal system. It's a social contract. We sort of think it makes sense that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what's interesting about the blockchain is it's re-examining what the social contracts around ownership need to be. It's suggesting to all of us how things could work.
Sure.
It's also extending the idea of creativity into ingenuity. So, when you're in a platform like Roblox or whatever the, proto-metaverses are, or whatever creativity you can do online, you can make up what you want to make up. I think what the blockchain and metaverses enabled by the blockchain allow for is for it to be more like a continuing story. You can create something new that corresponds to the rules of the story that have existed before you. Like, when you tell a legend about Zeus, or Hercules, you can't have Hercules suddenly be weak. That doesn't fit with the rules of that narrative. So it's a way for us to co-create stories together, and those stories become the basis of culture, and that culture becomes the basis of an economy, and that allows us to create more value. And I feel like in some ways, the coolest thing about this whole space is not just what it is, but what it isn't. It isn't just video games. It isn't just play-to-earn stuff on the blockchain. It's a whole new category, and I think defining that is going to be quite challenging.
It's amazing. I love this panel. It's moderating itself. Let's give them a round of applause. I think I speak on behalf of everyone that you guys are very inspiring. So I had a personal question for all of you now, a different one for each. And I wanted to start with Philip. When you created Second Life, this was a while back, right? Web 2 was still fresh, new. What were your challenges, and how did you overcome them? What was the one lesson you want to share with us that you're particularly, thoughtful on?
Well, I think that there were a lot of technical challenges because I started the company in 1999. Computers were a lot slower then.
That's a good one.
Second Life was designed, I started the company for two reasons. One was that the very first graphics chip had come out, which is called the GeForce 2, that was in everybody's computers, or at least desktop computers. The second one was broadband was the thing. Now, broadband, when I designed Second Life, was 200 kilobits per second. And I was like,
more than enough.
That'll be plenty. This is going to be amazing. So there was a lot of technical work to be done. But I think the idea of people owning and creating, and Herman and I were just talking off stage about live building and one's ability to actually reach out and click on something in the metaverse and move it around or repaint it while your friend is sitting there laughing and watching you. That concept of enabling the individuals to build, rather, for example, enabling big companies to come in and do things they wanted to do. We had to make a choice between those two. And the choice we made was just to enable people to do things there. And a lot of people look back on Second Life and they think that we had big relationships with brands or something. Not at all. We heard about it afterwards. They'd come and complain to us about what didn't work.
And people, that's such an amazing point, because Second Life had such a beautiful, eclectic set of cultures and subcultures and ideas. My co-founder actually paid his way through college thanks to Philip, earning an income and learning to code inside Second Life. And you look at something like Fortnite now, and it's an amazing game. It's a stunning experience with a lot of value, and no one should throw shade at something that great. But all that IP is just licensed. It's just licensed together. It wasn't created the way that IP was created in Second Life. I think it's so stunning.
I think you have to choose between the two is the point I was trying to make. In terms of like hard choices, we had to focus on letting people do what they wanted to in there, and we wouldn't have been able to do both that and like make bigger companies happy. So.
Amazing. All right, my next question is for Herman. So with Improbable, you are also helping companies speed up, reaching the point where the metaverse is a reality. How are you removing the barriers, right? You're working with some of the most exciting projects in the world, the other side, X Worlds. Tell us more, please.
When I first met Benjamin, I was naive about blockchain technology, trying to learn more about it. And I started talking about, what do you think of Aptos and Mistin and all these new kind of companies? And him and his team just kind of smiled. And they were like, you don't even know the 1,000 problems that go into building a genuine production scale proper working chain that can handle these things. And that's actually how we feel often about the metaverse space. You know, we see these companies and they do like a mini demo and we're like, wow, like you have no idea the nuclear reactor you have to build. So for me, the barriers, they start with one number, one single number. This number is my nightmare, and it is also the single most important thing. Operations per second. How much information can you exchange within the world? So the first and most important thing we do for companies is try to grow that number. Now, that number can't just be thousands, like a game of Fortnite, or even hundreds of thousands, like the most sophisticated, you would argue, worlds within Second Life. It needs to be billions, tens of billions. And that means bandwidth compression, that not quite 200 kilobits, we're down to 350, but 150 extra kilobits per second. Rendering technologies, other pieces. But the most important thing that we're trying to do for companies is make this as simple as possible. Like, we want to make sure that if you're building in and creating metaverse experiences, you're not thinking about any of this. And that's a really tough job to do. And I think one of the biggest problems we haven't solved yet, that I'm really hoping our collaboration with Multiverse X is going to do, is how do you make the last mile easy? How do you make money coming in and out of the world? How do you make ownership easy? Because I know with Second Life, I mean, you guys had to become a bank to pull that off, basically, back in the day. So I think there's a lot of open problems there.
Very interesting. All right, my next question is for Benjamin, who I think amongst the three of you is the youngest one to have ventured in this space. And he's given us a very interesting trailer and preview of...
I'm younger person.
Are you sure? All right, amazing.
I'll take this as a compliment.
I think the audience here is very, very curious about what you're doing with Xworld, right? So how do you see the everyday person from the community engage with Xworld, use it on a daily basis? Is the next X Day happening in the metaverse?
That's a good question. That's a good question. But before answering that, I'll say two things that we've had many discussions about, and that I believe will be very interesting to answer. One, it's almost like you have to define, when you're building this new type of worlds, what's really compelling, what's really exciting to a point that you would not sleep, not eat, and would only do that type of thing. And if you can come up with a version of that and can extrapolate that and see what actually would be relevant to people, to a lot of humans, this goes back to what we were discussing before with education, with fulfillment, with meaning, with value. At the end of the day, what I was alluding to with the Eternal City would be a kind of space where you could access the most fascinating and compelling versions of, as I said, education, work, experimentation, adventure, fulfillment, social interaction. And how these worlds would look is very much a question in itself. Perhaps some of the most interesting questions will be to take what we have in science at the frontier at this point and create worlds around those ideas and see how they would work, if they would bring that type of value and fulfillment to people, if they would open up new worlds, and then all the people will at some point gradually want to experience this new type of worlds. And I think we're much closer first to something that can really move us if we think about those things, and then only after that try to break them into successive gradual milestones that we would have to hit in order to reach that point. Because it's funny, we've been discussing this a lot, and there's this story about, I'm not sure who it was, but there were two authors that went and saw a cathedral. And they were so moved by the architecture that one of them essentially asked the other one, so what happened with the world why don't we build these types of buildings and so forth? And then the other guy said something that was, again, very interesting, that a lot of the world today is built on opinions, whereas something like that needs to be built with a lot more than an opinion. It needs a type of sacrifice and effort that is very different. So I'm both very, let's say, curious philosophically to explore and define a version of an eternal city on the one hand, and then also very pragmatic on the other hand in saying, of course we have all these discussions. They are awesome and they are great, but some of them will take time for us to reach. So the question then becomes, what's perhaps one use cases that people from all over the world will be able to engage in? And I think a lot of the conversation with Herman has been on building and setting up the building blocks such that we can offer for any type of interaction in the world these rights, digital rights that you have that seem very common sense, but indeed give you a different optionality to what you would do in the world. The fact that you can create some objects and, for instance, sell them in a marketplace, and other people can use those objects to build houses or to build malls or to build fortresses or whatever they wish, creates an ecosystem of value that already enables a different type of interaction. That's one thing. And then the fact that we enable people to just join these worlds, that you don't really need a headset and constrain the market to a few people that actually have access right now to a headset or have bought one and so forth. We believe is fundamentally important to enabling this type of technology. And then specifically with X Worlds, we have some discussions regarding what would be, let's say, 3 distinct use cases, and I'll only take one. What would be a great use case that we could begin to experiment and explore with for education? What would facilitate that type of interaction where you feel like you're in Athens and you have a discussion with a Nobel laureate, whether it's Daniel Kahneman or someone else, and you're not only listening, but there's a feedback. There's this type of interaction that as he speaks, he can also demonstrate some ideas. He can also vividly evoke some emotions, convey those to you, and you can interact with him. The fact that you could do this on a sort of virtual stadium or virtual Athenian place where everyone in the world sort of that's interested in that discussion can join and interact, I believe is tremendously more valuable than, let's say, clicking on a website and then just listening that and so forth. And this just begins the conversations. There are many directions you can go with this, but finding this simple first step, I believe, is almost like a breakthrough in itself, because you can see the future, that's one thing, but can you see the first step that creates a new type of world immediately today?
Trying really hard not to tell everybody what is happening on the 10th of December, but I like it. I will throw in one more thing, which is unlike every other project out there, unlike every other collaboration, it's all interconnected. So, the power that you're bringing with X Worlds connects to our work with Other Side, connects to other worlds we haven't announced yet. So all of you will be able to explore this whole constellation of opportunity and move value from world to world. And I think this is the first time ever of multiple worlds being connected together in that way. It's completely unique to this project.
No, I don't know anything about what's happening in December, so
he does.
I can say whatever I want because I don't know.
You have to buy some.
I hope I'm not
GLD.
channeling the truth here. The idea of a viable public commons
would be incredible,
where people can come and do what we're doing right here, meaning that some people on stage can get up and talk about something to several hundred other people. I can see their faces. I can see if people smile. I can hear if they clap. it works. Somebody can't come in and just destroy the whole experience for everybody else. Those are hard problems, but I think that Second Life and no other world that's yet been built has gotten to that yet. And I think that if we had a public commons, you talk about positive impact. In some sense, I would say, not to dismiss it, but I would say sort of forget about ownership. If you can give the world a place where people can come and have a debate without that debate falling apart into, savagery, you have delivered something to the world that we truly need.
Digital town square is what Musk would call Twitter, and I think extends this idea. Yeah, if you would have a visual version of this idea, it would definitely open up a completely new conversation.
What gives me chills is we have this now. We can experiment, and we already are, and we're able to do this. It's just bringing it all together, and I think that's the magic of the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, the pieces are all close.
Yeah.
But Twitter's not it.
Yeah, we can 100% totally agree.
Although if Twitter wanted to be part of X Worlds, I assume we're all cool with that, right?
I guess so.
We're okay with that. All right. I got to talk to you about something afterwards.
I thought it was interesting how you said that, the connection also between the other side and X World. I think we are also very curious what that looks like. But, it's very interesting to see how the space is evolving and how Multiverse X, is also expanding its communities in new areas. So I believe this year in 2022, we've seen a big growth within the community and the ecosystem on the NFT side. I believe if you look at the numbers, you can see how Multiverse X is going up the ladder in terms of volume and traction with NFTs. And so I know the audience is full of NFT projects, and I believe they would be very curious to know how are NFTs going to be integrated into the whole value chain of the metaverse.
So, and Benny cut me off if I'm going in a different direction here, but I think has anybody here heard the term dynamic NFT? You guys heard that term mostly? NFTs are a great level 1 idea. They help you represent ownership, and they usually have a link to something, sometimes an image. I think as we move towards X Worlds, we really want to take that idea a lot further. So instead of just a static NFT, imagine a living, dynamic object with behavior that can be easily described and then can impact and be used in many different worlds. And for those of you that are familiar what we're doing with M Squared, an object can live in any world and can move from world to world and have properties within that space. Now, that's a lot of work, and there's also a lot of effort, and I think things like the portal are going to be very important in this journey as well. But we need to move people away from database entries to living, breathing objects. And it takes a lot of lifting, a lot of energy, and a lot of collaboration. And I think we've put together kind of a dream team here to go and do that as well.
You want to expand on this?
Because you already had dynamic NFTs, right? You guys have had that stuff, ownable objects with modifiable properties. That's been Second Life all the way through.
That's true. That's one of the things people don't realize. Second Life today is hundreds of millions of objects in a world the size of Los Angeles. Many of them are programmable and programmed to have behaviors. And yeah, it is true that one of the core ideas that drove the success of Second Life, as I mentioned earlier, enabling people to build together, was that these objects were all the primitives, the atoms of Second Life, were marked with the information that we know today as NFTs. And then on top of that, they were derivable and modifiable in ways that NFTs are not.
I would say that some of the, again, fascinating ideas around NFTs that are not necessarily very clear to people is how this idea of 1,000 true fans has turned into this idea of 100 true fans. That sort of as a creative in the world today, instead of you having to build an empire, a company that you work for so many years and so forth, you can essentially start earning a living. Start sharing some of your ideas, start living your life and building your dream today. as long as you can find 100 true fans. Now, if you would have a system that would enable you to share your ideas, whether visually or in some other way, give them a digital expression that incidentally is like an NFT, and then give the possibility for you to exchange these ideas, for people to buy these ideas, to be part of your community, and for you to sort of build something like a community around those ideas, then that essentially is a very, very strong creative catalyst, because it means that creative, brilliant people from all over the world don't have to, let's say, waste energy and time doing something that they don't love at all, and that can today start using some of these tools that are built to experiment, explore, and share some of these ideas with people that they cannot find in their immediate community, but they can find on the internet. And this idea of the internet making, offering the possibility for you to find 1,000 people in this large world is very, very simple. So once you think about it, once you think how many people like almost all types of ideas, and then the fact that you would only have to find 100 for them to believe in what you're building, to experiment with you, is absolutely remarkable. Now, some of the tools, of course, we're building, and we've shared this with XFabric. You've seen what this has been doing for Unfinished, and I think people will discover how the project looks and so forth. But the more granular the tools, the easier it becomes for people to start creating themselves, start focusing on what they really believe in. And this is just a starting point, because once you can put this in a world to be shared and exchanged and explored with much more people, then it just becomes even more valuable, even more fascinating, and it's just a starting point of something that I believe will be very, very big.
You know, your word, it's great. You know, Benjamin, what you said about finding 100 people and having those 100 people kind of create, you know, back you, if you will, you know,
sure.
Create a community. There's another important lesson, and it relates to NFTs from Second Life directly, which is very interesting and really relevant right now with all the blockchain stuff. You have to enable groups of people to collectively own and change the world around them. The simplest example from Second Life that just won't work on the blockchain today is to build something really cool, let's say a motorcycle, that you're going to sell motorcycles in Second Life. A lot of people do. What do you need? You need a person who's a software developer, you need a person who likes Photoshop and does textures, and you need a person that does 3D modeling. It turns out those people are those three things are very rarely combined in one person, right? So you need the people to be able to collectively control the destiny of the things that they're making, right? This applies both to space, working together in a community on a project, and objects that we think of today as NFTs in the virtual world. So one of the critical things we did was enabling groups to come together, easily form, and have control of their own collective property with the same equivalent editing rights. And this is something that, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got more blockchain experts here than me by a long shot, but this is something that still ranges somewhere between very hard and impossible on the blockchain.
It's actually this idea of decentralized autonomous organizations. DAOs are exactly what you described, giving people common incentives, a shared purpose, and then a way for them to vote or change ideas and make collective decisions in a particular direction. So it's quite a huge experiment that's going on that's trying to scale organizing or collective efforts in a way that's maybe not doable with previous technologies.
There's also this glue layer, which is embedded in something like Second Life, completely absent in modern, I hesitate to even call them metaverses, but like some of the stuff out there right now. And it's a glue layer that needs to be built very carefully, understanding that ownership is going to be on the blockchain. The content being created needs to be realized inside very sophisticated virtual worlds that potentially have to scale to quite large numbers of people, and needs to facilitate concepts of ownership and object property and object modification that may not even fit on a blockchain traditionally. So that glue layer thing that I'm pretty focused on with what we're doing with M squared, but also cannot live alone. It has to connect with all of these other pieces. I think the anatomy of a working metaverse architecture, which spans the real world, cryptocurrency, and virtual experiences, there's just precious few people actually talking about what that practically involves. You know, you hear about all of these like metaverse standard committees and groups of people discussing this stuff, and none of it practically relates to what needs to happen today. So it's really interesting hearing these perspectives, because these are builders. These are people who actually make this stuff. And I think we're going to see a huge gulf between the builders and the people who are just using the word metaverse as a marketing tool, you know, for their existing company. Not to be too harsh.
Amazing. I think we are running out of time soon, but I believe everybody's enjoying this so much, so I'm going to try to grasp a bit more of each other. It will be very good. I think Benjamin still didn't answer whether the next X Day is going to happen in the Metaverse or not, but let's leave that aside.
I'm gonna say I hope it is, and I'm gonna try to convince him to make it in the Metaverse. How about that?
Question.
Right?
Yeah. Let me invite Philip as well, and we'll have again the setting.
We'll continue the conversation definitely.
As avatars.
Definitely.
Fantastic. All right. So if you could please, I mentioned before how many builders and aspiring founders there are in the audience. And this is something we can notice every day, really, how much is going on the network. Can you please give one last piece of advice to the audience? You know, what are the best tools out there? How can people, you know, try to make something happen?
Oh, I'm so biased. What do I do? All right, well, I guess I'll say, at least from my part, I think you should wait a little bit longer. You know, I'm of course biased with projects like Other Side and X Worlds, but something is brewing behind the scenes that will create a much better deal for creators. I think if you want to make content and create experiences today, you have a huge problem, which is if you build content for a traditional closed platform, and even things like Sandbox, Decentraland, Roblox, Fortnite, whatever they might be, varying levels of success, you can't really build a business that way. And the reason you can't build a business that way is because the value of what you create will be discounted by investors since it's tied to a single platform. So if I were a creator trying to build a business, I would be thinking about platform risk. How can I work in an environment where when I go to an investor, they don't discount my revenue? You know, they actually say, shit, you have a growth story here. And I think if X Worlds and if everything you're hearing about today is successful, and if all of our collective effort is successful, the winners should be the creators. So I think now is the time to be patient. The other thing that I'd say is don't waste your time with anything that isn't based on real ownership. Because in the end, it's just going to be a house of sand. You're never going to create something lasting, something that people can build on, that people can grow on. And those are my kind of two pieces of advice.
I'll give a well, I don't know what the right word would be for this, so I'll just say it.
Just swear, it's fine.
No widely used utility that involves social interaction between people has ever taken off that wasn't equally interesting and appealing to all genders.
Yeah, that's very true.
Second Life is balanced in the people who use it. I would strongly say that we will not see real activity around all of these futuristic ideas until that's true for them as well. I mean, that's true for these experiences as well.
What I would say is that at the end of the day, you're going to find the tools. Sometimes they'll not work. You're going to try 1,000 things. Sometimes it will work, sometimes it will not. But that's very irrelevant. Like, if you really want to build something, there's absolutely nothing that can stop you. And if you're going to take away just one thing, is that if something stops you, you're letting it stop you. If you don't stop and keep trying, at the end of the day, there's no way you won't find a solution for whatever you're looking for. So I'd only say now, more than ever, is the time to build. Of course, you'll find challenges. Of course, some things are difficult. This is life. And if you've not discovered that yet, then it's a good time to discover that. But other than that, there's absolutely no better time to be alive, to have these types of conversations in absolutely any time in history. The level of challenges, whatever, stress, all of that, is hard to make sense of, especially with everything we have today. So I'm still overall very, very thankful in some sense for having these types of interactions, conversations. And I would say, as much as you can, seize the opportunity and build and put the effort in something that you really, truly believe in. If you do that, the results in some form or another, I'm sure, will come.
Benjamin, we're thankful as well. Thank you for bringing these two amazing people here for all of us to get inspired by. Philip and Ran, Benjamin, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for the warm applauses. I was going to say that we've been set up after such a panel. Yeah. The good news is that we really have something interesting today to discuss. And if I would be to just before introducing ourselves, build a bridge between what was discussed and what we're going to talk now, I'm going to steal an idea from Lucien here. I wonder if Metaverse, as it was described before, could it really work without DeFi? Because in the end of the day, it's good to have ownership and sovereign identity and so on, but you want to do commerce in the Metaverse. You want to trade stuff. So in the end of the day, I guess there's a very natural continuation in talking about decentralized finance in the context of discussions about a blockchain-based Metaverse. Because guess what? DeFi is also blockchain-based. I would say let's start with self-introductions. Those of you who know me know that I'm very bad with remembering names and figures. So therefore, I prefer to ask everybody here to introduce themselves and say a few keywords for themselves.
Should I start?
Lucien, start from the left part.
I'm Lucien Todia, co-founder and chief operating officer at Elrond. And I'm really happy to be in this panel, really happy to be at this event, and really happy to talk about the future of finance, banking, and of course, DeFi.
Hi, everybody. I'm working at ADA, and at ADA, we try to make the simplest entry point to Elrond's DeFi. Like DeFi, it's complex, usually. There are a lot of protocols with their own set of rules and things. And at ADA, we try to simplify this and do a kind of the simplest summary of your wallet on a single web page. So basically, you enter your wallet, you click enter, and we fetch all the data we can from the blockchain and put it right in front of you. This way, you can always be up to date with what is happening in your wallet. Okay.
Hi, I'm Grigore Roșu. I'm a professor of computer science at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, UIUC, and I'm also the founder and CEO of Runtime Verification. And we do research in software engineering, programming languages, formal verification. So we try to find good programming languages and then prove programs correct.
Me, last on the list, my name is Andrei Burspânzaru. I'm a partner with Deloitte. I'm a lawyer, and I have spent about 25 years dealing with banks and capital markets. And until a few years ago, I thought, I'm old and nothing can surprise me. And, people dealing with banking lawyers know that a loan is a loan is a loan, yeah, no matter what. And then I was surprised to discover the world of crypto and decentralized finance. And I was like, wow, that's it. Something new is possible in the end of the day. Now, let's kick off the discussion maybe with putting some context. Yeah, and I picked some numbers. Maybe that's because I come from Deloitte and those guys love numbers. And I tried to figure out how big is DeFi. What are we talking about? Okay, and some statistics would say that in April 22. There were about $239 billion locked, total value locked in smart contracts in DeFi systems. Now you could say 239 billion is not a big number if you look at the global capital markets and so on, but it's definitely a sizable number. So it's a number to be taken into consideration. I also look to say what various well-established consultants and so on in the world say about DeFi. What is the potential of DeFi? And Deloitte, for example, in a recent report says that DeFi has the potential to deliver seismic shifts in the global financial system, and that the incumbent players need to consider forward-looking business strategies to position themselves. That's quite a statement. Then you wonder, how do the banks perceive what we call DeFi, and how could they respond to that? Again, quoting from a survey, some bankers were asked, you have like 4 options when you speak about DeFi. You can consider it an existential threat to the banks. You consider it an opportunity for the banks, a passing fad, but there was also an option, what is DeFi? Now, what's interesting, it's almost 40% of the respondents, remember we're talking bankers, it's what we call TradFi, traditional financial system. They said that they consider DeFi more of an opportunity rather than a threat, okay? And what is also relevant is there was still a large percentage of people who lacked awareness about what DeFi is. When bankers were asked, what should they do to respond to DeFi? And again, options were like, you can partner with DeFi platforms, you can offer support services to DeFi platforms, you can try to influence crypto and the regulatory policies, or you can do nothing. What I found interesting is none of the respondents said do nothing. So definitely, we are talking about something that is very relevant for the global financial system and financial players. Now, I mentioned the word finance a lot of times since we started this panel. However, none of you gentlemen is a finance guy. None of you is a banker. You are what some people would call IT guys. You code. That's what you guys do. So then the question is, how come people of this background started to work on a decentralized alternative financial system? Where is this desire coming?
I should start, I guess. Yeah, I was supposed to be a banker. This was my initial, I was in university, supposed to be a banker. After 2 years, I dropped that. I guess it was a good decision, still to be decided. But coming back to your question, definitely, I don't see this as a, let's say, a problem rather than a challenge. Definitely, economists, people from finance for example, we at Reimagining are more than open to discuss stuff like that. But sometimes, in order to move forward, you have to start. And usually the incumbents in an industry are not those so incentivized to change things. And sometimes you take a problem in your hands and start to find a solution on your own, explore. Sometimes you might, let's say, make mistakes. Sometimes you can learn from those. And I guess, let's say in our case was, first of all, it's for us, DeFi, especially on Multiverse X, formerly Elrond, is a building block and an important Lego parts of what we are trying to do. Coming back to your parallel, if Metaverse needs blockchain, is Metaverse, how would the banking or the finance would look on the Metaverse if we were to recreate the banking system inside a Metaverse? That arguably is to be a little bit discussed if we need that kind of thing. And since we were discussing yesterday about payments, cards, crypto, fiat, it seems that finance can find its place inside a Metaverse. Definitely, it's something very interesting. So I guess we started building because no one else was doing it, and because we thought that there is so much things to explore and so much value in the blockchain. We were discussing the importance of ownership inside the Metaverse. And definitely financial assets, the freedom to exchange, swap assets without the need for an intermediary or someone to, let's say, do the transaction for you. And basically the blockchain or the smart contract, the code to do that for you, it's something really, really powerful. Comes with a lot of challenges that probably gonna cover a little bit later. So I guess this would be our, let's say, approach to enter this space. And just to add maybe one last thing here is for Elrond is an interesting approach because I guess there is no other, as far as we know, no other blockchain that made the choice to build a decentralized exchange on its own. It's a very different approach. I believe this brings, the good thing about this approach, it brings a lot of trust in how important this part is for us by choosing to do that. On the other hand, we are more than happy for others to build. This is the beauty of the blockchain is even if, for example, if we are the first one that wrote the first line of codes of the smart contracts, the exchange itself is just an interface. Anyone can build an interface or tools to interact with the code, and basically then anyone can create and build on top of that. And this is the beauty of the blockchain, and also what we were starting to create with the X exchange is that now anyone can build on that if they want, or they can go on their own, let's say, path. And now I'm more than happy that we have AshSwap, our last launchpad. The next launchpad is also from DeFi. We're going to have our first lending protocol built by others, not by us, and I'm more than happy that some things are built by others because we cannot build all the Legos there.
In my case, I don't have a background in finance at all. And I would say that I think it's not very important in the sense that basically we are talking about very simple concepts that exist since a long time ago. We are just like, at the basis of blockchain is the concept of value and transferring value or converting value into another kind of value. And I don't think we need like a degree in finance to be able to have ideas on this subject. Like a lot of people have opinions on this subject. And what's interesting with blockchain is that we have transformed a legal problem into code problem. So now, for this kind of problems, the developers are suited to express themselves and to try to solve this problem. And it's why, at the end of the day, me as the IT guy who has some opinion about value, etc., I am now able to be in this field and to build something. So that's why I think IT people are now much more present in finance, in DeFi now, and in finance in general.
Fair enough. If I'd be just to, trying to balance a bit the approach. Well, I'm not sure if IT people, but quants, mathematicians, were actually into the finance world, a long time ago. I mean, if you go backward, and sometimes some critics say that, too much complexity can blur the understanding of people, yeah? Because one of the allegations in the previous, financial crisis about the CDSs and the mortgage-backed securities and so on was that the financial institutions were not able to price and value correctly these derivatives, and there were actually these quants that were the only ones who were, really able to understand packaging and repackaging debt and risk. So, I would come back to a question about how can we cut through complexity when it comes to DeFi. But first, Grigore, do you have a point about, how come you guys play with finance, not being financiers?
I think because it was easy for us to do it. And even though we don't have a background in finances, many of us IT people know how to do a trade, how to swap something for something else. And I remember my company did the first security audit, formal verification audit for the first version of Uniswap, which was one of the very first DeFi protocols ever. And
what, 2018 or?
Right, yeah, exactly. And when we looked at the code, there were only like 120 or 150 lines of code. That's it. It was a mathematical formula and an implementation, a straightforward implementation. Yeah. So you don't need a banker for that. On the contrary, it was pretty clear code. We found some errors though, rounding errors, because it's easy to, to make errors, and that's another discussion we can have. But I think the answer is because it was easy for IT guys to do this. I'm not saying that these programs are easy in general. I mean, we're talking today, they spent a whole year, a team of 10 plus people working on it. Yes, complexity keeps piling up, but we have a very simple swap protocol. You can have a very simple piece of code.
Well, you just reminded me about this 2018, yeah? I think the first DEX, the first moment we can speak about DEX is 2018. Some people say, if you Google, try Google when DeFi appeared, or, what's the birthday of DeFi, and some people would say it's actually the paper of Satoshi Nakamoto, because we're talking peer-to-peer transfers without a centralized, or without an intermediary or a centralized authority to monitor everything. But if we speak about decentralized exchanges, it's just 2018. So when I said that number at the beginning, less than $300 billion in DeFis, think about it. It's just 5 years old. Yeah, it did not even go to school. Okay, so and also if you look at the pace of growth, it's incredible. Yeah, the pace of growth year on year it's unimaginable. So let's put things in context and see the potential.
If I can expand a little bit on and translate what Grigori is saying when he said it's easy. I think what he meant is we are really smart, so it's very easy for us to do.
To me, it's clear. The coders are taking over the world. I mean, that's the secret plan, right?
Maybe I can talk about a bit how I came in this field, because at the beginning I was not, working in DeFi, and I was interested by DeFi and all the crypto stuff, but I was not building DeFi, and it's exactly the way I describe it. Like on blockchains, most of the things are open source, and at some point I was using Uniswap, and I was in the Explorer, and I don't know, I clicked on the page that displayed the code of a smart contract. I had already background in programming. And I clicked in this code, and I saw exactly it was like 200 lines of codes. I was barely able to read it, even if I didn't know the language, sorry. And I was amazed by the simplicity, in the sense that I was expecting way more from the project. Way more complexity from the project. And at the end, it was like basically 200 lines of codes that was ruling super big product, super useful product. So I was amazed by this, and I thought, yeah, I should go in this field.
Just speaking on the complexity part and on the idea that we have now a world, in this case, the world of finance, whose rules are rewritten by people who do not necessarily come from the finance world. And it was a good explanation that I've heard, which is maybe that's one of the qualities and one of the base assumptions, positive assumptions, that this world might work better. Exactly the fact that it's reinvented. So we don't translate what used to exist and just use different technology. Now, obviously, there are also people who are saying that this is starting to happen, but let's not get into that, or at least not yet. Now, there is, however, a lot of complexity, and what to you may sound obvious, or what to Grigore may sound easy, is not necessarily obvious or easy for the regulators. And it's also not obvious or easy for the individuals, for the consumers. And we have to make it easy for the regulators. We had in the morning the Minister of Digitalization, Innovation and Research from Romania, who said, dear community, do not shy away from educating the regulators. Because if they're not, if you don't educate them, they will still regulate. That's what a regulator does. And if it regulates without understanding, there's going to be most likely bad regulation, okay? And we don't want them to regulate DeFi into oblivion, okay? So on one hand, how do you make this clear and understandable for the regulators? On the other hand, about individuals, I mean, if you go on crypto Twitter, as it's called, everybody would say, if somebody complains about losing money in crypto, would say, do your own research, bro, yeah? Now, to do your own research, you need to be able to do your own research. If you're not a computer programmer, it might not be that easy. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it may still be complex. So we need to make it easy for the investors also, if we want this to really get, full adoption. Okay. And last but not least, if things are overcomplicated and difficult to understand, you cannot really have good governance. And maybe we have in the audience bleeding heart libertarians from the crypto world, which would say, why do you bring governance into discussion? That's something pertaining to, the old world. It's not exactly like that. Also in a DAO, you still talk about governance. Yeah. How do you have good governance if people don't understand? How do you help all of these, participants, stakeholders? How do you make the complex thing look clear and easy?
So definitely this is a challenge. As with any new technology, as any new innovation, that at the beginning looks or like magic or complex, and sometimes actually the code is simple, but I guess Grigore can confirm at every 100 lines, code of lines, there is at least one bug. So simplicity is, when you talk about codes, it's something different. But coming back to that, definitely, as you mentioned, there are different actors here. So if we talk about, let's say, users, not necessarily investors, if we talk about users, definitely here there are at least two angles we can see that. One is the user is the reason to be there. So definitely if the user is because he's not satisfied by the status quo, because he feels like he's not in control of his own money. Anytime government or a bank can deny access to your funds. And then if he is in the DeFi for, let's say, this kind of reason, and I wouldn't say it's libertarian, it's something that it's my money, I want to own my money. I don't want to, I don't know, at 2 a.m. in the morning, because the bank is closed, blockchain is never closed, or decentralized exchanges are never closed, as with the traditional stock exchanges. So I want to own and I want to have full access to my funds.
And direct access.
And direct access. And if this is the reason to be in DeFi, then you probably, it'll be much easier to invest time and research and take a little bit, maybe since you are still early, the pain to access this, let's say, but having the motivation and the reason gives you enough energy to go there. If you are coming more from a, let's say, trading perspective, then yes, maybe you are not. I'm not saying you are doing for the wrong reasons, but then you have to decide. And the second angle to look at the users is definitely, let's say, the user interface. Because frankly, we have codes behind an app on mobile, behind a website. It's still code. The challenge right now is how to simplify these things from an UI perspective. And when I say UI or user experience, it's not how it looks, the color of the bottom. It's how you explain through an interface some concepts, even if they are economics concept, game design concepts, or like other things, is how you explain it. This is the challenge. It's not if it's, I don't know, it looks nice, the app. And then definitely are the regulators, and definitely the way to reach them is to actually try to explain. And I was more than happy what Romanian minister said this morning, that, yeah, hey, tell me about that. And we try to, on our side, to be as proactive as possible. We try to be involved in as much as possible, involved in this kind of decision, or at least to give some feedback. Sometimes we are asked, sometimes you need to raise your hand and try to educate. As I said, it's really, really challenging. We were talking a little bit on even different angle, for example, the KYC part, that is, or the, for example, the so-called pseudo, the fact that blockchain is transparent also gives a lot of headaches for all the banking system to understand what is going on there. Because basically, and I really like this parallel, is once you have crypto, basically we kind of moved a little bit in the past when people were using cash. You know, cash is one of the way of paying that it's pretty anonymous. But as the technology, and it's pretty interesting, as the technology evolved, now we have all those digital transaction cards, bank transfers, but we lost all the privacy there. Now, from a regulator point of view, this is a very good thing. It's very easy. I'm going to just ask your IBAN account, and I'm going to see all the transaction. Or blockchain comes with some freedom. It's transparent, the data is there, but you no longer know exactly who is doing what. And this is a good thing for those that value privacy. But on the other hand, for regulators, this is, oh, so now I don't know all your history background. Are you paying taxes? How should I tax this? When should I tax this? If you pay in crypto, when you exchange crypto in fiat, if you exchange Bitcoin to e-gold, e-gold to something, and you make, I don't know, some profit, should I tax you now, at the end of the year? So definitely, I believe that not even us that are in this space, we know all these answers. So this means that we need a dialogue. And as long, and this is the last thing I mentioned here, as long as regulation doesn't kill innovation, we are on the right track. If regulation comes and innovation can no longer find its own space, then we might have a problem.
Yeah, I agree. So the good thing is that we all want the regulation, right? So we like regulation because it will bring industrial investors and broad acceptance of crypto. Regulators want regulation because they are regulators, and they should be happy because in blockchain, all the transactions are on the blockchain, all the information is there, you cannot hide anything. We just have to find the mechanism to make it happen. And there are different countries, different jurisdictions. Some countries are more advanced than others. Others want to retrofit the whole crypto novelty onto their archaic existing regulations, and sometimes it doesn't work. Also, education has a big role here, right? As regulators should start using these DeFi protocols themselves to see what it is, because they are not that different. Once you use, let's say, Aave, on Ethereum, then you can immediately use Hatom on Elrond without even needing to read the documentation. It's pretty clear once you understand the concept, the new concept. You have to connect your wallet, then you have to deposit collateral, then, and you don't need to read the documentation. But documentation is also very important, of course. And then I think what regulators will need probably is certified security auditors, because there are so many things that can go wrong in these DeFi protocols. It's not only the code of the DeFi protocol itself, but the VM, or maybe some validator, some malicious validator wants to do something bad. So it's not even clear who is responsible for what.
Well, it's this famous expression, in the crypto world, code is law, right? And then if I would put the hat of a regulator, I would say, how do I know, a law can be written in a good way or a bad way. A law can be good or bad, yeah? It can be a good law, but the intention of the legislator was to make a good law, but it was poorly drafted. And then you have laws of unintended consequences. So my question is maybe picking exactly what you said, Grigore, how do we address this in the crypto world? Like, code is law, which could be great if it's a good law, but could be a nightmare if it's a bad law.
Right, so the code needs to be explained in normal, natural language. Then auditors should also explain what the code does in their own way. And so that's the beginning. Then I think a big question is also who to blame when things go wrong, because everything is.
Auditors would be a good place to start.
Well, yes and no, because the auditors, have a certain time box available to them. And actually, I'm happy actually that I can tell everybody here that you guys should plan auditing early. You should not wait until the very last minute. So in case you don't know, what really happens in the world of DeFi development is that many teams, not here, but in other places, many teams have a certain budget, let's say for a project, for a DeFi project, and they do like 90% of the whole development without thinking at all about auditing. And then there are 2 more weeks before the launch, and they want an audit because an audit helps them. And then they go to auditors and say, hey, I have really only 1 week and $5,000, and I want the whole thing audited. That's not possible. It's not physically possible. Actually, I worked at NASA before I joined academia, and one thing that surprised me at NASA was that for any project at NASA, 80% of the resources of the project go into verification and validation, and only 20% into writing the actual code. So 4 times more resources into verification and validation than into writing the code. And nobody tries to attack their code every day, right, and exploit it.
To me, it's amazing. You see, in reality, the 2 worlds, the world of TradFi, traditional finance, and DeFi, decentralized finance, they're very different, but there are also a lot of similarities between the 2 worlds, yeah? Because the example you gave now with, last minute before, I don't know, launching a product or whatever, you go and you ask the auditor to audit and so on. I mean, you see something similar happening with some companies which before they go to do an IPO, that's the moment when they start to implement compliance procedures and they realize they need to have IFRS compliant financial statements and so on. I mean, look, human nature is human nature and it plays similarly in all the worlds. Yeah?
Well, but they also learn because some are more successful than others. In particular, one thing that we really like in our collaboration with Elrond is that now they engage us in their projects even before they start writing the code, when we are still discussing the business logic of the protocol. And then we kind of look over their shoulders with our auditor's eye and together find a way to write the code in the best possible way that it's also easy to audit. then we can audit that code in 1 week at the end, because we built it together, more or less. And I strongly encourage other teams to do the same, to help us, help them.
I think Lucian has a,
yeah, I
has
think
a point.
here is there is this tension as a startup, moving fast and break things. And then you have, but when you break things on DeFi, you're basically not breaking all your own things. You are breaking everyone. So it's this tension between moving fast, having this mindset of startups, innovate, deliver, fail, fail, raise, do again. But DeFi, on the other hand, you have this responsibility with this. And maybe coming back to the code is law, there is a slight difference here, is that law is not enforced on you. You can choose to use that protocol DeFi, and then the code is gonna be, let's say, enforced on you, but you are not. You have so many other options. You can choose to use MyR exchange or X exchange if you want, and then the written code there is going to be applied on everything you do, and this is where the law is, the metaphor is applied. And on the other hand, I think another way of thinking of code is law is if things don't work as intended, or you didn't understand how it's supposed to work, there is no other third party, no jury.
No recourse.
Yes, no call center, no jury to call. It was supposed to do like that or like.
Which is very interesting, because if you look at the framework of consumer protection legislation, including in financial markets, it's something called MiFID, Market in Financial Instruments. That's the European framework, MiFID and MiFIR. The whole approach of the legislator is to consider that you have different categories of investors. Some of them are knowledgeable or professional. Others are not knowledgeable, not experienced. They don't qualify as professional investors. The first category has access to more complex and riskier products. The second category, not really. The brokers should not recommend to them such products. And you can see the rationale in that, clearly. But also, you can see the rationale in the approach taken into the crypto world, which says, guys, it's a free world. You can choose to make an investment decision or not, to use a certain product which has certain, is functioning according to a certain protocol. So, dig deep into that and understand what you're getting into, And it's not up to us, to tell you to go for it or not. And that makes me coming back, because Grigore pointed out to what I consider to be an emerging profession, professionalization. The concept of auditors, it's a sign of maturity of the market. It's a professionalization, literally, of the market. Lucas, my understanding is that you guys are also playing a role in line with what I just mentioned, trying to make, help players, stakeholders cut through complexity. How are you guys doing that?
With a lot of work, and it's really difficult, and we are not yet at the vision at the stage we want to be, but a lot of work. It's a lot of work. In a sense, we try to communicate, to discuss with all the different protocols on the blockchain, try to understand first their products, and then from our understanding, try to make the simplest UI on the page we make. And mostly it's about reading smart contracts, trying to understand. So in some way, by doing this, we already do some kind of audits with feedback to the projects. And when we think we get it correctly, when we think we have the correct mental model of this, then we do an integration on our website, and we hope to make it like. Our end goal is like the beginner who enters crypto and who has no knowledge about the crypto space at all. And every time we do a feature, we try to go to this stage. Will it be easy to understand to like a user who has no knowledge in crypto at all? And so by doing this process, we try to make something that is at the end simple to use for people. But there is no like.
And who is looking for the services that you're provided? Who are your clients?
Anybody that creates a wallet on Elrond and wants to get an easy entry point on the blockchain will be interested. So it's basically about, even for like more advanced user, it's useful because there is too much thing going on the blockchain that it's hard to get a good summary of this in your head. So this is what we try to do, like a simplistic version of the whole set of protocols. Of course, we can't integrate all the details of all the protocols, but we try to do like a first step into all the protocols that are possible.
Okay, so basically, I mean, you just confirmed to me that it's not that I'm stupid, I'm just not an IT guy, yeah? And I need companies like yours to support me understand stuff. I need companies like Grigores to come and, audit and, do not just let me there out in the cold as a, stupid old lawyer who doesn't understand coding and, he's trying to do his own research, but he's struggling with that, right? So there is a need for new, players, professionals in this market to actually help the stakeholders get the comfort that the things are what they say they are, yeah, and also to help them understand and make proper assessment.
Yeah. Every time we do something in ADA, really we are thinking about like the newbie. Like I'm thinking about my mother. Is my mother able to? Can I put my mother in front of a website, and what she will do if she sees it, like you see? And I think we are not yet at this stage. And yeah, it's normal if people feel like it's too complicated yet. But I think it's the stage we should all go towards.
Maybe to add something
Please.
here regarding why sometimes DeFi looks so complicated is, and I want to mention is, I guess even the traditional finance for most people is complicated. I mean, I guess a lot of people that were never exposed to blockchain or crypto don't know how money are created, how inflation works, how, I don't know, derivatives, option, futures, all the products on the, let's say, traditional finance works. The thing is, once you, let's say for various reasons, good or bad, doesn't matter, you go into DeFi, you are immediately exposed to, let's say, similar concept, some new or some not new, but taken from the traditional finance, and you are exposed to those with no filtering, because you start to, maybe there is a native token, maybe there are some rewards there, maybe in order to lend that you need to understand a little bit, you need to make some decisions that usually you don't need to make in the traditional space, because it's someone else is doing that, is doing the bank. When you're making a deposit at the bank knows what to do, hopefully, arguably, to do with that deposit. You don't care what happens. You just know that hopefully at the end of the day, at the end of the year or whatever the term is, you get something more. But on DeFi, you need to make some decision on your own, and having this, like in Spider-Man, great power, come great responsibility. This it's exposing the user to actually some very basic, I would say, financial concepts that on the traditional one you are not exposed because someone else is doing all the thing. And this is where the tension maybe comes. It's not like it's totally different. It's where DeFi is different is ownership, transparency, how from a technical point of view the settlement is done, is no longer done between some centralized databases or some third party that is, I don't know, doing all this even for banks. It's basically somewhere in the open with an open source protocol by a code where is law, and then that's one thing I want, a few things I want to add.
And it's also terminology, to be honest, because you look into what happened in Europe. We have this marketing crypto assets regulation. If you go through it, what you'll see is actually there are a lot of analogies in terms of regulating crypto assets with banking and capital markets. Basically, stable coins are going to be regulated very similarly with the way e-money are regulated currently, and so that takes you a bit towards the traditional system. And also concepts like market abuse, intermediation of orders, best execution, they are taken from capital markets and expanded over crypto assets. So in reality, what does that say? I mean, if you can apply similar rules, it means they are not that different. Yeah. So there's a lot of difference in terms of how settlement takes place and so on. But if you look at the products from the user's perspective, they're not that different. Yeah. On that point, I'm also trying to figure out. I didn't get any sign from the organizers, but I'm just trying to be conscious of time.
We have a timer there, and the time
it's
is
out. Okay. So one last question then to you guys is there are at least 3 scenarios possible for DeFi. One is the traditional finance is going to lobby the regulators and is going to regulate DeFi into oblivion. Okay, that's one option. Simply because it sees it as toxic, competitive, and so on. Another option is DeFi takes over TradFi using some of the things that seem to be already loved by TradFi, like tokenization, atomic settlement. These are features of DeFi that are very much likened by the traditional finance. So who knows, maybe, DeFi puts this Trojan horse of tokenization into TradFi and ends up, eating it from the inside. Or you could also have the option that both systems continue to develop in parallel, which, like in a short answer, because the time is out, which do you think would be the more probable? Or maybe there's a fourth.
There's a fourth option where both of them evolve. So TradeFi learns from DeFi, DeFi learns from TradeFi, and then they will eventually become the same thing. It will be the way things are in the future. I don't think one is to eliminate the other.
That's an answer that does not leave a lot of room for other answers, but if you guys still want to add to that?
Maybe I'll add, and this is kind of a joke, taking an investor hat. If I really like asymmetric bets, so if DeFi is, and this was April, the number you said, right now I think it's more or less DeFi, let's say tens of billions of dollars. The entire, let's say, finance, similar, traditionally it's like $2 trillion. I would take that bet any time, so it's like 100x more room to grow there. As I said, it's more like a joke. I'm as a build, let's say as a builder, I believe, and as a vision, what we are doing at Aron, I believe DeFi, even if regulators will try to, let's say, kill it, it's almost impossible. As we were discussing, I think in the morning, you cannot ban Bitcoin. Of course, regulation from a technical point of view.
And Lucian, let's be clear, they don't seem to have that intention. All the regulators in Europe, in US, wherever, they look to regulate, but none of them is really looking to impose an overall, blanket ban.
Yeah, but leaving aside the regulations, I believe DeFi has its own reason to be there, and there are so many advantages there from a technical point of view, with the challenges with that, but also from being able to build on the way you can build on top of this DeFi. It's really, really powerful, because then you can create different products, and this is arguably, let's not go into the trap on what happened in 2008 when they created so many synthetics products that basically no one knew what was toxic or not. So I'm not talking about that kind of building on top, but I believe this is a really, really powerful thing, having access 24 hours to the market, having access to your own funds, being able to transact and swap different kind of assets, the tokenization of different assets that usually until now was almost from a technical point of view impossible to tokenize. I believe this is very important, and I believe it's not either or. I believe there will be a use case for TradeFi and it will be a case for DeFi, but I believe DeFi definitely has so much more room to grow. Not saying that necessarily they are fighting for the same pie, maybe the pie will be bigger at the end of the day.
Lucas, last thought from you?
I think everything has been said, and I would just say that I believe, but it's a belief, that regulators are not going to be blind to the greatness of DeFi. I don't believe this. I believe that at some point they will see like all the great things that can be done with DeFi, and they will understand that it doesn't make sense to completely ban this.
Just to thank you all, and just to conclude, I'm I have on one hand a cautious view about what regulators will do, and that comes from the fact that what we're talking about when we talk crypto is really a reinvention of money. This is something that happens very rarely in the history, and therefore predicting what position, which way regulators will take, it's really risky in itself. On the other hand, if we look at the trends over the last years about how the regulators position vis-a-vis technology, like in Europe we have PSD2, Payment Services Directive, what they did there, and it started with the first Payment Services Directive actually, they demonopolized payments, which used to be the monopoly of banks. And then the regulators are the ones which said, let's open the doors to actually the fintechs. Okay, so what we see is a trend whereby the regulators are looking to stimulate innovation, and in all the public positions taken by regulators around the world, when it comes to crypto, they all say we have to be prudent, we have to protect investors, we have to protect the stability of the financial system, but in such manner that we do not stifle innovation. That last expression, that we do not stifle innovation, you can find it in the press release of almost all the regulators. So on that note, I think we have good reasons to be positive. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Great job.
Hello, everyone. It's really great to have this conversation again after a long time and a lot of discussion. And I think the community has been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. So it's great to be here with Christian Rao from MasterCard. If you want to maybe share some thoughts on a bit your background or your ideas and views, and then we'll probably share something quite exciting with the community that I'm sure you've probably seen. They reacted quite positive too, but quite curious to share a bit with the community.
Yeah, pleasure. But before I do that, let me congratulate you to that event. I mean, I've been here today. I've watched the sort of review online yesterday. I was super impressed, and I think what you pulled together, really great. Paired with the rebranding, absolutely impressed. So, and yeah.
Thank you.
No,
thank you.
And I'm not the first one to say that, right? I'm not the first one to notice. Yeah, my name is Christian. I work for MasterCard, have been doing this for 10 years in various functions, now heading a function that we call FinTech Enablement and Crypto, which basically, and we'll get to that, should put us in a position to make us a very, let's say, easy to work with partner for companies such as Elrond or Multiverse X, but at the same time bring to the table what we have been doing for 60 years almost in terms of enabling payments throughout the world in whatever shape or form. MasterCard, I think, is a well-known company. What is important to know is that we don't give out cards. So there's roughly 2.7 billion cards out there, but none of these come from us. It's banks in the past, and nowadays more fintechs, and in the future even more crypto players that do issue...
Another card.
It's beautiful, it's beautiful. Yeah, I think that's important. So we are not a B2C company, we are a B2B company. So we work with banks on the one hand side, or financial institutions, and we work with other banks that sit behind merchants, basically, and accept payments. And we're enabling the flow of this in a very seamless manner. So to give you a feeling, in the calendar year 2021, we processed 7.7 trillion USD in volume. So that's roughly 2 times German GDP. And I think moving money from one end to the other is, I don't want to call it trivial, but I think the beauty is that we make sure that every Peruvian MasterCard can buy something in Mongolia at the point of sale or in e-com, and if something should go wrong, we have sort of a rule set to also rewind this and make everybody whole again. And that's also sort of the essence of what we want to do. We want to enable people to make safe, simple, secure payments wherever they want. In the past, that was, in a taxi, you would put in your plastic card, you would go, and then it was more and more, the magnetic stripe and the chip. And then at one point, 8 years ago, Apple Pay came along, and we really started to discard that physical form factor of a plastic card, but put a token on your iPhone, to the extent that in some European markets, we see that 30% of all the point of sales, so the stationary retail sales, are already initiated by devices other than plastic cards. And I think that's why we also don't like to be a card company, because we see that let's say that medium of a plastic card has a deadline to it, right? But the network connecting these 2.8 billion consumers with the merchants and then rules and making this all work fairly smooth, I think that's really sort of the secret source or the magic that we want to transpose, obviously, also into crypto.
That's actually a very, very interesting conversation, and we'll probably also try to dive deep a bit into how MasterCard started. But before doing that, I think a great conversation to have is around the progress that we've made, and the community in some sense knows that we've been working on a card for a long time, but we've tried to always find solutions that are not only announced and then they don't work, but rather solutions that we could build for the future. And so even in these conversations, that there have been a lot of conversations. I remember that we discussed it in some form or another 1 year ago. Some conversations were started with MasterCard and so forth. But we're now thrilled to say that the card that we release with Exportal is done in partnership with MasterCard. So this is an amazing milestone that we can share, and we could not be more excited to share this with the community.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Now, perhaps a good conversation would be a bit how MasterCard sees at this point the crypto space, some of the things that are happening, how you specifically see a collaboration with Elrond and now Multiverse X, and how this then maybe also plays out and you look at it, applying it to the new mediums, the Metaverse and beyond.
Yeah. Absolutely. And before answering that question, I think one thing we have to all be aware of, and that will resonate, nobody wants to pay, right? People want to consume services, they want to buy things, and then they need to pay in one way or another, right? And we see that the way you drive a taxi or ride a taxi has changed, because now you have an Uber. The way you consume movies has changed. Now you have Netflix. So a lot of value chains have been digitally disrupted and have also integrated payments into them in a very, let's say, frictionless manner. And whenever we speak about the multiverse and whatever that is, that means that people will interact differently consistently but differently in the digital world and the physical world, and not looking at how the world changes, the digital world, the physical world, how they converge, not looking at this from a party like MasterCard would be reckless basically, because we would risk of not being present and being disrupted. So that is why
Totally agree.
that is why we look at these things, because we need to be, if you're not on the iPhone or on the Android device today, then the generation Alpha, whatever you want to call them, they will find other solutions. And why do we look at crypto today? So there's one tactical thing. Just as consumers wanted to buy MP3s 20 years back, right, and was cumbersome, you download a single song, you put it on a hard drive, on a stick or whatever, before the iPod came around. People want to buy crypto if they don't get it on-chain natively. So they need to move their fiat funds on-chain, basically. And you can do this via ACH or wire transfer. You can do it via open banking to a certain extent, but we see that in many instances, cards are used for that. And they're well equipped for this, because at the end of the day, it's an e-com transaction. But then we also see at one point, multiverse and everything, we see the willingness of consumers to take the digital proceeds back into the quote-unquote real world, right? And there, cards are a very, let's say, smooth and efficient way, because we can build on an infrastructure that's there, that's working on mobile devices, that's working on smartwatches. And we can use our technology and our role in the ecosystem to enable all these merchants to accept cards, such as the multiverse cards, without even thinking about, is this a e-gold card? Is this a Bitcoin card? Do I want to deal with this? Does my treasury and my accounting and my tax people, do they know how to deal with this? No, they don't have to, right? The consumer uses a product that they associate very much with Multiverse X. It's a physical manifestation of the Multiverse X. But the merchant, right, the Carrefour just around here, they couldn't care less whether that's an HSBC or Citibank or whatever card or your card. It will work. And that's where we see an enormous opportunity, because we can really combine the old world, the TradFi, fiat, whatever you want to call it world, with the new world. And we bring, and that's what we see our role is, we bring the rules and regulation that I think some of them have also a reason why in the multiverse world. We bring these to the crypto world and bring a bit of the innovation into the TradFi world. And that's why we engage in this space, and that's where I personally think the real magic will unfold. If you do crypto in this lane and fiat in this lane, and they never cross, then I think the world would be a boring place and there would be no cross-fertilization. I think it's for us jointly to bring these things together.
And I would also say that it's precisely this point of trying to blur the lines between worlds, trying to create a space where both types of money are equivalent, that are used in the same way, regardless of them coming from the metaverse or them being fiat money. This is the thing that will then open up a lot of other opportunities. To be able to do this, to be able to bridge this gap and recognize that, as you've mentioned, one, in the real world, in the physical world, there are already some payment rails. There are already some networks that are very much established in some sense. Of course, there's tremendous innovation, but then in this new world, there's an opportunity that's incomparable with everything that exists in the physical world, precisely because here, people have not yet figured out many things. So whenever they discover an environment, create an environment to bring money in it, to exchange it, to be able to embed it in a natively digital way, I think opens up tremendous opportunity. And to be able to bridge this, I think, is a great conversation, because the value, suppose that you have $1 million in the metaverse, in the multiverse. The key point is, if that type of money exists only in the virtual world, it doesn't have too much value. When that money can be spent everywhere, anywhere you'd like, for your groceries, for the things you'd like, at that point, it becomes money. at that point, in your mind, there's literally no distinction between the fiat money that you can use to buy the stuff and this new type of money that you can finally use in the way that you'd expect. So we're quite excited to be able to make this step forward. And I'm also curious a bit, it's very easy to see, for instance, MasterCard as it is right now, with the entire infrastructure present in all the countries and so forth, and the entire history, because it did not appear overnight. There's a very, very long history there of experimentation, trials, new reinvention, and so forth. So I'm curious if you might know how MasterCard essentially started and how it took off.
As you said, I think it's an entity that goes way back, and I mean, I know this is recorded, so I should be careful with our marketing and comms people. But to the very best of my knowledge, it started in such a way that there were in the US back in the 60s, I think it was early 60s, there were proprietary credit cards. So you would have a credit card from, I don't know, Crédit Mutuel. And then you want to go to a grocery shop, and then that grocery shop needs to accept a credit card from Crédit Mutuel. I have Crédit Agricole, so they would need to also accept Crédit Agricole. So there would be basically a sort of invincible number of end-to-end connections, because there was simply not interoperability that a card issued by one bank would be accepted by a merchant from their bank. And the idea was really to move to a hub and spoke system and say, okay, let's create an entity that basically ensures interoperability. So that's, I think, how the MasterCard came into being. And to the very best of my knowledge, the very first credit card is the diner's card. And the name should be very revealing, because I think it was a set of gentlemen that were having lunch or dinner I think it was in New York in the 60s also, and they couldn't settle their bill. So basically they wrote on I think to make the story nice, should be napkin. So they wrote on a napkin, we don't have the money, but we signal with our name that we owe you $60 or whatever. And then they came back. And that's the Diners Club. And then I believe that's the first card. And so the idea was really, that's where cards came about. And then in the 80s, I think few people here in the audience will remember, debit cards, especially in Europe, played an important role in terms of cash logistics, because we moved away from where you were confined to bank opening hours, going into bank branch, a lady most of the time sitting behind 5-centimeter glass. You tell her your account number, she gives you back then D-Mark or a Lira or whatever. But we used ATMs, and their cards were really used. And then, especially during the pandemic, and I don't want to bore you with the MasterCard thinking, but especially during pandemic, we saw that even in cash-affine markets in Europe, such as Germany, such as Austria, for example, people switched from using their card to get cash to then put it into the cashier system of Aldi, who put it back in the bank. They used their card, right, because it's more efficient. You minimize physical contact, and so on and so forth. And that's how the whole thing started. And again, I think MasterCard in its innovation approach is very much guided by how people shop, how people interact, and how the world gets more digital. Because we don't have the pouvoir, we don't have that emotional buy-in that other companies have. And we piggyback on these technologies, and we contribute our technology to make it safe, simple, and secure.
I think it's always fascinating to look at the stories, and then especially stories that have had 70 years lifetime. That's very rare. Most companies do not make it 10 years or 20 years. To see companies that have existed for 70 years is always super interesting. And the key thing that we've been trying to always look at is trying to boil down to the very fundamentals. Every single thing that we're doing, whether it's money, and just thinking hard what money really is, and then trying to understand its potential utility, trying to understand how money could be reinvented or reimagined, and then also trying really hard to understand both new use cases, new things that could and can be done in a way that's native to the network, to the tools that we're building, but then also bridging this world that might be new with the world that's already working and in operation. So I'm curious maybe if you've looked specifically at blockchains and what you believe might be a version of money that we'll use, let's say, on a day-to-day basis 10 years from now. If you would say the way that the financial system might work in 2030.
Okay.
How would you imagine that would look?
I think that's a very interesting question, because at this point we have a lot of let's say channel differentiation, especially in the e-com space. What do I mean? If I want to buy something on a web shop, I can do it via invoice, I can do it via PayPal, via Klarna, via debit card, credit card, and 5, 6 others. But all of this is pretty much euro denominated, or whatever currency I'm in. And I do believe that next to this, let's say, form factor flexibility, there will be choice, right? If I listen to the ECB, we will have a digital euro in 2026, which will basically be a physical manifestation of the fiat money that we have. I understand there's still some design choices to be made, but this will be there, right? Then I see on the partner side that we speak with, more and more of an interest to look at stable coins for payment, because stable coins basically allow for 365, 24/7 settlement without having the fluctuation associated with Bitcoin, for example. So there's interest for this. Then I'm a firm believer that fiat, be it card denominated or cash, will play a role. And I do believe at the end of the day, it will be for consumers to choose what they want. And of course for merchants to guide them, to nudge them to the extent what they prefer. And I think having this choice is very much in the spirit of what we stand for, and also what the regulator wants to see. I think in the panel before us, somebody mentioned something around PSD2 and opening up service competition on current accounts. And I think that is something that is very healthy for the industry, because I think that the more opportunities you open, the more you give choice to consumers and merchants, the more innovation you spur, if you at the same time provide regulatory guidance in terms of stability of value, consumer protection, and so on and so forth. Because I think that was also mentioned today, quite likely everybody here in the room feels very much comfortable with my keys, my coins in these, let me call it very crypto-native concepts, but a lot of people in the general public quite likely don't. So I think that these choices need to be accompanied by, let's say, boundaries, or let me call it protective boundaries for the general public.
Do you see MasterCard moving much closer and adopting either deeper blockchain integrations, deeper applications that you're experimenting with?
Yeah, absolutely. So up until now, we've been, let me call it, or up until recently, to be more precise, we've been a card company. Card, not in terms of the plastic, but these blocks of 4 blocks of 4 numbers. And then some years back, we bought a company called Vocalink that in the UK processes basically the ACH money, because we said we want to be on these rails too. And now we look very much at blockchain also. We have a pilot, for example, for stablecoin settlement in the US going on with Paxos. And we also recently announced another partnership where we want to enable banks to offer blockchain basically, or let me call it digital assets as a service through a partnership with MasterCard, because we see that also here we can bring this to the table. So we definitely want to play in this space because we believe in the underlying technical capabilities and the innovative capacity. And we always do this cross-referencing. You know, I touched upon it, consumer protection, regulatory oversight, and stability of value. And it's, for us, it's a journey, right? To see what can we do, what can't we do, what resonates with the market. But it's definitely a spot that we spend a lot of time looking at. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a job.
I'm curious if you take a look at the current space, at the things that are developing, at the way that the Metaverse, Web3, and so forth are emerging. What would you say might be one of the most important strategic moves that would change the space in terms of adoption, in terms of speed of adoption or openness to the public?
I would think that on the multiverses, metaverses, I think openness and interoperability for me quite likely would be key. Because if I see myself in a multiverse that delivers, let's say, a relevant use case for myself, and I need to pay or get paid or whatever, I quite likely would not want to be confined to using a proprietary token only of this multiverse or metaverse. I would want to walk around, let's say, and I want to buy something. I would want to use my Apple Watch on my avatar, and then I would want to use, you know, my real-life Apple Watch to authenticate myself with, you know, with my physically. And I think that is something that I would hope for. It's more a hope than something that I can affect. But that the people that build these multiverses, metaverses, that they look at you know, this seamlessness, this interoperability. Because as you said, right, I have $1 million in multiverse X. If I can't get it to multiverse Z or Y, the utility is limited, and I think also adoption will be limited, because at the end of the day, I believe the ultimate litmus test will be, can I get it to the real world to buy my groceries if I need to? I mean, that's what it really boils down to. You can, if you're really serious about it, you can have funny money for the multiverse. But if this is really money I take seriously, I think that will always be the question: could I use this to buy my rent or my food tomorrow? And I think if multiverses are serious about really being embedded in the user's life, quite likely that would be a strategic North Star, whatever you want to call it, that I would be looking at.
I'm always surprised how fast these things evolve and how fast some forms of money then can immediately change. And things that have been used for tens or hundreds of years then become so foreign because new generations have other tools and with them other habits and so forth. I'm curious if you would think about, because there's almost an unstated, let's say, challenge here, that whoever in the world can find a simpler, more frictionless version of encoding money and then giving it to the users, that will in some form or another eventually win out, and that's in some form or another what MasterCard is trying to do. This is what blockchains are trying to do and are bringing huge improvements to the market. Now, I'm curious if you would say there's one particular threat that if we don't wake up to, or don't embed, or don't anticipate or address, it might challenge even very, very large companies and put them in a position where they'd have to rethink their strategy. If you'd say what that might be in the next 5 or 10 years for MasterCard, what would you say could be on the list?
I think not taking these digitization developments serious enough could be something. So we don't want to be a company that says, okay, NFTs are not important or nobody's going to use them. So I think keeping an open eye in a positive sense, being paranoid of what could disrupt your business, and also making sure that you find the right partners without betraying your roots. What do I mean? Nowadays, Apple, to take a very graphical example, together with Goldman Sachs, they offer a card in the US. It's pretty successful. Of course, it's a competitor to classical high street banks, right? Also, Amazon. If you look at Amazon, they quite likely, if you look at all the services lined up next to them, there will be very few white spots that a normal quote-unquote bank doesn't cover. Also, PayPal issues nowadays MasterCard, and because they have a banking license. So we partner with these players because we believe that they deliver value to consumers, to the ecosystem, to merchants, and they play by the rules. So we should allow them. And we also, that's why we see Apple Pay. That's why these things work. And I think having this openness towards new partners, towards new use cases, to also question your role in the ecosystem and say, do we need to adjust? I think this is paramount. But then again, staying true to these fundamentals, as said. And for us, we say we leverage our technology to allow people to make safe, simple, secure payments wherever they want. And this is reasonably broad enough to always look at this mission statement and see, does that still hold true in a metaverse world? Does that still hold true everywhere? And I would say that's a healthy exercise that quite likely I would ask us to continue doing.
That's a great overview. I would say that we're now in a position where, as we began, it's remarkable to move past the conversations that we've seen in the previous years, where let's say governments, then payments, money institutions, and so forth have been very reluctant, partly because they did not play with the technologies, they did not understand technologies, and so forth, and partly because it was not yet time, precisely because of this understanding and this time needed for them to start making sense, start establishing some rules. Now, I do see that there's a tremendous opportunity and great openness for governments that we've had discussions, and for institutions from all over the world. It's been great to have the Minister of France, the Minister of Romania participate in the conversations and state not only their openness, but also support in seeing innovation move forward. And maybe a really great thought to end with is, and then perhaps I'll let you share something on this front, is it's at the end of the day our focus to improve people's lives, whether it's through money that they use, that they need to use throughout the world in the digital spaces, but also in the real world. And to do this through several products and several layers that we've built. Now, it's great to share this vision and to share these milestones with companies like MasterCard, to bring a card and share it with the users. And we could not be more excited to push toward that goal. I'm curious maybe if you have some thoughts around milestones with cards and other things that you might look like for in explorations or in collaborations, especially with blockchain or metaverse companies.
So let me try to confine myself to the forward-looking statement, because otherwise, I'll bore everyone with the MasterCard history of all the great things we did. Now, I think continuing to let go of this plastic form factor, leveraging the technology of tokenization, be it on watches, on smartphones, on computers, that adds convenience and security, because we can get better user experience. You don't need to enter 16-digit card numbers, and you still have a better security still. So I think this is something using the technology that will be quite likely. I wouldn't call it a milestone. I think it should be a process, right? To constantly see what technologies are supported or endorsed by consumers, and hold the technical capabilities to sustain payment use cases as to our security standards. And then again, unlock new payment flows. We tend to, and I myself, because it's most easiest to relate to, we tend to focus on consumer-to-merchant payments or consumer-to-consumer payments. You know, you invite me for dinner, I want to pay you back, so I give you 50%. But there's so many other use cases, government disbursements, looking at governments. There's so much to do on financial inclusion. Without going into detail, in the year 2020, MasterCard we committed ourselves to move 1 billion consumers into the digital banking payment space by the year 2025, because and it quite likely justifies a discussion of its own, because we see that financial exclusion, prohibits people from building up a stock of capital for providing to their family. And I think there we can use a lot of our technology and a lot of our partnerships to render financial services inclusion in geographies and societies that quite likely don't have the same setup as we have or we benefit from in Europe. And that is something that I think we should also be looking at, and that we are looking at. So basically, how do we use our technology, our partnerships beyond, this, let's say, happy place where everybody has an Android device or an iPhone device and there's no financial exclusion. So that, I think, would be next to the technology element, touching the lives of people that don't have the benefit of, let's say, good access to financial services, is something that we should look at.
I think that we've had great conversation on things. We've started with Elrond precisely with this vision of not only trying to create the fundamentals for a new type of financial system, but also one that is open and accessible to sort of anyone in the world. Now, we've made quite some progress on that, and it's been great sharing the conversation with you. It's great to be able to push toward releasing the card, and thanks a lot for being with us, present, and looking forward to continue the conversation and progress.
And thanks again. Thanks to all of you, because I know Multiverse X couldn't do it without all of you, and we really appreciate the trust and partnership from our end.
Thank you, Christian.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will just share two thoughts. It's been a great day. We've heard a lot of productive and fascinating conversations. We'll just look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have a lot of great ideas being shared by the community, by the builders in the Elrond ecosystem, and I cannot wait to have the conversation or to see them share some of the great things that they have built. Thank you, and looking forward to talking tomorrow. Thank you.
Every single bit of life, everything we've ever known, and everyone we've ever met, all started from a single point. A speck, a flicker, a single cell of life. But what is life if but a brief, stubborn wonder? A dim light, a spark at times, pointing to an ever larger scope and scale, about to expand to a new world, one founded and sustained by the bursting force of imagination. This world we now call the Metaverse. Could we at once capture the essence of a universe encompassing the entire observable cosmos, but also the Metaverse encompassing myriad digital realms, rearranging them with one word, not as opposites or replacements, but as a harmonious, expanding, complementary whole? We believe we can and must. This we call the multiverse. It is said, in the beginning, there was a word of such strength and vigor that it could sharply set a rare creation moment in motion. The beginning of a vast world of worlds. The opening of a portal between worlds and the forging of the very fabric securing it all. This is our new challenge, our new vision, our expansion and transformation. This new dawn we call Multiverse X.